Chapter 282. Erupt. 4th. A chubby eunuch appeared at the top of the stairs of the main hall. His face was downcast, and his face was filled with the dejection of a transvestite. Then he called out in a strange high-pitched voice, "The time has come. I invite all the lords, talented scholars and young masters to proceed to the Cherishing Fragrance Palace, and await your audience." Blurg, June Moxie retched. This sound is fucking ecstasy. It's even more unpleasant to hear than the ones on TV. There's nothing wrong with this. After all, TV dramas are imitations. So, how many eunuchs would actually go on stage to perform? However, this eunuch's crotch was the real deal. So, there was a lot more between his crotch and his crotch. The old men looked at each other and came to a tacit understanding. The Cherishing Fragrance Palace was the largest palace in the Imperial Palace. It could accommodate more than 1,000 people at the same time. It seemed that the scale of this gifted scholar's feast had reached a certain level. Why couldn't they have notified us a few days earlier? Many outstanding disciples are outside and can't make it back in time. Jun Dashao and the others were about to leave when they heard the eunuch's sharp voice. His Majesty has decreed that the brave and loyal Marquis Tang Wanli and his grandson Tang Yuan have an audience. Tang Yuan was startled. He looked at Jun Wuxia with a bitter expression. "What's going on?" Jun Wuxia rolled his eyes. He turned around and ignored Tang Yuan. "Do you think I'm an immortal? You're asking me everything?" The debauchee Jun tilted his head, shrugged his shoulders, and swayed his buttocks as he strode towards the Cherishing Fragrance Palace like a cat. Everyone cast sidelong glances at him. Jun Zhantian stood on the stairs and looked at his incomparably flashy and flirtatious grandson. He felt a headache coming on. "This old man told you to hide your incompetence, but I didn't tell you to hide like this, right? This is like a crane in a flock of chickens. It's like a crane in a flock of cranes. I'm done for. My reputation is going to be ruined because of your but." Old man Dugu Wudi came over with his hairy face, his eyes still fixed on Jun Moxie's swaying buttocks. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Jun, this is the first time I've seen this kid since your grandson grew up, right?" Sure enough, hearing one's reputation was not as good as meeting one in person, and meeting one in person was even better than hearing one's reputation. Amazing, he was really different from the masses and pretentious. Although he was saying New Year's greetings, his tone was very strange. Jun Zhantian snorted and frowned. Then he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Old Dugu, I seem to recall that your Dugu family owes our Jun family 90 million taels of silver. And you still act as if nothing has happened? Give me a straightforward answer." Grandpa Jun had always been firm with age. Moreover, he had been at loggerheads with old man Dugu for his entire life. So, how could he allow himself to be ridiculed in such a manner? Now that he had a handle on him, he saw that this ignorant old man had come to ridicule him. How could Grandpa Jun be so easily provoked? He had opened his mouth to force the debt. Dugu Zongheng was stunned for a moment. His eyes were wide open and he was speechless. After a long while, he fiercely spat and said, "Fu *K, why don't you just kill me? 90 million taels of silver. Damn it. Do you think that my Dugu residence is the national treasury? Even the national treasury can't take out that much right now. Then are you planning to renege on the debt?" Grandpa Jun glared at him. "This is something that your Dugu family has personally admitted to. You will compensate us according to the auction price of those wines." "What? Are you going back on your word now? I'm telling you, this is not a small amount of money. Our Jun family has lost a lot of chicken feathers and duck blood in order to add to this debt. Even if a lawsuit is brought before the emperor, your Dugu family can forget about reneging on this debt. There is still justice in this world. Dugu Zongheng, you must know that the heavens are watching everything that happens in this world." Dugu Zongheng's anger was stifled. His words were full of sarcasm. One Buddha was born, 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, 3 Buddhas underwent nirvana, and 4 Buddhas passed away. Although he was rude and unreasonable, he wasn't someone who would renege on a debt. Besides, the entire Tianxiang city was aware of this matter. Even if he wanted to renege on this debt, he wouldn't be able to do so. But, this debt can't be settled like this and the words can't be said like this. How can the Jun family complain about this? What kind of argument is this? Panting heavily, he cursed his son a few hundred times in his heart. "Look at you, you wastrel, it's all because of your wastrel son that this old man got into trouble for. Let's see if you can repay this debt in your lifetime." Thinking of this, he suddenly rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. "That's right. Our Dugu family owes your Jun family money. This old man is very clear about gratitude and grudges. A life for a life. A debt must be repaid with money. This is a matter of justice. Do you think that this old man is so despicable? Do you think that I would renege on a trifling few million taels of silver? Do you really think that everyone is like you? Do you really care about that small amount of money? Junjian Tian, do you think you can carry that much money into your coffin? I look down on your Jun family for being such a miser. Junjian Tian was almost angered to death. This old man was speaking too lightly. A trifling few million? That amount of money was equivalent to 3 years of military expenses for the Tianxiang Empire. So, he simply refused to let it go. Since you don't care, then hurry up and return it to me. Why are you dragging this small amount of money? I'm telling you, my Jun family is still waiting for this small amount of money to eat. What's wrong with being a miser? It's better than someone reneging on a debt. When did I say that I won't return it? Dugu Zongheng rolled his eyes. We admit that we have this debt. But this old man's hands aren't very well off at the moment. So, naturally, I'm not in a hurry to pay it back. Especially, I didn't say when I would pay it back. Don't you think so? If I can't pay it back this year, won't there be next year and the year after? Even if I can't pay it back in this lifetime, won't there be a next lifetime? Don't you remember a certain duke saying that there will be an infinite number of descendants, but the debt won't increase? So, how can I not pay it back? Ha ha ha. A burst of crazy laughter erupted from the side. Someone had been paying attention ever since the two old men had gathered together and muttered to each other. Then, a group of white-haired heads came over when the two of them talked about that huge debt. These were the old men of the various families. Each of them had a face full of gossip. They wanted to see Dugu Zongheng make a fool of himself. And the group of old men roared with laughter when they heard Dugu Zongheng come up with such an extremely shameless and classic phrase. This old man is too talented. It's only a debt, but he's pushing it to the next lifetime. And he's saying that there will be an infinite number of descendants. This is too shameless. This is a new peak of shamelessness. If a tree doesn't care about its bark, then it will die. If a man doesn't care about his face, then he's invincible. Today I've learned something new. Your mother's fart. Junjian Tianheng became anxious. Who will follow you to the next lifetime? You're too shameless. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and said, Dugu, this matter can be accommodated. If you don't have the money to pay it back, you can use your granddaughter to pay off the debt. As long as you give your granddaughter to this old man's grandson as a daughter-in-law, our two families will become in-laws. If that's the case, how can this old man argue with the in-laws about this amount of money? This debt will naturally be forgiven. How about it? Let me tell you, you're getting a big bargain. 90 million taels of silver. If you convert it into gold, it'll be 900,000 taels. That's enough to cast 1,000 people of the same size. How about it? Your mother's fart. You wretched old devil Jun. Dugu Zongheng became anxious. He opened his mouth and cursed, My granddaughter is like a fairy. Look at your unlucky grandson. Look at him. He pointed his finger at the back of the Jun debauchee as he said this. He then angrily said, This brat is worthy of my granddaughter? Why don't you tell me if the two of them are a good match? Your words are reasonable. I also know that your granddaughter is not worthy of my grandson. But to tell you the truth, my grandson wants your granddaughter. This is your granddaughter's great fortune. Grandpa Jun narrowed his eyes. Old Dugu, if you don't agree now, then you'll regret it when the rice is cooked. Don't blame this old man for not reminding you when that time comes. He dares. This old man will castrate him. Dugu Zongheng was furious. He was so angry that he wanted to rush forward and start a fight. Why would Grandpa Jun care about him? He quickly got into a fighting stance. The elders saw that the situation wasn't right. These two old men were about to start a fight. They hurriedly stopped the two of them in groups of 3 or 5, and only then did they avoid a shocking farce. If the two old men of the two families and the two big shots of the military were to start a fight in the imperial palace, then it would be very lively. The two old men struggled with all their might. They looked at each other as if they wanted to eat each other alive. They punched and kicked, but it was all in vain. Junjian Tian, look after your grandson. If he provokes this old man, I'll pull out his penis and feed it to the birds. At that time, your Jun family will truly have no descendants. Dugu Zongheng's saliva splattered in all directions as he clamored. Bah! You think that you have the ability to do that? Do you think that this old man is afraid of you because I've been cultivating myself for the past few years? I forgot to teach you a lesson all these years. You've grown wings and want to soar into the sky. Today this old man will make an exception and teach you a lesson. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Grandpa Jun was also furious. Damn it. This old man is pitying your granddaughter's infatuation. Otherwise, with my grandson's qualifications, even the emperor's princess wouldn't be worthy. Let alone your granddaughter? To think that there are such shameless people in this world. Apart from the few old men who were doing their best to hold them back, the other civil and military officials hurriedly passed by. These two old things weren't people that anyone could afford to offend. Dugu Zongheng wasn't too unreasonable, but at least his life wasn't in danger. However, that old thing of the Jun family usually looked harmless on the surface, and even boasted that he was cultivating his moral character. But the last time he killed a third of the imperial court's ministers, he was a classic example of a silent executioner who kills without batting an eyelid. Now that these two were in a dispute, this was a troublesome place. So they couldn't stay here for long, Tang Yuan? The gentle emperor looked at the big fatty in front of him in the Tianda Palace Hall. He had a calm temperament. But he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This grandson of his, Tang Wanli's, was too oppressive. He hadn't felt anything that day in the aristocratic hall when he was far away. But he suddenly felt that his fat body was extremely plump. It gave him a sense of security. Tang Yuan's body had fully manifested the superiority of the empire's economic system. When he saw Tang Yuan, he immediately felt the blissful feeling of a commoner who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Yes. Tang Yuan pays his respects to His Majesty. Tang Yuan knelt on the ground with great difficulty. His belly spread out in front of him like a carpet. He wanted to kowtow, but he ended up knocking his own belly. Chapter 283. Tang Yuan was a little scared. His grandfather had sent him to the door and then went back. So he was left alone to face the emperor. He was feeling a little apprehensive. Stand up. Servants, give him a seat. His Majesty couldn't help but chuckle when he saw his embarrassed appearance. He then waved his hand in a friendly manner. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Yuan propped himself up with his chubby hands, wiped his sweat and carefully sat down. But the eunuch had brought a small armchair. He didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Of course, an average person with a normal stature would be able to easily sit inside. In fact, they might even be quite wealthy. However, Fatty Tang was barely able to sit inside. Fatty Tang kept in mind his grandfather's teachings. If he were to be given a seat in front of His Majesty, he mustn't sit in an ostentatious manner. Only half of his buttocks should be enough. But now, Fatty Tang wanted to sit in half of his buttocks. But the problem was that this armchair couldn't even fit half of his buttocks. This thing was too small. No wonder other people could only sit in half of their buttocks. He finally managed to squeeze half of his buttocks into the armchair. The armchair was full and his fat was overflowing. Ha ha. The emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang Yuan laughed hollowly. He could feel sweat seeping out of his forehead. Tang Yuan, I heard that you're the manager of the aristocratic hall? The emperor stopped laughing and asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. In the depths of his eyes, a cold light silently flashed. Yes, Your Majesty, this humble subject. Fatty Tang was sweating profusely. He stammered but couldn't speak. He wanted to call himself a little official, but then he thought that it was not appropriate. He did not have an official position. He wanted to call himself a commoner, but he was not one. He wanted to call himself I, but that was the tone of the martial world. If he called himself it would be too disrespectful. He choked for a moment. It's fine. Just do whatever you want. The emperor spoke in a gentle manner. Tang Yuan, can you tell me who came up with such a good idea during the aristocratic hall's auction? That. Your Majesty, haha, it's like this. Fatty suddenly thought of something. Fuck, no wonder Big Boss kept reminding me so solemnly. It turns out that it's actually this Big Boss. You should know Big Boss is really smart. Actually, back then it was because I was relatively young and ignorant. I made a mistake and was kicked out of the house by my grandfather. At that time, I was thinking that I must do something to show the old man that his decision to kick me out of the family was wrong. Tang Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. But I don't know anything. I'm just interested in making money. You're saying, this idea was actually your idea? His Majesty the Emperor's expression darkened. Suddenly, a heavy pressure pressed down on Tang Yuan without a word. This was not the aura of a Xianqi expert, but the pure might of an emperor. Even Jun Mo Xie or the 8 great masters wouldn't be able to imitate such a thing. Yes, Your Majesty, this isn't a big deal. It's just a small business, that's all. Tang Yuan's clothes were drenched in sweat. He felt as if his entire body was burning up. However, he was able to endure it with his red lips and white teeth. The emperor stared at him and didn't speak for a long time. He gently tapped his fingers on the dragon throne, and issued a crisp dong-dong sound. This sound was exceptionally clear in the silence of the great hall. Tang Yuan felt as if each tap was on his heart. His heart started to beat like a drum. He felt his entire body break out in cold sweat and his body went limp. Hold on, I must hold on. Nothing? Just a small business? Tang Yuan, do you know your crime? His Majesty narrowed his eyes, leaving only a small gap. He observed Fatty Tang's complexion. This little one is guilty. I don't know where this little one has made a mistake. Please enlighten me. Tang Yuan became even more nervous. He didn't know how to address himself. Suddenly he remembered that he had visited a brothel. He thought about it for a moment and felt that it was appropriate to use it in this situation. So he said it out loud. However, in his panic he only knew how to copy the original version. He even called himself Great Master. His tone was even better. When a brothel servant spoke to a customer, he would rush to admit that he was wrong, regardless of whether he was wrong or not. His attitude was very good. Now Fatty had become a big teapot and a pimp. And His Majesty had become a customer in a muddle-headed manner? How are you guilty? Your auction has turned the entire capital city into a mess. The emperor snorted and continued to exert pressure on the crowd. His Majesty was an honorable person. How would he know that he had somehow become a great master? This lowly one didn't think too much at that time. I just wanted to earn some money from you. Cough cough. I just wanted to earn some money from you. That's all. This lowly one definitely didn't force you to buy or sell. It was absolutely consensual. Tang Yuan's sweat dripped down in a straight line. Gentlemen, the moment these words came out, the emperor instantly became one of the common patrons of the brothel. Furthermore, among these patrons there were 3 of his own sons. As for the fatty, he was muddle-headed and naturally did not know that he had brought the relationship between the 4 of them a step closer. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the word, nobility, that you mentioned has already provoked the desire of the rich in the capital to compete with each other. This has become increasingly serious. In recent days the prices of goods in the capital have been rising rapidly. Because you have only sent one invitation to each industry, but clearly stated that only those who receive the invitation are nobles. This has greatly provoked internal disputes within the industry, and led to personal grievances. Now the salt merchants, cloth merchants, all industries in Fragrant Sky City are fighting openly and covertly. There have even been a few cases of bloodshed. Third, you have also provoked political instability. His Majesty naturally couldn't say the last point clearly, but just mentioning it had already scared Tang Yuan quite a bit. It turns out that boss has such a great plan and a backup plan. This is really my idol. And here I thought it was only for money? I'm so stupid. My level is still not high enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown my face in public and charged into the enemy lines while boss sat quietly in the back. This is what it means to be a real strategist. That's 1,000 miles away. His Majesty saw the perplexed look on Tang Yuan's face, and was even more certain that this matter wasn't his idea. At least it wasn't his mastermind. He slowly stood up from his throne, and leisurely took 2 steps forward. Then he stood 3 feet in front of Tang Yuan with his hands clasped behind his back. Tang Yuan, you are the grandson of the brave and loyal Marquis. Even if you are a debauchee and even if you are ignorant and incompetent, you will still be able to enjoy a life of glory and splendor in the future. Why do you want to stand up for others and ruin the bright future of your Tang family? Do you think that this is worth it? A psychological attack. It was a blatant psychological attack. No descendant of any family would be able to remain calm in the face of such a threat. His Majesty the Emperor was certain of this. Therefore, his eyes were fixed on Tang Yuan's face as soon as he had spoken these words. However, the Emperor couldn't have imagined that Wuxia had already rehearsed this speech several times in front of Fatty Tang. Wuxia didn't have the aura of an emperor, but his murderous aura was superior. A mere aura of an emperor couldn't do anything to Fatty. In fact, Fatty Tang's temperament wouldn't have been able to deal with the old fox's tricks if the emperor had only been making small talk. Sooner or later he would have given himself away. And Fatty wouldn't have been able to withstand it even if he had been prepared. However, there were still nearly 1,000 people waiting in the aromatic palace. Therefore the emperor had turned to this direction in order to end the fight quickly. And he had fallen right into Wuxia's trap. For Tang Yuan, this problem could be compared to the following. A high school student who was at the bottom of the class and basically didn't know anything, was given a set of test papers on the eve of the college entrance examination, and was forced to memorize them. Only on the day of the college entrance examination did he discover that it was actually the college entrance examination questions, and it was a complete set. Eldest brother is very clever. Tang Yuan's heart was filled with admiration. Take this. Your Majesty, you may not know this, but this lowly one will tell you everything. This lowly one was chased out of the house by my family's ancestor, and this lowly one deserved it. There's nothing much to say, but at that time, this lowly one was beaten black and blue by the family's laws. I couldn't even move and was even forced out of the house. I didn't bring any money with me. At that time my good brother, the Jun family's third young master, Jun Wuxia, appeared. It was he who saved me from danger, rescued me from my predicament, and brought me back to the Jun family to recuperate. This kindness. Fatty's face was full of emotions and his face was full of emotion. You mean to say that this idea came from the Jun family's third young master? His Majesty was a little angry. This fatty is talking nonsense. Why is he so annoying? Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. Please listen to what I have to say. That day when I entered the Jun family, my good brother treated me with great hospitality. His clothing, food, lodging and transportation were all meticulously taken care of. Tang Yuan may be a debauchee, but he doesn't have any strong points. But he knows how to repay kindness. But he's living under someone else's roof. So, how can he talk about repayment? I think that I'm only a little bit better than others in terms of business. So, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What do you two have in common? Debauchee? Prodigal? Disappointing? What else? Your Majesty must know that the rumors in the marketplace say that Brother Jun and I are the #1 and #2 debauchee of Tianxiang City. This lowly one found a glimmer of inspiration. I recalled the illustrious years of the past. I didn't know the value of money. So I recklessly squandered it. And I would recklessly compete with people for worthless things. And I would spend a lot of money in one go. Moreover, there are many people like me and third young master in the capital. So it would be appropriate to call them aristocrats. So, how can we be debauches if we aren't aristocrats? This can be regarded as a way to make money. In any case, these people don't take money seriously. It's quite a coincidence that this lowly one got to know the world's #1 wine expert, Song Shan. And I got his approval. And the aristocratic hall got his secret wine. And these coincidences have led to today's situation. If your Majesty has any questions, then Tang Yuan is willing to answer them one by one. Fatty spoke in one breath. He didn't know whether it was because he had spoken smoothly, or because the Emperor's attitude had already been predicted by the young Master Jun. However, Fatty wasn't as scared as he had been before. So, how could the Emperor be willing to let go of this matter so easily? So he asked every question in detail. Fatty already had a plan in his mind. So he didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he answered the questions fluently. Every reason he gave was reasonable and impeccable. Fatty talked about the heartache of being expelled from his family. So he passionately acted in accordance with Director Jun's brilliant script. Then he started to bawl and weep. A pile of fat, sweaty and tearful wails in front of me? What kind of feeling is this? Chapter 284. The Emperor sighed. It seemed that this fatty wasn't going to get anything out of him today. But his answers were a little too smooth, weren't they? Tired, the Emperor went back to his throne and frowned as he pondered. He got up from his seat and stood in front of Fatty Tang with his hands behind his back. He was going to use this dignified hall as much as he could to exert his authority and pressure Fatty further. He had succeeded in doing this, but of all the things he shouldn't have done, the first thing he asked was Jun Moxie's usual question. That way, Fatty's admiration for Boss Jun had been aroused, and the two cancelled each other out. This made the pressure less effective. I understand. You may leave now. His Majesty seemed a little tired as he rubbed his forehead with one hand and waved his other hand outwards. Relieved, Fatty Tang felt as if he had just been granted amnesty. Heavens! I finally made it through. He was about to stand up to express his gratitude when all of a sudden, the Emperor looked up and his piercing gaze pierced right into Tang Yuan's eyes like two sharp arrows. Word by word, the Emperor went straight to the point. Jun Wui was the one who came up with this idea, right? Just as Tang Yuan was about to stand up, he relaxed his mind, only to feel as though his entire body had lost all strength. He suddenly heard the Emperor's question, and upon hearing the word Jun, he immediately panicked. Unable to clearly hear what the Emperor had said, he was left dumbfounded, his mouth wide open as he subconsciously exclaimed, "Ah!" The Emperor looked at Tang Yuan and smiled. "Isn't that the case? The debauchee Jun took 2 steps forward and waved his hand as he called out, "Hey, that masked brat." He was calling out to Li Yuran. Li Yuran stopped and stood there quietly waiting for Jun Moxie to arrive. The young masters around him wanted to stay with him, but Li Yuran waved them off. She didn't say a word, but her intention was clear. She made her intentions clear in a calm manner, but the people behind her didn't object. They all left one after another. This was an indescribable dignity. Jun Moxie could see that Li Yuran was acting pretentiously. But he was able to act like Li Yuran. In fact, he had even convinced himself that he was acting pretentiously. So, this was a kind of realm. Li Yuran had one hand behind his back. Every single movement of his seemed to be made by the heavens, and it was natural and unrestrained. It naturally gave others a feeling of elegance and transcendence from the mortal world. He looked at Jun Moxie with a complicated look in his eyes. There was calmness, fighting spirit, and fear, but it was all gone in a flash. "I don't know what advice Jun Sunshao has for me?" Li Yuran's attitude was neither intimate nor distant. But his voice was clear and bright. It was neither loud nor soft. It made people who heard it feel indescribably comfortable. "Your attitude isn't bad. You have a good upbringing. This young master is here to give you advice," Jun Moxie said casually. "Please speak." Li Yuran's eyes revealed a smile like spring water. He said in a soft voice, "It's an honor to listen to Jun Sunshao's teachings. I'm all ears. I just want to ask you, are you tired of wearing this veil all day? Is it hot? Is it because you want to show off? Or is it because you're shameless? Are you trying to take liberties with innocent women?" Jun Moxie squinted at him and opened his mouth to provoke him. "Or are you disfigured?" Li Yuran usually didn't show his face. Jun Moxie was very curious about this guy. He was only a few years older than him, but he had a frightening reputation. In some ways he was even afraid of him. There was no other reason. This man was too hypocritical. His schemes were too deep. His shrewdness was frightening. It seemed that he was always scheming against people. But on the surface he was always indifferent, modest, and honest. Jun Moxie had always been afraid of such a smiling tiger. Who knew when he would scheme against me? Hitman Jun was never afraid of villains. He wasn't afraid of madmen. He wasn't afraid of heroes. He wasn't afraid of gentlemen. He wasn't afraid of villains. But what he feared the most and what he hated the most was a hypocrite. Li Yuran's level of hypocrisy had already reached the pinnacle of perfection, and had reached the pinnacle of hypocrisy. Meng Fei, whom Jun Moxie had just taught a lesson to, and those who had cursed at him, were basically Li Yuran's underlings. But Li Yuran didn't react. Instead he was observing him. He was examining himself. Moreover, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Could it be that Li Yuran is on guard against me? Or has he discovered something? Therefore Jun Moxie made a prompt decision. He chose to make the first move. He wanted to probe this guy's attitude towards him. He wanted to know how to deal with him in the future. "Third young master has guessed correctly. My face is disfigured." Li Yuran's eyes flashed with pain. She didn't take Jun Moxie's words seriously. Her tone was still flat. It seemed that she was being cautious. It seemed that Jun Moxie wasn't worthy of her anger. "Take off that rag and let me have a look." Jun Moxie looked at the veil with great interest. Then he frivolously ordered, "I haven't seen what a disfigured face looks like. I've heard that you used to be a pretty boy. What a pity." There was another reason in Jun Moxie's mind. He remembered that Li Yuran had spared no effort in pursuing Princess Raimu. And it was clear from the way Li Yuran had looked at Princess Raimu at the aristocratic hall that Li Yuran was deeply in love with Princess Raimu. And this couldn't be faked. But such a man hadn't hesitated to put his beloved woman to death in front of his own interests. In fact, he hadn't cared about her at all. In fact, he was the one who had arranged this trap. Jun Dashao wouldn't forget that Lei Jianhong and the others were Li Yuran's senior brothers. And they were the ones who had dealt with Princess Raimu. And it was obvious that Li Yuran had incited them to do so. And their purpose was to find out that he had disguised himself as the Tianshan Peak expert throwing knife. He had only vaguely felt that the existence of that mysterious person might be a threat to him. So, he hadn't hesitated to sacrifice his beloved woman in exchange for this information. It was just information, nothing more. Love wasn't fake. But he could abandon it at any time. It was like throwing away a pair of worn-out shoes. Jun Moxie felt that such a person couldn't even be called a human. He could only be called a scum and a pervert. But he looked graceful, elegant, and flawless on the surface. And this made Jun Moxie even more unhappy in his heart. Can't you be as blatant as me and be the bad guy? What's the point of playing tricks? That's why I must tear off your mask. I'll expose your true colors. This was the first face-to-face confrontation between these two young talents. One had the air of a hoodlum, and the other had a graceful bearing. Both of them were wearing masks. But it was hard to tell who would be the first to unveil the other's mask. This is another contest. It's only natural that I don't look good when I'm disfigured. Li Yuran looked at him calmly. She smiled faintly and said, but Jun Sunshao can go home and look in the mirror if he's willing to cut his beautiful face with a knife. Really? Jun Moxie dragged out his words. He cast a sidelong glance at him. Young Master Li is very experienced. But this young master wants to see it. But I want to know how it feels to have such a good-looking pretty boy suddenly disfigured. Isn't it exciting? Li Yuran's temperament was aroused by Jun Moxie's repeated provocations. Her smile turned cold and her eyes turned cold. She said, it's indeed very exciting. It's a very refreshing feeling. If Jun Sunshao can't bear to do it, I can help him. I'll make third young master feel like dying. Ha ha ha. Jun Moxie laughed. He patted Li Yuran's shoulder and said loudly, so, young Master Yuran is also a kindred spirit. I didn't know about it before and I've missed out on many good things. Brother Yuran is really good. You've seen through my thoughts with just a few words. You've reminded me of the beautiful times I spent in the Spirit Fog Lake. Haha, since we're all bosom friends of the Flower Kingdom, I wonder when Brother Yuran will teach me a few tricks? Even those who had walked far away turned their heads to look at them. Someone had openly discussed about visiting prostitutes with Li Yuran, the #1 scholar of the Tianxiang city. This was big news. Moreover, it seemed that Li Yuran was an experienced playboy. Even the #1 debauchee of Tianxiang city, Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao, had to bow down to him. This was very unexpected. Li Yuran's eyes flashed with anger. Then he looked at Jun Moxie and said in a leisurely manner, this foolish brother is a few years older than you in this regard. But how can I be compared with third young master in this regard? Jun Sunshao isn't only good in this regard, but he's also very outstanding in other aspects. So, I'm so awesome? Tell me about it. I am a person who loves to be praised. Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. For example, Jun Sunshao helped Tang Yuan win back his wife with his matchless gambling skills. That was truly amazing. Li Yuran lowered his head and looked at his shoes. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while he said those words. It seemed as if he had made up his mind about something. That's right. That's right. The god of luck is following me. This is something that can't be helped. Jun Moxie looked at him with a look of interest. For example, third young master and Tang Yuan beat up Qin Xiaobao at noon. Just one night later, the entire northern city clan was annihilated. Li Yuran smiled as he strolled forward. His eyes did not seem to be looking at Jun Moxie. However, Jun Moxie's divine sense told him that this guy was closely watching his every reaction. That is because the Northern City clan has committed many evils. God wants to punish them. Besides, I don't even put those small fries in my eyes. How could they be worthy of being mentioned by young Master Yuran? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows and said, it seems that the relationship between young Master Yuran and the Northern City clan is not shallow. Li Yuran smiled faintly and said, for example, Jun Sunshao was at the magnificent jewel hall and had Li Zhen spend a lot of money to buy the extremely precious jade coral. Chapter 285. Another example is that while Jun Sunshao was recuperating at home, the heroes of the Dugu family rushed forward. I remember that Jun Sunshao used to stay as far away from the 7 of them as possible. But this time he took them down in one fell swoop. Then he made a bet with Lord Wudi, and made the Dugu family owe the Jun family 90 million silver taels of debt through the aristocratic hall's auction. I heard that one of the 8 great masters, Solitary Eagle, has mysteriously stayed at the Jun family. Jun Sunshao, do you want me to continue? Li Yuran looked at him tenderly and said in a soft voice, I don't understand. Why is your shadow in everything? You're really a mysterious and unfathomable person. A cold light flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. He laughed mischievously and said, actually, I'm also very curious. Young Master Yuran's shadow seems to be everywhere. It's really extraordinary. From the Jianghu to the imperial court, from the first grade to the great masters. Young Master Yuran, your disfigured face seems to be everywhere. Even if you don't care about it, aren't you afraid of scaring the children? Even if you can't scare the children, it's not good to scare the flowers and plants. Li Yuran's eyes flickered and a faint sharpness flashed in them. Then, he returned to his usual elegant and gentle demeanor. He seemed very embarrassed as he said in a soft voice, Third young master, your surname is Jun, Nonsense. I'm a descendant of the Jun family. Don't tell me that young Master Yu Ran's surname isn't Li? Jun Moxie snorted. Same here. Li Yuran's eyes became distant and profound. He took a deep breath and said, Third young master, I've always looked down on you. But ever since the jade coral exploded, Li Yuran suddenly raised his head and looked straight into Jun Moxie's eyes. Third young master, don't treat everyone as fools. There are many smart people in this world. You're certainly smart, but others aren't either. Is that so? Young Master Yu Ran must be one of these others, right? Jun Moxie laughed savagely and squinted at him. If you hadn't ruined Rongjing at home, would you have thought of it? Hearing him mention disfigurement again, Li Yu Ran's eyes flashed a trace of bitterness. Soon after, he smiled in a carefree manner. His eyes were gentle and even had a tinge of devilish color. He smiled and said, Indeed, the explosion of the jade coral made me think a lot and understand a lot of things. Although I wasn't sure before, many people who I didn't pay attention to before have entered my eyes. And many people who were originally in my eyes have drifted away. It turns out that everything may not be under my control. But this is even more interesting. So, I should be grateful for that explosion. Li Yuran took a leisurely step forward and said slowly, Jun Sunshao, what do you think? Jun Wuxia laughed and said, This can be considered as turning misfortune into blessing, a blessing in disguise, right? You're right. Indeed, that's what I meant. Li Yuran nodded seriously. Then she looked at Jun Moxie and said, But I never doubted you. I didn't believe that a debauchee could scheme against me. It wasn't until the aristocratic hall's auction that I realized that Jun Moxie can't be underestimated. It can't be. Don't tell me that there was a loophole in the auction? Jun Moxie had thought that there was a problem in this aspect. This was one of the reasons why he had tested Li Yuran today. Of course there was a loophole. Moreover, the loophole wasn't small. Li Yuran stood still. The two of them had already reached the entrance of the hall. Everyone else had already gone in. But Li Yuran wanted to finish her words outside. Tang Yuan, a man who can lose his wife unexpectedly, came up with such a brilliant idea. He quietly stirred up a storm in the capital and caused chaos in the capital. Third young master, don't you think it's strange? Tang Yuan, does he have the qualifications? In other words, is he qualified? So that's how it is. Jun Moxie had finally understood that there were no loopholes in the matter. But there were loopholes in people. However, you, Li Yuran, have underestimated the people of the world. Fatty's conduct was indeed unbearable. But I've given the general direction for this auction. But I've managed to arrange 60 to 70% of the arrangements. Fatty's talent in business is very commendable. But Jun Dashao certainly wouldn't let Li Yuran know about this. The more chaotic the capital gets, the better. The more chaotic the capital gets, the safer the Li family, the Jun family, the Dugu family, and the other aristocratic families will be. The lives and deaths of other people will improve the safety of the aristocratic families at this moment. So we'll have time to take a breather. Li Yuran smiled. Our Li family will also benefit from this auction. But the benefits won't be that great. Then shouldn't you be thanking me? Jun Moxie put on the appearance of a benefactor. He looked at Li Yuran. I'm afraid that I won't be able to escape if the third young master wants to kill me. Li Yuran didn't pay attention to his words. She continued to speak, but it's not impossible for me to kill the third young master. Ah, my master is here. Your Jun family also has a solitary eagle. Li Yuran smiled gently. There's a balance between us. Our Li family belongs to the government, and the Dugu family belongs to the military. But I don't dare to break this balance for the time being. And I believe that you don't want to break it either. But as long as one of us dies, the balance will be gone. What do you say, third young master? Li Yuran smiled confidently. Young Master Yuran has great foresight. You're right. The world is very balanced and harmonious. Jun Moxie smiled. But he was secretly determined in his heart. This balance can't be broken for the time being. But when the time comes, I don't mind touching your head in the dark. It's not that difficult for me to do that either. I can't imagine what the third young master will do. But I, Li Yuran, won't go overboard for the time being. Li Yuran smiled. I won't dare to go overboard for the time being. But the third young master will be the first opponent that I must get rid of if certain conditions are met. Li Yuran's words were very serious and solemn. Rather than saying it was a polite remark, it would be better to say that it was a promise. Given Li Yuran's character, these words could already be said to be very open and honest and very magnanimous. I believe you. The corners of Jun Moxie's mouth crooked. He added two words in his heart. It'll be strange. If Li Yuran had the opportunity to get rid of him without anyone suspecting him, Jun Moxie didn't doubt that he would kill him without any hesitation. It would be the same if he were in Li Yuran's shoes. But the current situation was just as Li Yuran had said. The two of them were the Li family's and the Jun family's biggest hope. This balance couldn't be broken. Otherwise, Li Yuran would have died in the hands of Jun Moxie. And Jun Moxie wouldn't be in the mood to chat with him. So we might as well have some fun. Li Yuran didn't know whether she believed Jun Moxie or not. The corners of her mouth slightly crooked. She smiled and said, with the third young master's current ability, he wasn't as relaxed as you ran in the past few years. Speaking of which, the two of us can be said to be in the same boat. We're both pitiful people who didn't have a childhood. So we've never had fun. So we might as well make up for it. Don't you think we can have a playmate? Li Yuran seemed to be very interested in this question. Jun Moxie coughed. He thought, I may not have had a childhood like you. But Jun Moxie's childhood was much more colorful than yours. Do you want to play with murder? Or do you want to play with arson? Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. Murder and arson can be considered a kind of fun. Li Yuran tilted her head and thought for a moment. She seemed to be looking forward to it. But we've already played? Then the two of them stepped into the Hall of Cherishing Fragrance. The moment they entered the door, Li Yuran said in a low voice, there are very few people in the younger generation who can play with me like this. Moreover, they've repeatedly made me suffer losses. They're very interesting playmates. We might as well continue to play. His eyes were looking at the ground when he said this. His voice was also very low. It seemed as if he was talking to himself. Continue to play? Jun Moxie suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at the hundreds of people who had already arrived in the Hall of Cherishing Fragrance. Then he shouted in an incomparably vulgar manner, then let's continue to play. I'll play with you guys. Everyone sneered in unison. Then there were the sounds of coquettish pouting and low laughter. It turned out that the side of the great hall had become the country of cherishing fragrance. All the beauties and talented women had gathered together in the hall. A fragrant wind had lingered in the air. And Jun Moxie clearly felt that there were two pairs of eyes that were as bright as autumn waters. They were calmly gazing at him. Li Yuran heard Jun Moxie's roguish tone. She couldn't help but silently smile. A bright light flashed in her eyes. There were hundreds of people in the great hall. But Li Yuran knew that Jun Moxie's words were meant for her alone. The two of them separated and didn't look at each other again. Both of them had their own cards up their sleeves. And they had also seen through each other's cards. But their hearts had become much heavier than before. Opponent. These two words appeared in their minds at the same time. Jun Dashao finally reigned in his thoughts. Hypocrite Li was the only opponent of the same level as him. But he couldn't put all his thoughts on him alone. After all, there were other things to do in this golden scholarly scholar feast. He looked up and discovered that there was something different about this feast. It was a very big and very special difference. That high and aloof table at the top belonged to the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire. Could it be that he was going to participate in this feast personally? The other four sides should belong to the three princes and other members of the imperial family. The so-called other members of the imperial family were probably Prince equivalent Yang Huainong's faction. It couldn't be helped. The emperor of the Tianxiang Empire didn't have many children. Even his brothers didn't have many children. There should have been an extra table for Princess Raimu. But the princess should have been sharing it with the other ladies. There were a few tables not far away from them. Those were undoubtedly reserved for the heads of the aristocratic families. But why was there a single table at a slightly higher level? It seemed to be a transcendent table. But who was it for? This was truly unfathomable. Chapter 286. Below them were hundreds of tables that formed a large circle. In the middle of the circle there was a large empty space. Could it be that this gifted scholar feast was going to have a performance? Could a man perform a song and dance? Normal men might not be able to do it, but perhaps those jealous scholars would be able to. The golden scholarly autumn banquet has begun, please take your seats. Jun Moxie followed a servant and sat down at the Jun family's table. He looked up and saw a man looking at him. It was Li Yuran. Young Master Li didn't have the leisure to look around like the young Master Jun. Instead, he had been paying attention to the debauchee Jun the entire time. So, he smiled faintly when he saw Jun Moxie looking at him. Then he raised his empty glass in greeting. Jun Moxie snorted as he sat down and crossed his legs. This was the Jun family's trademark debauchee move. There was a faint fragrance coming from behind him. He didn't need to look to know that this was the fresh fragrance of a young girl. Although it was rare, it was not unfamiliar. Jun Dashao had tasted it many times around Dugu Xiaoyi. It seemed that the Dugu family was behind him. Jun Imoxia didn't turn his head, but he could clearly feel that a pair of eyes were staring at him from behind. A pair of limpid autumn eyes were also looking at him from the upper seats. Jun Imoxia raised his eyebrows and looked up to see Princess Ling Meng's blushing cheeks. She had turned her head to look at him. What's wrong with this woman? She couldn't have fallen for me, could she? Although the blood oath she made last time was quite serious, I really didn't take it seriously. As he thought of this, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. Who could have hidden their murderous aura so well that they were able to sneak up on him without him noticing? When he turned around, he saw that it was Dugu Xiaoyi who had come over to talk to him. She saw that he and Princess Ling Meng were exchanging flirtatious glances. So she pinched him hard. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth. How can I be bullied by a woman? Jun Dashao didn't even turn his head as he reached behind him. He didn't know where he touched, but he pinched it hard as revenge. But when he touched it, he only felt that it was smooth and soft as if he was pinching a sponge, but it was also full of elasticity. Wow, it felt so good. Ah, Dugu Xiaoyi cried out in alarm. Jun Imoxia exclaimed in admiration. His face was thicker than the walls of the city, and his face turned red as he withdrew his hand like lightning. However, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and it was clear that they had seen this scene. They saw that the little girl was standing there with a red face. Her posture was quite strange. She wanted to rub the place where she had been pinched, but she was too embarrassed to do so. In fact, she was so embarrassed that her eyes were almost welling up with tears. It turned out that Jun Moxie had pinched her fragrant buttocks. This was Jun Dashao. If it had been someone else, the little girl would have used a knife. In an instant, the sounds of discussion rose from all directions. There were sounds of hissing, sighs, and contemptuous sneers. At the same time, the entire hall was filled with rolling eyes. He didn't forget to flirt with a woman on such a serious occasion. He was truly worthy of the reputation of one of the 4 pests of the capital. Moreover, the person he was flirting with was the apple of the Dugu family's eye. So, he was even more audacious. The little girl had rushed over to talk to him. But she saw that the little thief and Princess Raimu were exchanging flirtatious glances. So she pinched him, turned around, and walked away. She was hoping that he would come after her to coax her. But she hadn't expected that Jun Imoxia's hand would quietly pinch her buttocks as soon as she turned around. The timing and the position were just right. Jun Imoxia grabbed her perky buttocks and pinched them as if they had rehearsed it in advance. The little girl's neck turned red when she saw that everyone was looking at her. She flew back to her seat and buried her head in her chest. Then she covered it with her small hands. However, she still felt hot and dry. I've been touched in front of so many people. That little thief has touched me. But I haven't done it with him yet. So how can he? The little girl's sitting posture was still somewhat strange. She had pinched her buttocks in a very painful manner. So she couldn't even walk properly. So she had to adjust her posture. But the more she adjusted her posture, the more strange it became. Jun Dashao was also sweating. He hadn't expected that he would grab her buttocks in such a coincidental manner. But he hadn't expected that this little girl would look like a green apple. But her body had already turned into a honey peach. If he had taken a bite. He couldn't help but think, if Dugu Xiaoyi hadn't turned around, where would she have grabbed based on the strength and position of that pinch? He suddenly laughed mischievously as he rubbed his fingers. He felt that it was still smooth. It seemed that the delicate feeling was still there. He couldn't help but sniff it. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. Jun Moxie had a wretched look on his face. Shameless bastard. He's truly the scum of the world. The few old masters present were so angry that their faces turned red, and their goat-like beards curled upwards. They were not ashamed of third young Master Jun's vulgar behavior, but were instead proud of it. They wished they could chop off this little thief's hand. The group of youngsters looked at Jun Moxie with infinite contempt. They cursed him in their hearts. But each and every one of them secretly rubbed their fingers. They were fantasizing about how good it would be if they could touch it. After all, it was one of the 2 great beauties of Tianxiang City. That guy had a look of enjoyment on his face. He was sniffing his fingers. It seemed very comfortable, very fragrant. Princess Raimu, who was sitting a few tables away, suddenly felt her buttocks go numb. Her pretty face turned red and she snorted. She felt a faint sense of jealousy in her heart. The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from outside the door. It was obvious that the important people had entered the venue. The 2 teachers of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute and the elders of the big families walked in with solemn steps. They had the demeanor of an immortal, and looked vigorous despite their age. Suddenly the main hall became silent. It wasn't easy to provoke any one of these old guys. The three princes followed behind them. Each of them was amiable and beaming with happiness. The golden scholarly scholar feast had officially begun. Various kinds of wine and dishes were constantly being served. The fragrance of food assailed the nostrils. However, no one dared to make a move. Even the debauches like Jun Dashao didn't dare to act rashly. This was because His Majesty the Emperor hadn't arrived yet. The real important people were always the last to appear. Jun Dashao obviously didn't care much about His Majesty the Emperor. However, he didn't want to stir up more trouble in these troubled times. A slow and heavy voice was heard from outside the hall while everyone was sitting still. It was solemn and respectful. Everyone craned their necks to look. They saw a certain fatty being led by a eunuch. He was walking towards them. It was Tang Yuan. Everyone was startled. Then they burst into laughter. Tang Wanli suddenly stood up. His face was full of anger. Evil creature. Are you crazy? They saw that Tang Yuan's face was full of absent-mindedness. He was like a walking corpse. He walked step by step in a stupefied manner. The most outrageous thing was that he was carrying a chair on his back. It seemed as if the chair had grown from his buttocks. After being questioned by His Majesty the Emperor, although he didn't implicate Jun Moxie, His Majesty the Emperor thought himself clever and put the blame on Jun Wui. In Fatty Tang's eyes, wasn't this the same thing? This was a big deal. This was the only thought in Fatty's mind. Tang Yuan stood up absent-mindedly when he heard the Emperor's order for him to leave. He actually forgot to salute and bid farewell. His buttocks were a little too big and the chair was a little too small. When he stood up, the chair also stood up and directly stuck to his buttocks. Along the way, Tang Yuan was absent-minded, and his mind was preoccupied. Compared to his weight, the chair was really insignificant. Until now he had not noticed it at all. Hearing everyone's laughter and his grandfather's reprimand, Tang Yuan seemed to wake up from a dream. He opened his eyes and saw that he had arrived at Cherishing Fragrance Hall. His face was full of tears like a child who had been wronged. Haha, young Master Tang is indeed an expert. He's different from the rest. He was afraid that there wouldn't be a seat here. So he brought a chair with him. It's amazing. Meng Haizhou wasn't willing to let go of this opportunity. Everyone's laughter grew louder as soon as these words were spoken. Tang Wanli's old face turned purple. He jumped down from the chair and smashed it into pieces. His white beard fluttered in the wind as he looked around. Everyone who met his gaze couldn't help but stop laughing and lower their heads. Tang Wanli sighed as he saw his grandson in such a daze. He felt very distressed. I know that something has happened at His Majesty's place. Could it be that His Majesty doesn't care about our decades of friendship? Is he making things difficult for my grandson? However, this wasn't the time to ask about it. So, he had no choice but to let this matter go. However, he suddenly felt a person's body sway as he approached him. It was none other than the young Master Jun. Fatty, raise your head. Jun Moxie's voice was frivolous, and his movements were unsteady. However, only Tang Yuan could see that Jun Moxie's eyes were filled with warmth and determination. Even if the sky collapses, this elder brother can still hold it up. Come and drink with me. Jun Dashao laughed heartily. His first two sentences had been strung together into a single line, and had entered Tang Yuan's ears. However, it had been mixed with the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. Only the last sentence had been spoken loudly in a normal manner. But everyone had heard it. Even if the sky collapses, this elder brother can still hold it up. These words were full of aggressiveness and fearlessness. It was like a reassuring pill that had penetrated into the depths of Fatty's heart. Tang Yuan's heart was suddenly shaken. His perplexed heart seemed to have suddenly become clear. His eyes slowly regained their vigor. He looked at Jun Moxie's indifferent face, and suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled mischievously and said, It seems that the wine we're serving to the guests today is from the aristocratic hall's auction. Well, it's a big party. It would be strange if we didn't have some good wine. The third prince is quite good. He didn't embezzle it. The two men laughed mischievously and walked forward at the same time. Tang Wanli was flabbergasted. His mouth was wide open. He had seen his grandson's expression a moment ago. It was as if he had lost all hope in life. So, how did that little thief of the Jun family return to normal after saying, Come and drink with me? Chapter 287. Today's first update. Feng Ling will go out in the evening after half an hour. Update ahead of schedule. The old men felt that drinking with the youngsters was no longer interesting due to the intervention of the big shots. So they called out to the youngsters and drove them out. Then the old men didn't follow the prearranged arrangement, and sat down at a table. Therefore Jun Dashao, Fatty, the little girl, and the Dugu family's heroes and warriors rushed forward. These 10 people naturally joined the two tables together. Coincidentally, the government also did the same thing. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that these old men had done this. Li Yuran was sitting at the head of the table and she was facing Jun Moxie. It's another coincidence. Tang Yuan was about to say something, but he was stopped by Jun Mosie's voice. This wasn't the time to talk. Even if it was important, it had to be done first. That was because Jun Moxie had discovered that there were 4 faintly discernible divine senses shrouding Tang Yuan's body ever since Tang Yuan had entered the room. He believed that these 4 people would be able to detect Tang Yuan's movements if he were to make a move. Jun Dashao's art of unlocking the heavens' fortune was very mysterious. Therefore he didn't have to worry about being detected by them. If it were someone else, they would not have been able to hide those few voice transmissions. Therefore he couldn't take any action at this time. So much so that after the scholarly autumn banquet was over, he and Tang Yuan couldn't talk about this matter for the time being. What kind of person was Jun Dashao? He had casually made a few jokes and had amused Fatty Tang. Fatty Tang's frown disappeared, and his laughter became louder and louder. Even Dugu Xiaoyi, who had been on the verge of tears, giggled. She fiercely glared at Jun Moxie and angrily said, "I don't care about you, you lecher." But it was obvious that she wasn't angry anymore. This girl's character was very cute. Although she was a bit irritable, it was easy to get up and even easier to get down. Moreover, she didn't have any complicated schemes. Being together with such a girl, he would feel very relaxed and at ease. Jun Moxie smiled inwardly, and felt inexplicably comfortable. "Please welcome the distinguished guests from the Silver Blizzard City." The eunuch at the door shouted and everyone's eyes turned to look at the door. Jun Moxie's sensitive senses told him that his grandfather's face had visibly spasmed for a moment, and then returned to normal. It was obvious that the word Silver Blizzard City had set off monstrous waves in Grandpa Jun's heart. The Silver Blizzard City has become the distinguished guests of the Tianxiang Empire. Jun Moxie sneered inwardly and narrowed his eyes. "I won't let you off lightly just by looking at the damage you've done to our Jun family." Xiao Han and Mu Shuetong were the first to enter the hall under the watchful eyes of everyone. They were followed by Han Yenmeng and Xiao Fengwu. All of them were clad in snow-white clothes. In fact, they looked like a snow lotus that had suddenly bloomed in the mortal world. Everyone in the hall felt an inexplicable coolness as soon as these 4 people entered. Jun Moxie looked on with cold eyes, and saw that these 4 people were sitting at a separate table. Jun Moxie sneered inwardly and lost interest. How did that Xiao Fengwu recover so quickly? I'm well aware of the extent of my strength last time. Xiao Fengwu looks a bit pale but he can still walk and move. This has already made Jun Moxie very puzzled. He shouldn't have recovered so quickly. How many days has it been? Jun Moxie suddenly felt a fluctuation in his sea of consciousness as the Hongjun Pagoda slowly rose up and rotated. This unusual movement made Jun Moxie feel a kind of joy. It was exactly the same as when he had snatched that strange jade pendant, but this time it was a bit stronger than the last time. Jun Moxie's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that there's another piece of the treasure that I had snatched last time? Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel as if he had once again seen a fat sheep. He couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Well, I'll go out and play the role of a bandit again. It's such a waste to leave such a good thing in the hands of this kid. He's such a generous fat sheep. He's not satisfied with sending me the first time, and now he's sending me a second time? He looked up and saw Han Yenmeng making a face at him. She pouted her small mouth and mouthed a few words and then laughed. Hitman Jun looked at the shape of her lips, and quickly judged the meaning of those words. This was the basic skill of lip reading. But he hated this basic skill at this time because he had clearly read it out. "Good nephew, your aunt is here. This girl needs to be taught a lesson. I'll teach you a lesson when I have the opportunity." "Who told you to pretend to be my elder?" Jun Dashao lazily turned his head away. "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." The Emperor's belated arrival was followed by a resounding and seemingly convulsive eunuch's voice. Jun Moxie cursed in his heart. Fuck. The dishes are getting cold. The golden scholarly feast had finally begun after a few repetitive procedures. Of course it was time for Jun Moxie to start. But for those scholars who were waiting to jump into the Dragon's Gate, the feast hadn't started yet. The Emperor finally said, "Everyone, please do as you please." Then Jun Moxie began to gorge himself at the speed of light. While everyone was still hesitating, modestly declining, more than half of the bear's paw had already entered his stomach. Can't you be a bit more civilized? If you eat like this, then other people won't be able to eat. Dugu Ing grinned as he looked at Jun Emosia with white eyes. His hand had stopped in midair. The Dugu family's faces weren't thin. Although they weren't as thick as Jun Dashao's, they were still as thick as a city wall. Several of them had been aiming at that oily, honey-smelling bear's paw in the middle. But they had only stretched out their hands when they discovered that it had already entered Jun Moxie's mouth. Moreover, half of it had already entered his stomach. What kind of speed is this? This kind of action and eating speed was absolutely unimaginable for most of the aristocratic families. Even the Jun family and the Dugu family were no exception. It didn't matter how slovenly one usually was in this kind of feast. But they had to act a bit more reserved in this kind of occasion. Even if they had to act a bit, they would have to act a bit more reserved. Who wouldn't want to eat and drink this much? This was also the main reason why the Dugu brothers had acted a bit later than Jun Dashao. However, this unwritten rule was destined to be unsuitable for Jun Emosia. As a former top-notch assassin, Jun Emosia could go 3 days without eating, and still maintain his peak physical strength, alertness and energy to complete his missions. Conversely, he could also eat 3 days' worth of food for an ordinary person or even more. Moreover, young Master Jun had come here to show that he was a debauchee. So, only a fool wouldn't eat quickly if he wasn't able to show off his debauchee in such a logical manner. Moreover, he was able to eat to his heart's content. Civilized? How much is it worth? Jun Emosia snorted and smiled. Then he reached out and took the small bowl of greasy and somewhat transparent soup. He poured half of it into the little girl's bowl and was about to give the rest to Tang Yuan. But then he saw several hairy hands reaching out to snatch it. So, he hurriedly raised the bowl and tilted it downwards. Then he opened his mouth wide and poured the soup into his stomach with a schwa sound. It was as if a river had flowed backwards. Then he gurgled and couldn't help but frown. It's cooked too badly. I didn't even chew it? Jun Dashao naturally knew what was good. He could smell that this was pure tiger penis soup. It was very nutritious. Tang Yuan raised his bowl to receive the soup. The heroes and legends rushing forward brothers' eyes were perfectly round. It seemed as if they were about to explode with rage. The people at the other tables hadn't even moved their chopsticks, but the best food on their table was all gone. That brat who had gotten the advantage was still talking nonsense. What kind of person was this? We were people who had been in the army, but we weren't as fast as him? Is your fucking throat straight? Fuck. So fast. Why didn't you choke to death? The 7 brothers cursed together. What kind of soup is this? Is there a need to snatch it like this? Dugu Xiaoyi's big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. She felt extremely happy. There were 10 people at the table, but older brother Emosia only gave her a bowl. What did this mean? What did this mean? What did this mean? The little girl was quite satisfied. She picked up the bowl and took a sip. She felt that there was a slight fishy smell, but there were pieces of carrot-sized strips inside. When she chewed, it was quite tasty. The more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. I'll just eat your food. As long as it's delicious, I don't care what it is. Jun Moxie was startled. He stretched out his hand and another guy snatched a plate of crab and placed it in front of Dugu Xiaoyi. Eat this. The 7 Dugu brothers were greatly shocked just now. But now they were all dumbfounded. It was only now that they remembered that they were fighting for food. So they immediately fought with Tang Yuan. Under Jun Dashao's lead, Fatty Tang, who had only held back for a moment, didn't dare to be negligent. He was an expert in the art of eating. Even though the Dugu brothers were from the military school and ate at an extremely fast speed, they were still no match for this brother. Fatty started to attack from both sides. He created whatever he saw. In a split second, the table had become a mess of dishes and bowls. The table that was originally full was now empty in the middle. Everyone was using their hands to support the table. There were several dishes in their arms. Each of them had a vigilant look in their eyes as they buried their heads in their food. Suddenly, they realized that there was not the slightest movement around them. So they looked up in confusion. But they saw that everyone's eyes were fixed on this table. Everyone's eyes were widened in shock, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The other tables hadn't even started yet. But this table was already empty. Dugu Zongheng, Jun Zhantian, and Tang Wanli were shocked. Their faces had turned red. The other old men looked at them meaningfully. They couldn't wait to grab these shameful people and beat them up. Old Jun, I finally believe that Jun Sunshao is indeed a direct descendant of the Jun family. It can't be faked. Even though he hasn't stepped onto the battlefield, he already has the characteristics of a military disciple. The Murong family's patriarch, Murong Fengyun, shook his head. His expression was somewhat serious. The meaning behind his words was thought-provoking. It's good that you know. Jun Tian glared at him. The other old men were not happy. They asked, Brother Murong, why do you think so? Look at this. Murong Fengyun pointed at Jun Moxie, who had 2 hands and 1 mouth, and said, This brat's shameless appearance is very similar to Jun Tian's style in the past. This old man would be blind if he couldn't see it. The entire hall roared with laughter. The corner of the emperor's mouth twitched. He coughed in a low voice. He didn't want to disturb the banquet because of these youngsters' nonsense. So he raised his wine cup and expressed his gratitude. Everyone stood up and expressed their gratitude in unison. The curtains of the Golden Scholarly Feast officially opened as the #1 expert of Tianxiang led the first cup of wine into their stomachs. Everyone knew that the next event would be a competition of talents. And all the civil and military officials present were the judges. Chapter 288. Today's the second update. I'm going out to drink wine and bird. I haven't left this neighborhood for more than half a month. He coughed lightly twice, and the doddering instructor of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute, Mei Gaojia, stood up in a trembling manner. He first saluted the emperor and then made a bow with his hands clasped in front of him. Your Majesty, ladies and gentlemen, this Golden Scholarly Scholars Feast is held on the Double Ninth Festival. This is a good time of life. This old man represents the thousands of students of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute to congratulate Your Majesty for many autumns and 10,000 generations. May the heavens bless our Tianxiang and may our people prosper and prosper. May our civil and military affairs flourish, and we may soon conquer the various countries of the continent. Then we may unify the world and benefit the common people. Today's feast is all thanks to Your Majesty's vast and mighty grace. Apart from the imperial examinations, you are not sticking to a single pattern. Instead, you are promoting talented people. This is my... He was long-winded, but he only got to the point of passing the door. He was about to enter the main topic when a voice suddenly complained in a low voice, This is a magnificent imperial feast. We haven't even eaten a few mouthfuls of food and it's already finished. This is too unjustifiable. Fatty, I understand that you have a big stomach. But shouldn't you also understand the few of us? How can you eat like this? The dishes on the table have almost been finished by you in such a short time. This voice didn't sound very loud. In fact, it seemed as if he had deliberately lowered his voice. But no one in the great hall spoke a word at this time. Everyone was holding their breath in silence. In fact, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone had heard this voice clearly. And a strange expression appeared on their faces. The one who had spoken was Jun Moxie. Jun Dashao had the intention of stirring things up. So he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. As for Tang Yuan, he was holding half a crab in his hand. He looked at Jun Moxie with a stunned expression on his face. It seemed as if he had been greatly wronged. Eldest brother, who ate more between the two of us? I ate a lot. But I couldn't catch up to you by half. Aren't your words too heartless? Mei Gaojia was in the middle of giving his speech with deep emotion. But he was suddenly interrupted by this noise. He couldn't help but get angry. The topic that had been interrupted had been spoken by such a shameless person. And that person had become even more furious. His lips were trembling as he was about to rebuke this person. But he heard a rough voice that sounded like a broken gong. I've seen shameless people. But I've never seen such a shameless person. He obviously ate all the good stuff himself. But he still has the nerve to frame others for eating too much. What kind of person is this? It was Du Guing. Du Guing had always been indignant about not being able to snatch the bear's paw, so of course he had to stand up and express his dissatisfaction. He did not deliberately speak loudly, but this man was tall and strong, so even if he spoke at a normal volume, it was no different from a normal person shouting loudly. In addition to Jun Dashao's mischief, the entire audience naturally heard it. In terms of the level of noise, it was even higher than Jun Dashao's. When Jun Moxie saw that someone was helping him, he became even more excited. He curled his lips and said, How can I not eat quickly? Damn it. Other families come with only 1 or 2 people. But your family is different. You have more than a dozen people in your family. And all of them are plump and strong. Moreover, they are all sitting at the same table. So, I reckon that I won't even get to drink the soup if I don't eat quickly. Fatty Tang hastily stood up with great difficulty and tried to smooth things over. Third young master, there's nothing wrong with this. After all, he doesn't need to pay for this meal. Even the aloof and remote emperor couldn't help but let out a strange, pfff sound as soon as these words were spoken. Those old men were laughing in an evil manner. Only Dugu Zongheng was glaring at Fatty. It seemed as if he wanted to eat him alive. Suddenly, the solemn hall was filled with the sounds of people covering their mouths and laughing. Mei Gao Jie's entire body trembled in anger. He was about to speak when a strange voice ridiculed him. The Jun family's people are so arrogant and despotic. Their reputation is well deserved. Everyone was surprised. They looked towards the source of the voice, and saw that the person who had spoken was dressed in white. He was seated in the seat of honor. He was the distinguished guest of this banquet, Xiao Fengwu from the Silver Blizzard City. Xiao Fengwu was naturally aware of the matter between his uncle Xiao Han and the Jun family's young master. Moreover, the little Princess Han Yenmeng had been proudly claiming that she had recognized a junior ever since she had returned from the Jun family. This had made the possessive Xiao Daxiao very uncomfortable. Therefore he had taken the initiative to ridicule Xiao Fengwu. This is? Jun Moxie acted as if he didn't know him. My surname is Xiao. I'm from the Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family. My name is Xiao Fengwu. Xiao Fengwu's eyebrows twitched as he laughed mischievously. Then he stuck out his chest and unfolded a folding fan in his hand. He slowly waved it twice and swept his gaze over the table of beauties. His movements were very natural and unrestrained. That's a good name. Li Yuran, who was sitting on one side, spoke up. Brother Xiao, your name is truly extraordinary. It's like an immortal's aura. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Xiao family and the Jun family had a grudge against each other. So, Li Yuran naturally wanted to make use of this opportunity. Speaking of my name, I do have a history. Xiao Fengwu was very proud of himself. He had been scratched by Li Yuran. So he explained in detail, it is said that my mother had a dream on the night of my birth. She dreamt that a phoenix had landed on a parasol tree. Therefore she named me Fengwu. That's a heaven-sent name. Li Yuran clapped her hands in admiration. Haha. Jun Moxie burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Xiao Fengwu looked at him angrily. How could he be interrupted while he was feeling proud of himself? It's nothing. I'm just thinking that your mother is really good at dreaming. She actually dreamt that a phoenix had landed on a parasol tree. And then you were named Fengwu. That's a good name, a good name. Jun Moxie tried to hold back his laughter. But he couldn't. He continued to sway back and forth for a while. Then he said, I'm thinking that if your mother hadn't dreamed of a phoenix and a parasol tree that night, and had instead dreamed of a chicken that had landed on a banana tree, then what would you be called now? You must know that dreams are unpredictable. So, you're very lucky to be called by your current name. His Majesty choked on a mouthful of wine. His face turned red as he coughed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A dream of a chicken that had landed on a banana tree? This. Then they thought of Xiao Fengwu's surname. So, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Everyone wanted to laugh. But, everyone had misgivings about the might of the Silver Blizzard City. So they didn't dare to laugh out loud. In fact, several people had choked on their laughter. What do you mean? Xiao Fengwu was somewhat puzzled. So he subconsciously asked. Then he suddenly realized something and his face turned cold. Jun Moxie, you dare to scold me? I scolded you? What did I scold you for? Jun Moxie had an innocent look on his face. Even if you're a member of the Silver Blizzard City Xiao family, you can't be unreasonable, right? To catch an adulterous couple, to catch a thief, you must catch the stolen goods. So, you must have evidence to back up your words. You obviously scolded me. Xiao Fengwu's words were on the tip of his tongue. But he finally realized that he had almost been fooled. So he couldn't help but roar in anger, Jun Moxie, I'll kill you. The Silver Blizzard City is truly formidable. It's worthy of being called the most powerful force in the world. Jun Moxie shook his head and exclaimed in admiration, You've been treated like a national guest in someone else's country. You've even been invited to the imperial palace. You've even dared to openly clamor about killing the only grandson of an important military official in front of the eyes of the entire country's civil and military officials. And you've even faced the great emperor himself. You've even dared to openly clamor about killing the only grandson of an important military official. Such courage is truly admirable. The faces of the ministers turned unsightly as they heard this. Yes, he wants to kill the only grandson of an important military official in front of the emperor. How arrogant would he be if he were to leave the imperial palace? Xiao Han hastily stood up and forced his nephew to sit down. He then cupped his hands in obeisance and apologized. Feng Wu is still young and doesn't understand the affairs of the world. Xiao Han obviously didn't care about the imperial family. But he didn't want to rashly make an enemy out of the imperial family of any country. After all, the Supreme Treaty of Alliance had a very strong binding force. Besides, they had invited him and the others with good intentions. If they were to provoke the Tianxiang Empire into becoming enemies with them, then it would be because they were too insensible. And this matter wouldn't be pleasant to hear. His Majesty the Emperor smiled magnanimously, indicating that it didn't matter. Jun Moxie had no choice but to sit down. Dugu Xiaoyi came over and opened her big round eyes. She then asked curiously, "A chicken fell on a banana tree. What's its name?" Jun Moxie almost fell under the table. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Well, you can ask your brother about it. He certainly knows. I've said so much just now. My mouth is too dry. Let me drink some water first." Dugu Xiaoyi snorted and rolled her eyes at him. Then she turned her head to ask Dugu Ying. Dugu Ying's black face turned purple in a split second. How can I explain this to my little sister as an elder brother? She couldn't help but stare fiercely at Jun Moxie as she stammered her refusal. However, Dugu Xiaoyi wasn't satisfied with this. She pouted her small mouth and acted like a spoiled child while threatening them. This caused the 7 Dugu brothers to be battered and exhausted. Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the hall, another instructor of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute, Kong Lingyang, stood up and said, "Last year's Golden Scholarly Talent Banquet, the geniuses and talented women of the various aristocratic families fought against our Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute. Our Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute was lucky enough to come out on top. But no one was able to defeat Grand Preceptor Li's eldest grandson, young Master Li. Today, a few disciples wish to seek advice from young Master Li. What do you think?" Everyone's spirits were roused. The main event is finally here. The eyes of the scholars of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute also shone. The scholars of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute hadn't been able to eat since they had entered the hall. But they had been waiting for this moment. If they could stump the #1 scholar of Tianxiang, then they would at least prove that they were superior in terms of knowledge. And this would undoubtedly be very beneficial for their future. Li Yuran smiled faintly. Then she stood up gracefully and looked at everyone with a gentle look in her eyes. She then said, "Yu Yuran's talent is shallow. So how can I stand up to the scholars? However, if you wish to seek advice from me, then there's another person in front of me. His knowledge and wisdom are both admirable. So you might as well seek advice from him." "May I dare to ask, young master? Who is this genius?" Everyone asked in unison. They were puzzled in their hearts. Could it be that there's a peerless genius in Tianxiang City who can convince Li Yuran? Why haven't we heard of him before? This is very strange. It's none other than Jun Moxie, young Master Jun. Li Yuran smiled faintly and replied in a sincere tone. Then she pointed her finger at Jun Dashao. Her target was very clear. Jun Moxie was holding a chicken leg in his hand. His mouth was covered in grease. So he couldn't help but fiercely glare at Li Yuran. "Crap. You're setting me up in public." Chapter 289. Meng Haizhou and the others thought that Li Yuran was taking advantage of this opportunity to make things difficult for Jun Moxie, so they started to jeer. But they didn't know that Li Yuran was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Young Master Yuran must be joking. Kong Lingyang's complexion darkened. He was somewhat displeased. Young Master Jun may have other achievements in other areas. But you're not famous in the way of poetry. Someone snickered. Although Master Kong's words were very vague, everyone could hear that Jun Moxie's achievements in other areas were nothing more than brothels, running dogs, fighting cocks, bullying men and women, and other despicable things. As for other areas, what achievements could this kid have? Everyone praised in their hearts. Old Master Kong is indeed Old Master Kong. He's so refined even when mocking people. Master Kong, you don't need to worry. Haha, if your disciple can't even win a debate with Jun Moxie, why would he want to compete with young Master Yuran? Meng Haizhou replied with a faint smile. His words had greatly provoked Master Kong. Kong Lingyang was speechless. If my disciple, whom I've nurtured with painstaking effort, can't compare with that debauchee, then I'll have to find a way to commit suicide. He didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and designated a disciple to fight. Then he sullenly sat down. "This student is Han Zhidong. I would like to ask for advice from young Master Jun." A young man stood up with a smile. He clasped his hands in front of him from afar. Then he raised his head, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Well, there's no need to ask for advice. I'll teach you a few moves when I have the time. I guarantee that you'll be able to move unhindered in the spirit fog lake. How can I demonstrate the mysteries of these moves in public? Even if you don't mind, I do. Jun Moxie naturally saw the disdain in his eyes. He chuckled, winked, and laughed. Then he put a shameless hat on his disciple's head. I've always been clean and pure. I've never gone to a place like the Spirit Fog Lake. Han Jidong's voice was a little cold, and he felt a burst of contempt in his heart. He is indeed a big scum. I asked him for some knowledge and he actually talked about brothels. Do you also know that this is a public place? What a disgrace. You haven't been to the Spirit Fog Lake? Where are you going? Jun Moxie felt disgusted in his heart. Are you guys not done yet? Swinging his legs, he leisurely said, Oh, that's right, this young master was negligent. Judging from gifted scholar Han's shabby attire, I presume he can't afford to go to that kind of place. It seems that if there's a need, he can only wield a long spear in his hand and devise a strategy in his heart. In his small room, he can move about freely and majestically, exterminating millions upon millions of soldiers and horses with one spear. What kind of words were those? Han Jidong's fair and handsome face suddenly turned red as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His neck also became thicker in a split second. Jun Dashao's choice of words was very elegant. Moreover, it was also very imposing. Many people in the crowd stared blankly for a moment. They carefully thought about it for a while and finally understood what he meant. They couldn't help but giggle. This brat is really too bad. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the kind of vulgar laughter that belonged to men. It could only be understood, but it couldn't be expressed in words. Only Princess Raimu, Dugu Xiaoyi, Han Yen Meng, and the other talented young ladies stared with astonished eyes. They looked from one to the other in confusion. They faintly felt that this wasn't a good thing. However, they couldn't figure out what was so bad about it. Listening to Jun Moxie's words, it seemed as if he was describing an awe-inspiring general. But why was it so strange? Several old men winked at each other. Only a few of them were laughing out loud without the slightest scruple. They were slapping the table, slapping their thighs, and laughing so hard that their eyebrows couldn't even be seen. Dugu Zongheng slapped Tang Wanli's shoulder. Tang Wanli's body was trembling with laughter. Dugu Zongheng chuckled and said, Old Tang, I suddenly remembered the time when we had just entered the army. It was the eve of the fierce battle on Mount Celestial Wolf. Old Jun was a squad leader. That night, Old Tang, you were so awe-inspiring. We all saw it. Tang Wanli's face turned red as he jumped up. He no longer cared about his fear of Dugu Zongheng. He fiercely opened his arms and placed them on Dugu Zongheng's thick neck. Then he growled in a low voice, You old bastard. If you dare to say another word. Dugu Zongheng coughed repeatedly. He was laughing and begging for mercy at the same time. Several old men put their thumbs up to Tang Wanli's nose. So, everyone heard it? Old Master Tang's face turned red. He angrily stood up and was about to leave. But he was held down by several old men. They smiled and persuaded him to stay. Dugu Xiaoyi saw that her 7 brothers were tightly grinning. Their dark faces looked like they were overjoyed. Their shoulders were trembling. It seemed that they were very funny. So she couldn't help but ask, What did he say? Is it really that funny? The 7 brothers looked at each other in dismay. They stared blankly for a moment. Then they shook their heads in unison. It's not funny. How is it funny? It's not funny at all. Dugu Xiaoyi snorted. She angrily turned her head. She suddenly felt that these men, including her brothers and Jun Moxie, were very loathsome. I can't even get an answer today. I'm so angry. She secretly thought over what Jun Moxie had said and firmly remembered it in her heart. She thought to herself, Don't say it if you don't want to say it. When I go home and ask my mother, I don't believe that she really doesn't know. Han Jidong took a deep breath. He knew that he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand if he continued to bicker with this debauchee. He said, His Majesty is gracious enough to bestow this golden scholarly talent banquet today. This humble student is ashamed that I was allowed to follow my esteemed teacher here. When I arrived, I saw the golden chrysanthemum and cinnamon osmanthus in full bloom in the imperial garden. I came across a couplet by chance. May young Master Jun enlighten me. She didn't wait for Jun Moxie's response before reciting, the imperial garden, the fragrance of chrysanthemum, the fragrance of orchid, the fragrance of osmanthus, the fragrance of flowers, the fragrance of flowers, the fragrance of heavenly fragrance, the fragrance of 1,000 miles, the fragrance of 1,000 miles. As soon as this couplet came out, everyone fell into deep thought. This couplet seemed simple, but it wasn't simple at all. This was especially true for the last sentence. The two words Tianxiang were embedded in it. It was a metaphorical blessing for the Tianxiang Empire. However, this couplet didn't leave a single trace. It could be said that this was an expert. Everyone was racking their brains trying to come up with this couplet in front of everyone. They wanted to show off their talents in front of His Majesty. As for Jun Moxie, no one had high hopes for him. Wouldn't it be a joke to ask him to come up with such a difficult and profound couplet? Even in his next life, he wouldn't be able to come up with a couplet. Young Master Jun, this humble student's talent is shallow. I can barely come up with such a shallow couplet. I wonder if it would be able to enter young Master Jun's eyes? Han Zhidong chuckled as he looked at Jun Moxie humbly. His expression was very sincere. I hope that young Master Jun will not be stingy in giving me some pointers. If he hadn't said these words and had waited until Jun Moxie couldn't come up with the couplet and made a fool of himself, everyone would have looked up to him while looking down on Jun Moxie. He believed that this couplet would have left a special impression in the hearts of all the big shots. After all, coming up with such a difficult couplet on the spot was also an extraordinary talent. However, these words of his made all the big shots sigh in their hearts. This gifted scholar was so unforgiving and arrogant. His temperament had long since deteriorated. Moreover, you've been nurtured by the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute for many years. Do you think that you should be proud of making things difficult for a debauchee in a couplet? This so-called gifted scholar's lifetime achievements won't be high. Even if he had the opportunity to climb up, the big shots wouldn't allow someone with such a temperament to rise to power. Who could guarantee that this guy wouldn't deal with them after he gained power? Therefore, Han Zhidong didn't know that he had declared the end of his political career because he had spoken a few words. He was still feeling complacent at this moment. Jun Moxie wrinkled his brows. I can plagiarize a poem if it was an impromptu one. But I can't plagiarize this kind of impromptu couplet even if I want to. How come the first match is a bullsh *T couplet? Can't we compete with something else? This is really fucking awesome. Kong Lingyang narrowed his eyes. He seemed very proud of himself. Young Master Jun, there's no harm in saying it if you can't come up with a couplet. Hee, this isn't a shameful matter for young master. Everyone chuckled. This old man is unforgiving. Moreover, he's adhering to his usual habit of cursing people without using any profanity. It seems that he's going to continue cursing. Jun Moxie's anger surged. He suddenly steeled his heart and said in a loud voice, "What's so difficult about this? Isn't it just a bullsh *T couplet? See how this elder brother will match it for you. I'll trample the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute by myself." Boos rang out from all directions. This guy really dares to speak. He's only a little bit capable, but he dares to spout such crazy words. Isn't he afraid that the wind will cut his tongue? It seems that this kid is going to be ruthlessly abused by the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute today. Only Li Yuran and Jun Zhantian's pupils shrank. Li Yuran believed in his ability. Moreover, Li Yuran had also tried to come up with the couplet. But she felt that it wasn't a good match. However, Jun Moxie was speaking such wild words at this moment. She couldn't help but think in her heart, is he really stronger than me? Grandpa Jun became somewhat anxious. This little bastard. Didn't I tell you to hide your abilities? Why are you showing off your abilities now? Kong Lingyang sneered and said, Young Master Jun is truly confident. How about this? If young Master Jun can come up with the answer within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then my Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute will willingly concede defeat. But if you can't come up with the answer, then I ask young Master Jun to mediate with young Master Tang, and return my poor disciple to me. How about it? The disciple he was talking about was naturally the underwear washing scholar, Zhao Chengsong, who had been abused by Tang Yuan. However, when Tang Yuan had been expelled from the family, Zhao Chengsong had already been beaten to death with a stick for fear of leaving behind a scourge. How could he be found? Even if he were to summon his soul from the netherworld, his bones would have long since rotted by now. No problem. Jun Moxie raised his head and took charge of the matter. If I can't come up with the answer, then I'll return your disciple's corpse to you. You only want a disciple. You didn't say whether he's dead or alive. I don't mind. However, if I come up with the answer, then you must also come up with the answer. If you can't come up with the answer, then your Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute will never speak of this couplet again in front of this young master. How about it? Jun Moxie gave a strange smile. Chapter 290. It's a deal. Kong Lingyang didn't pay any attention to him. Don't mention that you may not be able to match Han Zhidong's couplet. Even if you are lucky enough to match it, Do you think this debauchee shallow couplet can stump our entire Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute? This is a huge joke. Jun Moxie slapped his thigh and grabbed a jar of wine from the table. Then he placed his foot on a chair, raised his head, and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. He pondered for a moment, raised his head again, and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Even His Majesty the Emperor was no exception. He was looking at him with great interest, and a faint cold light flashed in his eyes. If Jun Moxie is able to match this couplet, then I'll have to re-evaluate the Jun family. Dugu Xiaoyi and Princess Raima looked at him anxiously. They couldn't help but complain in their hearts. What are you trying to show off? I'll lose a lot of face if I can't match it. However, they didn't dare to say anything for fear of disturbing his train of thought. Dugu Ying saw that Jun Moxie had already drunk more than half of his wine jar. He anxiously asked, "Hey, don't tell me you're using this opportunity to drink more wine?" Dugu Xiaoyi fiercely glared at her elder brother and angrily said, "Why are you so anxious?" Dugu Ying scratched his head and sat down in embarrassment. Then he anxiously looked at the wine jar in Jun Moxie's hand. Suddenly, Jun Moxie raised his head, raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. It was clear and crisp as he said, "Got it." Jun Dashao proudly recited the second half of his couplet under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Chaser smelly street. Human excrement stinks. Dog excrement stinks. Pig excrement stinks. Excrement stinks. Excrement stinks. Excrement stinks. Excrement stinks for 10,000 years. 10,000 years alone stinks. Everyone was shocked. Absolutely, truly absolutely. Using fragrance to fight stench, using sh*t to fight flowers. Blurg. Tang Yuan hurriedly jumped out to praise, but before he could finish his words, he was already disgusted by the word, absolutely. He couldn't say a word and only felt nauseous. This pair was really too disgusting. It was too disgusting. Plus, he had just eaten a lot of food. It would be strange if he didn't feel disgusted and vomited. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces as they looked at Jun Moxie with grief and indignation. Suddenly, the princess of the Silver Blizzard City, Han Yen Meng, ran out of the room with her hands covering her mouth. Then the young ladies of the Silver Blizzard City also covered their mouths and ran away. In the end, even Dugu Xiaoyi covered her mouth and ran away. Before she ran out, she rolled her eyes at Jun Moxie. Who dares to say that I'm wrong? Are we doing a good job? Jun Moxie raised his arm and casually grabbed a crab. Then he took out the crab roe, stuffed it into his mouth and started to chew. Everyone looked at him as he stuffed the yellow crab roe into his mouth. And they recalled the extremely disgusting second half of the couplet from a moment ago. And everyone's faces turned pale. Everyone was speechless. The couplet has indeed matched. Moreover, it has severely cursed these Confucian scholars. In fact, the words Confucian stinks are enough to make these old scholars tremble in anger. Even Kong Ling Yang and Mei Gao Jie didn't dare to say that this couplet wasn't matched or that it wasn't neat. However, if you were to come up with this kind of couplet when everyone was eating, wouldn't you be looking for trouble on purpose? You've matched the second half of the couplet, but you've made everyone lose their appetite. Every dog has its day. Now it's my turn to come up with a question. Jun Moxie proudly waved the half crab in his hand. I remember that half a month ago I was studying poetry at home. Suddenly, an old friend of my grandfather's came to visit. This friend's name was very strange. Therefore it left a deep impression on me. His surname was He and his given name was Shang. He gave my grandfather a painting. It was a lotus painting that he had personally drawn. He left behind a couplet before he left. My grandfather asked many people for help, but none of them were able to match it. Speaking till here, Dugu Xiaoyi and the other women came back with pale faces. Each of them glared hatefully at Jun Moxie. In fact, it seemed as if they wished they could run over and bite him. Someone asked curiously, I wonder what the first half of the couplet that Jun Sunxiao mentioned is? The first half of the couplet is very simple. It only has 7 words, lotus flower monk painting. Jun Moxie snorted twice and threw out this absolute. As for this black pot, it was pushed onto Grandpa Jun. Since Grandpa Jun was present, he wasn't afraid of being exposed. In this world, there were many people who couldn't be trusted. However, his own grandfather was definitely one of the most trustworthy people. Forget about lying to his grandson. Even if he didn't do so, Grandpa Jun would still have to clean up this mess for his grandson. Lotus flower monk painting. Lotus flower monk painting. Everyone frowned when they heard this first half of the couplet. This first half of the couplet seemed very simple. However, after careful consideration, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. could be read in any case. Moreover, the meaning was the same. There was a person's name embedded in the middle of the couplet. Although the first and last words were the same, one was moving while the other was quiet. All the old teachers furrowed their brows. They never imagined that this unscrupulous, ignorant and incompetent profligate would throw out such a difficult question the moment he opened his mouth. In the face of this absolute, the scholars of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute fell into an unprecedented and bitter struggle. The 20 scholars frowned and thought hard. Everyone racked their brains and racked their brains. Their own difficult question had already been answered by Jun Moxie. Even if the second half of the couplet was unbearable, it was still a fact that it couldn't be changed. However, the other party's question had been answered, and they were at their wits' end. If they couldn't answer it, then it would be tantamount to the entire Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute being stumped by Jun Moxie. This was an unbelievable myth. However, this myth had actually happened. If the entire Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute couldn't perfectly solve this absolute, then they would be stumped by an unscrupulous debauchee? How humiliating would that be? The entire Tianxiang Heavenly Literature Institute represented the highest level of learning. In fact, this first half of the couplet was considered an absolute even in Jun Moxie's previous life on Earth. Countless people racked their brains and racked their brains. But they were barely able to match the second half of the couplet. Moreover, no one had been able to match the second half of the couplet in a flawless manner, whether it was in terms of concept, rhythm, or other conditions. It would be very difficult for these scholars to match such an absolute within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The two old teachers were also racking their brains. Mei Gaojie frowned as he slowly paced back and forth. From time to time he would shake his head and murmur, "No, no." Then he would continue to ponder. Kong Lingyang remained motionless. He closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. There was a look of deep contemplation on his face. From afar, the wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened. His white hair seemed to have turned as white as snow. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help but feel a kind of sadness in their hearts. In fact, this duel was aimed at the scholars of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. So, the two old teachers shouldn't have intervened. In fact, it was against the rules. However, the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute's 100-year reputation was at stake. So, the two old teachers couldn't care less. As for Jun Dashao, he didn't care about this at all. Let alone the two old fogies, even if you find 10 or 20 more of them, so what? Time passed slowly. The incense stick continued to emit green smoke in spirals. Then it finally turned into ashes. The miracle didn't happen. I can't match it. I admit defeat. Han Zhidong hung his head dejectedly. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of defeat in his heart. He was a talented scholar of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. But he was about to lose to a debauchee like Jun Moxie. He wanted to die at this moment. No. You may have lost, but you weren't the one who lost. At least, you weren't the only one who lost. Jun Moxie half reclined on his chair. He slowly extended a finger and gently shook it, because the one who made the bet with me wasn't you. You're only a chess piece here. A most unremarkable chess piece. You don't have the qualifications to make a bet with me. You don't have the qualifications in any aspect. You're far from it. Then Jun Moxie raised his chin, and looked at Mei Gaojie and Kong Lingyang with a smile. Two old teachers, what do you say? We've lost. The faces of the two old men were in a daze. Their eyes didn't have the vigor that they had when they'd first entered the hall. They were the acknowledged geniuses of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. But they had to admit defeat in front of Jun Moxie. This was an intense humiliation. The two old men felt as if they were better off dead than alive. Kong Lingyang's lips trembled as he said in a low voice, "This old man will fulfill his promise. The Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute won't talk about couplets in front of you, Jun Moxie." The hall became deathly silent for a moment. Jun Moxie sighed. He respected the strength of character of these two old men. So he didn't want to push them to this point. These two had organized the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. They had selected the best students for the empire. Moreover, the students who had been selected to join the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute weren't poor or lowly. Instead, they were talented and knowledgeable. They didn't care about wealth or power. These points alone were worthy of Jun Moxie's admiration. However, these two men were indeed respectable. But they were still lacking in many aspects. In terms of knowledge, the two of them were naturally sufficient, but in terms of methods and objectives, the two of them were wrong. They had only focused on the cultivation of knowledge. But they had neglected the cultivation of character. A teacher wasn't just a simple imparting of knowledge. Before Jun Moxie had transmigrated to this world, there had been a widespread saying, "Teachers are the engineers of the human soul." It was true that the so-called great Confucian scholars of a generation would teach their disciples who were knowledgeable, outstanding in poetry, and extremely good at strategy. They would also deliberately cultivate their political abilities. This would ensure that they would be able to display their talents as soon as possible once they entered the official career. However, they had neglected one point. If they didn't have a good temperament and only cared about their own interests, fame and wealth, then they would become extremely dreadful officials. There was no need to mention anything else. However, the disciples of these two old men numbered in the thousands in the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. But it was undeniable that each and every one of them would be able to find their own job even if they couldn't move unhindered in the officialdom. But the disciples of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute would be excellent candidates for the advisors of the major powers and clans. Even the most incompetent of them would be able to obtain the position of an advisor or a copywriter. How much harm would this group of people who entered society without going through moral education cause to the ordinary people? This was simply unimaginable. Therefore, Jun Moxie couldn't bear to see this happen. He couldn't bear to see this happen. In fact, he even despised them. Therefore, Jun Moxie wouldn't feel that he had done anything wrong even if he were to anger these two old men to death. In fact, he would even feel that it was the right thing to do. I'm not a good person. And I don't have any interest in caring about the sufferings of the common people. But you want to bully me? Then I will reluctantly enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Chapter 291. Third Young Master Jun. Although the two masters are open and above board and have long seen through victory and defeat are ephemeral, and do not care about the gains and losses of this moment, and disdain to lower themselves to the same level as you. But I would like to ask, Third Young Master Jun, do you have a second verse for this couplet? If you have an excellent second verse, please bestow it upon us and let us broaden our horizons. A scholar from the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute stood up. He was clearly unconvinced by the loss of this round. How can you be more hypocritical than Li Yuran? Jun Moxie looked at him in astonishment. Please use your brain when thinking about things. Don't always use your butt to think about problems. If I had a couplet that even I could match, would I use it to make things difficult for others? Did you get kicked by a donkey when you were young? How can the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute produce such an idiot like you? Oh right, I see that not only is your brain stupid but your ears are also deaf, right? Before I set the question, I clearly said that this was a question set by someone else, and no one has been able to match it to this day. I just borrowed it, and which ear did you hear that I made it myself? I see that either you don't have a brain, or your brain is full of mold. You actually want a second verse from me? You really have the nerve to ask. Is the Heavenly Star Academy filled with people who only care about winning and losing? Are they unreasonable people? Jun Dashao opened his mouth this time, and not many people had anything to say. After all, he had already stated that this couplet was not his own before he set the question. He had obtained it from somewhere else, and it was clearly used to make things difficult for others. At this moment, that scholar had used this to make things difficult for others, and wanted to use this as a pretext to save some face. But it was a waste of effort and even made others laugh at him. That scholar's face turned red. The others did not think much of it, and only Li Yuran opened her eyes in surprise. What's wrong with this person? Why did he involve me again? What did he mean by, how can you be more hypocritical than Li Yuran? Damn it, is this what a human is saying? How am I hypocritical? The master has just admitted defeat, and now he sends his disciple to act shamelessly? Could it be that the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute is such a sore loser? Jun Moxie's voice was very loud and full of energy. If you really can't afford to lose, then this young master won't mind taking a step back. This young master may not be a good person, but I still know how to respect the elderly and the wise. So you still know that you're not a good person? Everyone rolled their eyes in disbelief. Is there anyone who respects the elderly as much as you do? You've almost sent the two old masters to the ground with your respect. Yen Feng, stand down. A loss was a loss and there was no need to argue about it. Why bother with the gains and losses of one or two times? This is only the first round. Don't tell me that our Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute doesn't have a chance to turn things around? Kong Ling Yang's lips trembled as he sternly reprimanded his disciple. Old man Kong did not bother with the gains and losses of one or two times. This was not a simple loss of a competition. This time they had lost a great deal of face. In previous years there had been victories and defeats at the autumn scholarly feasts. However, those feasts had always been held at the center of the Moon Lake. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor had not been present. But this time, It had been held at the imperial palace. Not only was His Majesty the Emperor present, but all the high-ranking officials of the empire were present as well. The scale of the feasts was many times larger than in previous years. But they had lost at this time. Wouldn't this be extremely depressing? The Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute had hated Fatty and Tang Yuan the most in the past. However, Fatty had now fallen to second place and Jun Daxiao was now at the top of the list. Moreover, this had never changed in 10,000 years. The old, middle-aged, and young scholars of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute hated Jun Daxiao to the bone. Teacher Kong is right. Couplets are just a game that scholars play to pass the time when they're bored. What truly reflects one's talent is poetry, song, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Li Yuran calmly smiled and said, "Don't tell me that there's no one better than the young Master Jun?" These words were very vicious. If the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute were to give up in front of all the civil and military officials, wouldn't that mean that the institute was admitting that there was no one better than the debauchee Jun Moxie? How could the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute collapse? How could they let this go? Swords were drawn and bows were bent. I can see that this brat Li Yuran doesn't have good intentions. This pretty boy doesn't have good intentions. He wants to use these old men's knives to force me to show my cards. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and tilted his head to one side. It seemed that his face was very close to Dugu Xiaoyi's small mouth. Then he nodded and laughed with confidence. "You're right. The Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute has sent a lot of people this time. Fortunately, we're also full of talented people. How can we, the descendants of the great families, be afraid? This young master and young master Yuran will join hands to fight against the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. It won't matter who wins or loses." Young Master Yuran also said that he admires this young master in many aspects. This means that this young master's skills are better than his. In other words, this young master is much better than Li Yuran. Everyone heard that right? So, if you can't even compare to young Master Yuran, then don't come looking for me. This young master is very busy. Time is very precious. Every moment brings in tens of millions of taels of silver. How can I afford to delay? These words were said in a very beautiful way. Not only did he tie all the young masters to his worship, but he also pushed Li Yuran out as the #1 scapegoat. It was both offensive and defensive. It was an untraceable move. Everyone looked at him with admiration. However, they weren't looking at Jun Moxie but at Dugu Xiaoyi. Jun Moxie tilted his head and nodded. Then his attitude changed greatly. He even said that he was capable of both offense and defense, and that he could advance and retreat freely. Even a wooden person would be able to see that something was wrong. If Dugu Xiaoyi hadn't given him this move, then he would have seen a ghost. How could such a scoundrel be able to say something of such standard? Besides, this guy's words were very unnatural. It was as if he was reciting from a book. Moreover, there wasn't a single word of vulgarity in his words. If he hadn't been taught this, then it would have been too bizarre. Jun Moxie leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes. Looking at his shameless appearance, he wouldn't answer even if he was asked anything. The people of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute felt helpless. They had no choice but to turn to Li Yuran. "So, we will ask young Master Li for advice first." Li Yuran stood up with a smile. She nodded slightly. "It's an honor." She didn't feel disgusted that Jun Moxie had pushed her forward. To be honest, Jun Moxie had already won a match. Whether it was a glorious victory or not, a win was a win. Li Yuran, who felt that she was favored by the heavens, didn't want to be defeated by him. His Majesty, who was sitting on the dragon throne, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Li Yuran. Then he lowered his eyes and looked at Jun Moxie and Dugu Xiaoyi from the corner of his eyes. His expression was unfathomable. "Since we've already matched the couplet and heard that young Master Li's flute is well known throughout the world, how about we compete in music for this match? I'm Jin Zhen. I'd like to ask young Master Yuran for advice." A scholar slowly stepped forward. He bowed to the emperor and the elders first. Then he turned to face Li Yuran. His movements were calm and unhurried. He gently held a jade flute made of white jade in his hand. "Young Master Jin Yin's music is well known throughout the world. How can Yuran compare to you? There's no need for this match. I admit defeat." Li Yuran bitterly smiled. Li Yuran didn't admit defeat on purpose. On this occasion, young Master Li wanted to show off. After all, this was in front of the emperor. If he could leave a good impression, then no matter what he did in the future, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, this Jin Zhen was a formidable opponent. Moreover, he was a formidable opponent that was difficult to match. This person's flute skills were passed down through his family. When he was only 15 years old, his name had already spread throughout the continent. How could a person like Li Yuran compare to him? Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute had clearly sent him here to win this match. They wanted to establish a tie between the two sides. Then the real battle would begin. Haha, young Master Imosia and I will each take a match. Yuran is ashamed of this match. My skills are not as good as yours. I admit defeat. Li Yuran's expression didn't change. She said, the next match is young Master Imosia's turn. Yuran wishes Jun Sunshao a victory. Jun Moxie said, fuck. This guy didn't even try to compete. He directly admitted defeat. This was too much. If it were me, no matter how strong the opponent was, I would have shouted a pop song. I would rather be beaten to death than be scared to death. The autumn scholarly feast was usually started by two sides provoking each other. Then it would start with poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Then it would move on to national strategy, people's livelihood, foreign strategy, and so on. It would only end when all the skills had been competed. At present, under Jun Moxie's nonsense, two opposing factions had been formed. However, whether it was the smell of gunpowder or the intensity of the confrontation, it had far surpassed the previous years. This point could be clearly felt by those who had participated in previous autumn scholarly feasts. Only Jun Dashao and Fatty Tang, who had participated in the competition for the first time, hadn't seen this. They had participated in the previous autumn scholarly feasts as well. But that was to pick up girls. So it couldn't be compared to this. Next was the poetry competition. The Minister of Rights, Sun Qinghe, discussed with everyone for a while. Then they decided to come up with a topic on the spot. Then both sides would compose a poem and compete on the spot to determine the winner. The topic of this poetry competition will be knowledge. Both sides please choose a candidate. Sun Qinghe looked at Jun Moxie and shook his head. It was obvious that he had already decided the winner in his heart. So he sighed. Jun Moxie didn't intend to win. So he just laughed it off. Another blue-clothed scholar stood up. His name was Qin Xiushi. It was easy to imagine how much this Qin Xiushi's parents were obsessed with scholarly honors just from this name alone. Please enlighten me, young Master Jun. Qin Xiushi frowned and pondered for a while. Then he cleared his throat and spoke in a clear voice after some time had passed. The eunuch on the other side was already prepared. He held his wrist and raised his elbow. He was attentively waiting for Qin Xiushi to speak. He was ready to record the entire process. Bravely climbing the book mountain to reach the clouds, daring to cross the sea of learning to see the angry tide. There's no need to take shortcuts if one's heart is honest and diligent. Climbing the stars and plucking the dough isn't far away. I'm willing to dedicate myself to the country. How can I be stingy with my hot-bloodedness? If I can make even an inch of progress in this life, I won't be in vain by waving my brush today. This Qin Xiushi was indeed extraordinary. He had only spent half an incense stick's worth of time to compose a poem of 7 lines. The artistic conception of this poem wasn't top-notch. But the couplets were very good. In fact, it could be regarded as a top-notch work. Moreover, it not only clarified his attitude towards learning, but also faintly showed his lofty aspirations for the country. The eunuch finished transcribing the poem. Then, he respectfully handed it over to the emperor to look at. The emperor glanced at it. Then he gazed deeply at Qin Xiushi. His face remained expressionless. He waved his hand and ordered the civil officials to pass the poem around. The officials nodded in agreement. These people are talented. But I wouldn't have been able to compose a better poem in half an incense stick's worth of time if I had been in the same position. Good poem. Good poem. Brother Qin has recited a good poem. Jun Moxie clapped his hands. This Jun Moxie admits defeat in this poem recitation skill. His speed is too fast. He's a fast shooter. Many thanks for young Master Jun's praise. But this young man's talent is limited. So, I've made young Master Jun and the other seniors laugh at me. Qin Xiushi couldn't understand the profound meaning behind Jun Moxie's words. So, he modestly said, I ask young Master Jun to give me some pointers. I'm also waiting to hear young Master Jun's great work. My great work? No. This young master has a lot of resources. I can shoot at will. I don't need to recite a poem. Jun Moxie hastily declined modestly. But it sounded incoherent to everyone. Tang Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed for a while. Then it seemed that he couldn't control himself. He held his big belly and laughed so hard that his face started to twitch. His whole body started to spasm. It seemed that he was going to die soon. Tang Yuan had been under Jun Dashao's influence for a long time. So he had started to show signs of surpassing his master. The other people might not have understood what Jun Dashao had recited. But Fatty had understood it very clearly. So how could he not laugh? Everyone who didn't understand the mystery behind it despised him. This Fatty isn't honest. You're with Jun Moxie. But you're rejoicing in his misfortune when you see him making a fool of himself. This kind of character makes people despise him. Young Master Jun is brimming with talent. So how can you admit defeat? That won't do. You have to recite a poem for everyone to judge. Han Jidong had jumped out to wave the flag and shout. He was determined to make Jun Wuxia make a fool of himself. Don't tell me that young Master Jun disdains to compete with us? Mei Gaojie rolled his eyes and said in a dense manner, that's unacceptable. Jun Sunshao comes from a family that values martial arts. So, it's inevitable that he doesn't have any literary talent. A scholar of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute chuckled. He was full of complacent satisfaction. He was very pleased to see Jun Moxie make a fool of himself. It's expected that he would admit defeat. Don't tell me that you're surprised? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a superb cold joke. Both those who wanted to laugh and those who didn't all laughed loudly, and their laughter was filled with ridicule. I really despise you. Jun Moxie obviously wouldn't say these words out loud. But you're asking for a scolding. And you're asking for it in such an urgent manner. So, this young master will be letting you down if he doesn't give you a good scolding? Jun Moxie snorted coldly. Then he said with emotion, this young master won't refuse since everyone is so kind. But this young master has never done anything like that. So, I won't compose a poem. I'll just casually recite a song for everyone to listen to. Casually recite a song? Young Master Jun is very talented. He can compose a poem with just a wave of his hand. I admire him. It's that Han Jidong again. He has hated Jun Moxie ever since he lost the couplet match. How could I have ended up in such a difficult situation if not for Jun Moxie? It would be equivalent to Jun Moxie ruining my life if I lose my future because of this. How can I let go of this opportunity to take revenge? He wasn't doing this for the sake of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute's victory or defeat. Instead, he was venting his anger for his own selfish reasons. Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute's scholars. Jun Moxie tilted his head and smiled. Then he suddenly said in a meaningful manner, they all have the same character? Why do I feel that they aren't as good as me? I'm a debauchee. I'm a debauchee. I'm a debauchee who commits all kinds of crimes. Is such a person the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute is recommending to the Empire's rising stars? I don't understand. Wouldn't such a person be a groom every day, and a bride every night if they were in charge of a government? These words had been spoken in a light manner. It seemed as if they were purely unintentional. But it seemed as if he was cursing on the spot. But the speaker didn't mean it. The Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed. His complexion changed and he started to ponder. All the big shots were also startled. They seemed to be lost in thought. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but remember that the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute's desire to win in the past year's scholarly feasts had been a little too strong. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jun Moxie after a moment of contemplation. Did this guy say it unintentionally? Or did he deliberately point it out? They were disappointed as they looked at him. This guy's current appearance is too wretched. Jun Moxie frowned as he finished speaking. He slowly walked out of his seat. His neck was still crooked. He didn't know what he had just said. Lord Ba's steps were very natural. He twisted his waist and took a step. It seemed as if he was moving forward and backward. One of his hands was behind his back, and the other hand was trembling in front of his chest. It seemed as if it had been electrocuted. His movements seemed to be wooden. But they were quite smooth. They were strange and elegant. Any earthling would have recognized it if they had seen it. This was Michael Jackson's famous move, space step and mechanical step. The combination of these two great skills had finally appeared in this different world. If there were people who knew what was good for them, they would have immediately screamed and cheered. Look at those trembling hands. It's like they've been electrocuted. Look at that stiff neck. It's really awesome. Look at those few steps. Wow. It's as if Michael Jackson's soul has possessed this body. It's a pity that these people from this different world don't know how to appreciate art. Jun Dashao felt as if he was trying to flirt with a blind person. Unappreciated talent. But I'm about to curse. Why should I care about my image? The worse the better. I don't expect these people to give me any help. I won't go back if I don't curse to my heart's content today. Everyone in the main hall looked as if they had seen a fool. Everyone couldn't bear to watch. This grandson Jun Tian is really a clown. He has found a home. How did the Jun family produce such a treasure? Speechless, at this moment Jun Dashao twisted his waist. His entire body made a standard electric shock motion. His right hand twitched above his head and made an orchid gesture. With a snap of his fingers, his left hand covered his lower abdomen. His waist moved back and forth leisurely, swaying back and forth. His coquettish eyes fluttered everywhere. One couldn't help but admit that if these movements were placed in the world of Jun Dashao's previous world, they would have been genuine and extremely difficult masterpieces of dance. Without a deep foundation, it would have been absolutely impossible to do. As for why Jun Dashao could do it, the reason was very simple. As long as one had the same skills as Jun Dashao, one could easily do it as well. However, in the eyes of these dummies, these extremely difficult and artistic high-level movements were directly associated with bed activities. Even the women were no exception. Looking at the high-speed movements of this guy's lower body, it was really too unsightly. I got it. Jun Moxie seemed to groan strangely, causing all the princesses and talented ladies in the main hall to blush. One after another they cursed angrily. This guy is really too vulgar and shameless. He actually dared to tease us in front of so many people. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes were spitting fire. Princess Rima's pretty face was deathly pale. Both women had a desire. Immediately push this lecher to the ground and give him a good beating. This is too disgraceful. This is simply offensive to public morals. Want to talk about love with me? Not beautiful. Don't talk to me about love. I'm too bad. Don't be infatuated with this brother. This brother is just a legend. Don't provoke me. I'll make you vomit blood. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jun Dashao's poem was finally revealed. Moreover, he used an extremely unbearable voice, and each sentence was clearly heard. Jun Dashao's finger was coincidentally pointing in the direction of the scholars of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute when he said the last sentence. His face was full of anger. I'll curse you old bastards to death. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Don't you know what kind of person I am? The entire hall was in an uproar. Which one of the people present wasn't a shrewd person? Every one of them was a wily old fox in the officialdom. They had spent most of their lives observing people's expressions. Even if someone's words were taboo, they would still carefully analyze it for a long time. Moreover, Jun Moxie was directly pointing at their noses and cursing them. Every sentence was the behavior of a hooligan. Every sentence was the style of a scoundrel. The last 8 sentences were pointed at the nose of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. His spittle flew everywhere as he cursed. Moreover, there were threats, insults and threats. Finally, it involved the elders. You. Mei Gao Jie and Kong Ling Yang were both erudite scholars. When had anyone ever pointed at their noses and humiliated them like this? Moreover, a debauchee young master had wantonly cursed them in front of hundreds of civil and military officials in front of the emperor. They were so angry that their hands and feet started to tremble. Their beards started to tremble. Their pale old faces turned blue in an instant. They trembled for a long time. Then they rolled their eyes and fainted. What an evil creature! Jun Tian jumped out with a whoosh. He was so angry that his beard had flared up. It seemed that he had lost control of his strength due to his anger. He ruthlessly kicked his grandson's buttocks. Jun Moxie stealthily blinked his eyes. Then he flew up into the air and crashed into a pillar in the main hall. It seemed that his brain would have burst open if he had hit the pillar. However, there was a person there. Who was it? It was naturally Dugu Zongheng. These 2 old men had been working together for a lifetime. So, who didn't know what the other was thinking? He had already taken his position. So, he caught Jun Moxie and shouted, Jun Tian, you old thing, have you gone senile? Don't tell me that you want to kill the only heir of your Jun family? This old man is really ruthless. He said that he's the only heir of the Jun family. So, I won't kill him. Don't stop me today. I will kill this little bastard today. He's a disgrace to the Jun family. He's a disgrace to the Jun family. He'll turn the sky upside down if I don't teach him a good lesson. Jun Tian's eyes turned red as he pounced forward. It seemed that he was determined to skin his grandson alive. However, the old master's words made all the civil and military officials despise him. A disgrace to the Jun family? Jun Tian, do you know what it means to be a gentleman? Isn't it because you spoiled your grandson? Don't you sully the Jun family's reputation a few times? You wanted to kill him a moment ago. But you changed your mind and taught him a lesson. I admire you. However, the old man Dugu had already set an example in front of them. So the other old men swarmed forward and pulled Jun Zhantian's arms and legs. After all, they had to pull Jun Zhantian away first. Otherwise, how would this old man get off the stage? Fatty Tang screamed. His voice sounded like the weeping of ghosts and the howling of gods. You want to kill him? Kill him. Save him. Third young master. My good brother you. Please don't die. He ran towards Jun Wuxia with tears and snot running down his face. His fat was like the rising tide of the sea, rising and falling like the tide, surging up and down. While the quarrel was getting out of hand, the emperor on the dragon throne could no longer watch it. He slapped the armrest of the dragon throne and shouted angrily, "Shut up, all of you! Everyone stop! What a scandal!" Everyone stopped as soon as they heard the dragon's might. They looked at each other and gasped for breath. Everyone seemed to have exhausted their physical strength. But everyone knew that no one had the strength to do so. "Your Majesty, please give us justice. Severely punish this deranged and shameless man." Mei Gao Jie led the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute to kneel on the ground. They wept bitterly. How many years had it been? They had lost and they had won. But they had never been humiliated like this. This was simply a great humiliation. Jun Moxie lay on the ground and pretended to be unconscious. The corners of his mouth were crooked and he didn't move. "I'm very unhappy about today's matter. It's very disappointing." His Majesty angrily flicked his sleeves. "The great families are pestering us endlessly. The so-called scholars of the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute are so narrow-minded. They seek revenge for the smallest grievance. How can they benefit the people in the future? Today's matter is over. Everyone go back and reflect on themselves." Everyone seemed to be in a daze as he said this. The emperor's words are very heavy. Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps was heard from outside. Then a panic-stricken voice was heard, "Urgent battle report." All the big shots in the military were startled. Their expressions turned cold. Battle report is what these bloodthirsty old men desire the most. But it hasn't appeared for a long time. A guard hurriedly came in and knelt on the ground. He then presented a letter. "The Tian Fa Shen beasts are attacking the south? How can this happen?" His Majesty opened the letter and couldn't help but frown. He was puzzled as he muttered to himself. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. "The Supreme Master of Life and Death, Shi Changshao, and the Shuihun Manor have both issued a supreme summon order? Could it be that this matter is so serious? The Golden Scholars Banquet is somewhat boring. This chapter quickly ends. Let's move on to the theme of the third book. It's the first meticulously planned plot of this book, the Tian Fa Forest. Guess what kind of story will happen? Quack? Recommended book, The Dark Sky Devil's sci-fi masterpiece, The Betrayer. Chapter 292. In a secluded room. It was a simple and unadorned chessboard. The black and white pieces had already become entangled, and the battle was exceptionally intense. "Brother Wen, how do you feel about today's incident?" The emperor gently pressed down a black piece and it made a crisp sound. Wen Songyu was standing opposite him. It was the first time the emperor had seen his best friend wearing such a black outfit in the imperial palace. It's still hard to tell. But I can confirm that he doesn't have much Shen Qi in his body. Wen Songyu's expression didn't change. His eyes flashed a little and he put down a white piece. "Brother Wen's intention is to kill me, a great dragon? That won't be easy." The emperor smiled and said, "But I feel that there's something wrong with that kid from the Jun family. What do you think?" "It's not just not right, it's very wrong." Mr. Wen closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he said, "Jun Moxie is very strange. His way of doing things is evil and unrestrained. Today in the main hall, although he looked like a playboy and fooled the world according to this old man, he is not pretending." "Brother Wen, you mean?" The emperor slightly lowered his head. He put a finger on his temple and rubbed it. "I'm afraid he doesn't care about anyone here." Mr. Wen said this in a thoughtful tone. It was obvious that he had been thinking about Jun Moxie's every move for a long time. He was just taking advantage of this opportunity to say the answer in his mind. "He doesn't even care about anyone, including His Majesty." "So that's what you mean." The emperor's hand paused in the air. "Do you have any good advice?" "What kind of advice is that?" "I just think that Jun Wuxia used a well-known foppish method to show everyone his arrogance. But at the same time he also told His Majesty one thing." When Songyu laughed. "He doesn't care about the power struggles of the world." The emperor answered for him. "He told me clearly that I don't need to be afraid of him. Moreover, he reminded me that the education of the Wenxing Institute is a failure, and that those so-called gifted scholars are unbearable. He showed me the hidden dangers of the empire and the shortcomings of the officialdom. He made me owe him a big favor. Yes, there is really no need to deliberately guard against such people. Originally, the Heavenly Star Academy has been educating talents for many years and has made great contributions. Their merits cannot be erased. However, in recent years, they have placed too much emphasis on the cultivation of the talents of the students and neglected the teaching of their temperament. There is a great suspicion of neglecting the essentials and focusing on the trifles. Moreover, the students that are nurtured by the Heavenly Star Academy are at most geniuses or the best of the best. However, when it comes to leadership and being a hero among men, they are far from being able to do so. So, the hidden dangers of the Wenxing Institute are just a small matter. Among the descendants of the officials in Tianxiang, there are many extraordinary people, but most of them are still under control. Only 2 people are worrying, the talented ones. One Sangyu smiled, one is Li Yuran and the other is Jun Moxie. Li Yuran? His Majesty smiled. Li Yuran has great ambitions. Not only is he extremely scheming, he doesn't show his emotions on his face. Moreover, his way of dealing with people is even more slick and watertight. I've often heard people say that this child has the ability to win a battle from 1,000 miles away. However, even though Li Yuran is brimming with talent and outstanding talent, he is still unable to make me pay attention to him. What? It was when Song Yu's turn to be confused. How could he not care about such a talented person? Maybe Li Yuran hasn't realized that all the methods he has mastered and all the knowledge he has studied have one thing in common. He can be a general, a marshal, or a prime minister. He can even be a political assistant. But these are the ways of a subject, not the ways of an emperor. The emperor smiled. Therefore, Li Yuran can only stop at the level of a talented person at best. At most, he is an outstanding person. If he can take another step forward, he can be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. But he doesn't have the bearing of a monarch. Even if he is ambitious, he is not worthy of praise. I am confident that I can extinguish his ambition when it is about to rise. What is there to worry about? How can an emperor play with such a shameful plot? Li Yuran is used to being behind the scenes. Even if he is asked to stand out, he will not. Even if he is forced to, he will not be used to it. But the talent of an emperor needs to face the world with dignity. So, Li Yuran may be a temporary choice, but we don't need to worry about him for the time being. We just need to pay attention to his movements. If we can use him, use him. If we can't, get rid of him. He may be able to make some waves, but he will never be able to form a tsunami. The emperor's words had eliminated Tianxiang's #1 talent, Li Yuran, from the list. Your Majesty is thoughtful. I admire you. Wen Songyu thought about it carefully and finally agreed. He had to admit that in terms of judging people, the emperor was indeed much better than him. This was because when he looked at people, he looked at them from the perspective of an emperor, while he looked at them from the perspective of a martial arts master. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were not on the same path. Only Jun Moxie is far more dangerous than Li Yuran. The degree of danger between the two can't even be mentioned in the same breath. Li Yuran has shown off his ability, but Jun Moxie is still like a dragon hiding in the abyss. Once he is fully grown, he can fly with his claws. Although he has made it clear that he has no interest in power, no matter which direction he goes, he will be outstanding. Li Yuran can turn the clouds and rain with one turn of the hand, but he is still controllable. Once Jun Moxie shows up, he will be a peerless sword. No one will be able to stop him. His Majesty heaved a deep sigh. Although there are many talented people in the various countries of the continent, there has never been a peerless talent like Jun Moxie and Li Yuran. If I had another 50 years, I would be able to carefully study these two people. In the future, one of them would be able to become the pillars of the empire, one of them being a scholar and the other a warrior. Moreover, their personalities are at odds with each other, so they are the best partners to keep the balance. But now that these two people have appeared, I really don't know if it is a blessing or a curse for Qinxiang Kingdom. Your Majesty is in the prime of your life. You are in the prime of your life. Why do you say that? Wen Songyu smiled and comforted. I know my body well. I may have 10 or 20 years to live, but I can't hold on any longer. Even the Poison King said that there is a limit to the strength of a man. My body is beyond what a man can do. Mr. Wen, you don't have to comfort me anymore. The only thing I am worried about right now is that these two men are talents that can only be found by chance. While I am alive, I am confident that I can control them. But once I am gone, none of my 3 sons will be able to control them. Even if I can only deal with one of them, it will still be beyond my power. At that time, the emperor sighed sadly. At present, the world is peaceful. The border is safe. All the big families in the kingdom are loyal to your majesty. I believe that nothing will happen in the short term. When Sangyu explained, Your Majesty, you can rest assured. In fact, the main reason why I can't make up my mind at present is because nothing has happened. Mr. Wen probably didn't realize that Li Yuran and Jun Moxie have replaced the older generation and become the key figures to maintain the balance between the military and the government. If anything happens to either of them, the balance will be broken, and the peace in the kingdom will be torn apart. So we can't touch them now. But if we keep them, they will be more dangerous in the future than they are now. Moreover, the country could easily be destroyed. Your Majesty, do you mean to get rid of them now? When Sangyu thought for a while and asked slowly with his head lowered. Absolutely not. I have wronged the Jun family enough. How can I get rid of the only bloodline of the Jun family? His Majesty smiled bitterly. Even Mr. Wen didn't believe his words. Moreover, it's not the right time. Brother Wen, please think about it. If Jun Wuxia were to die, would our Tianxiang Empire be able to withstand the turmoil that would ensue? Even if he dies, it must be an accident. Otherwise, the counterattack of the Jun family will be a life-and-death struggle. From this point of view, we can't make a move before the Jun family's factions are divided. He sighed. Moreover, don't forget that there is another family behind Jun Moxie besides the Jun family. That family may not be as strong as the Silver Blizzard City or the Shuehan Manor, but their counterattack after Jun Wuhui's death made the entire continent tremble. He sighed with infinite regret. It seemed as if he was sighing from the depths of his heart and soul. From this sigh, Wen Sangyu could clearly hear how annoyed and regretful the emperor, who had always been unpredictable and never showed his emotions on his face, was at this moment. The Dongfang family? The family of assassins that is recognized by the world. Wen Sangyu suddenly opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, didn't they disappear 8 years ago? Is the Dongfang family Jun Moxie's maternal family? You're right. His Majesty closed his eyes in pain. Then he raised his head. Jun Wuhui and Jun Wu Meng had died in battle that year. The Dongfang family's first-rate assassins had suddenly turned crazy, and had come out in full force. They had faced the Tianxiang Empire, the Silver Blizzard City, and the entire continent. The Silver Blizzard City's foreign personnel were being assassinated almost every moment that year. And the generals who had fought against Jun Wuhui were being assassinated almost every moment of the year. As for my internal injury, it was at that time that the Dongfang family consecutively sent out 17 first-rate assassins to exchange their lives for my injury, causing an injury that I am unable to recover from to this day, and will never recover from. At that time, not only the Silver Blizzard City's Shao family sent all their elites, but even the Shuehan Manor sent their men to help. All the great masters also acted openly and secretly. After a year, they finally suppressed the assassins. In the last battle, the Shao family's Xing Yun and Bu Yu fought against the Dongfang family's old lady. They made a bet. Li Ju Tian and Han Feng Shui witnessed the fight. In the end, the Dongfang old lady lost by half a move. She had no choice but to gather her family's younger generation and announce that the Dongfang family would retire from the mountains. They also made a vow that the assassins of the Dongfang family would never appear on the continent unless the Sword Peak collapsed and the Shen beasts escaped from Tianfa. The Sword Peak collapsed and the Shen beasts escaped from Tianfa. Although Wen Sangyu already knew about this, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard it again. The Sword Peak has stood on the top of the snow mountain for thousands of years. How could it suddenly collapse? As for the Tianfa forest, it is a paradise for the Shen beasts. Maybe one or half of them escaped, but how could they all escape? The old lady of Dongfang's words are tantamount to announcing the Dongfang family's retirement. Not necessarily. Once someone touches the bottom line of the Dongfang family, they naturally have a reason to take action. And their bottom line is the people they care about. This vow only lasted for 5 years. Jun Mo Yu and Jun Mo Cho died in the Broken Spirit Ridge. The Dongfang family took action again, claiming that it was to avenge their nephew. All the generals of the Tianxi Empire who participated in the war were killed. In the middle of the night, the heads of these generals were thrown into my palace with a note attached. There was a sentence on the note. If anything happens to Jun Moxie, the next target will be the Tianxiang Imperial Palace. The Jun family will be cut off and the Yang family will be cut off. Apart from me, no one else knows about this secret. Even Jun Zhantian doesn't know. And you, Brother Wen, entered the palace after the war 3 years ago. The emperor's voice was filled with anger. His voice was filled with powerlessness and humiliation. Jun Moxie is the only grandson of the old lady of Dongfang. He is the only life of the Tianxiang imperial family. Jun Zhan Tian refused to rebel. So, he finally broke with the Dongfang family. The white chess piece in His Majesty's hand fell on the chessboard with a pa sound. Several chess pieces were knocked into a mess. His fingers trembled slightly as he lowered his head in disappointment. Brother Jun had deep feelings for me. Brother when I've let Brother Jun down. He suddenly raised his head and said, I admit it. But I'm an emperor. I am the monarch of a country. The royal family has never had any relatives. The monarch is originally heartless. No matter when, the first thing I think about is always the imperial power. I will always be the future of this country. I will never let anything that could threaten my imperial power continue to exist. And the times when I think about brotherly love are too few. Perhaps this is the greatest sorrow of being an emperor. I'm all alone. When Sangyu was silent for a long time. Then he let out a long sigh. So we can't touch the few people left in the Jun family no matter what. We can't touch them no matter how we look at it. Even if we have a reason to kill them, it must be an accident. A real accident. Moreover, neither we nor anyone from the Tianxiang imperial family is allowed to get involved in this. Otherwise, the Dongfang family will go crazy if we are caught. Brother Wen, the Supreme Forest is no longer the same as it was 10 years ago. Since Yun Bichen's disappearance, everyone has been on their own. Tianxiang will be in danger if Dongfang comes back. A real accident? If you want someone like Jun Moxie to die in an accident, Mr. Wen sighed, it's difficult. Perhaps it's not that difficult. The Emperor smiled with a complicated look in his eyes. Moreover, this opportunity has come. He slowly took out a letter from his sleeve and put it on the chessboard. The Xian beast tied? Your Majesty, you mean? Wen Songyu's eyes lit up. Then he sighed heavily. This incident happened in the southern part of Tianxiang. It doesn't involve any other country. But if the Blood Soul faction is defeated, Tianxiang will be the first to suffer. The Emperor frowned slightly. He stood up and put his hands behind his back. Therefore we must send people. And we can't underestimate the manpower we send. Therefore, all the aristocratic families in the capital will send people to form an elite force. Then they will be given 10,000 cavalrymen. They will go to the south to help. Among these people, the Murong family, the Tang family, the Li family, the Song family, the Jun family. They will all send people. Once these people leave, the capital will basically be much emptier. I can take advantage of this period of time to play with my 3 good sons. By the time they return, I believe that things will have changed and things will have remained the same, but people will have changed. His Majesty smiled faintly. However, none of the aristocratic families would be willing to submit to such an army. Although this army is strong, but the Emperor's laughter was full of coldness. It was obvious that such an army would not submit to anyone. It was taboo to join the army. If such an army were to fight against the Shen beasts, it would be obvious. It would be a dead end. Your Majesty, who is going to lead the army? Mr. Wen had already guessed it, but he still asked. Jun Wui. His Majesty the Emperor smiled in a strange manner. Is there anyone else more suitable than Jun Wui? A faint cold light flashed in the Emperor's eyes. Jun Wui, I don't know why you organized that auction. But I will be one step ahead of you. I will stop all your ideas. Pray for your own luck in this trip to Tianfa. Jun Moxie's face had turned gloomy as soon as he left the imperial palace. His sharp, eagle-like eyes were still fixed on his back. The feeling of pressure didn't go away for a long time. Jun Dashao activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Then he said in a low voice, Fatty, how many of the herbs I asked you to collect? It's just the beginning. How many do you think we have? Tang Yuan was stunned. It had only been a few days. And most of the herbs Jun Dashao had asked for were rare and precious. It would be strange if he had a lot of them. Listen, no matter what method you use, you must collect as many herbs as possible in the shortest time possible. The sooner the better. You must advertise widely and with great effort. You must buy the rare herbs at double or triple the price. Also, as long as the 3 special medicinal ingredients that I mentioned appear, no matter how high the price is, you must get them. In short, you must collect a portion of the herbs in the shortest time possible at all costs. Starting tonight, you must send me the herbs 3 times a day. Morning, afternoon, and evening. Even if you only get one, you must send it to me as soon as possible. Do you understand? I understand. I will do my best. Tang Yuan could feel Jun Moxie's urgency. So he nodded without hesitation. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh of relief. and his eyes turned solemn. Then he turned his head and gazed at the dazzling imperial palace. It seemed as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He thought about it for a while and recalled his performance today. Then he felt relieved. The emperor was suspicious of him. Jun Moxie had been aware of this fact since the last time he was at the aristocratic hall. Moreover, this scholarly autumn festival was only a test. Jun Wuxia would never be able to change this fact, no matter how arrogant he was or how deliberately he tried to avoid it. Only if Jun Wuxia was willing to give up his pride and revert to his original Wuxia's temperament would the situation be temporarily alleviated. However, it would only be temporary. Moreover, it would only make the imperial family even more unscrupulous in dealing with the Jun family. Jun Moxie would rather die than do such a thing. If you have a bird under your leg, you must be a man. Indomitable spirit. Go to hell. These 16 words had become the hitman Jun's motto. Therefore, Jun Moxie had appeared to be a debauchee in the imperial palace's main hall. But he was actually unscrupulous and arrogant for once. This was because Jun Wuxia had suddenly thought of something when he had seen Tang Yuan carrying a chair on his back. If the emperor really wanted to deal with the Jun family, then he wouldn't need a reason. Even if Jun Moxie was a debauchee, he would still kill him when the time came. He wouldn't show any mercy. On the contrary, if the emperor didn't want to deal with the Jun family, then nothing would happen to Jun Moxie even if he was a heaven-defying talent. Jun Moxie felt that his worries were groundless. Moreover, the Jun family had a certain level of self-protection now. Solitary Eagle's name as one of the 8 great masters wouldn't lose its effect within a year. As for after a year, Jun Moxie was confident that anyone who wanted to deal with the Jun family would have to pay a disastrous price. Jun Moxie didn't want to delay the Silver Blizzard City's matter for too long. Jun Moxie sighed as he thought of the peak level 9 Shendan in his hands. He had the Shendan, the people waiting to level up, and even the great masters to help him level up, but he didn't have the Shendan. The Hongjun Pagoda, the Flame of Primal Chaos, and the Furnace of Good Fortune were all there, but he didn't have the ingredients for the Shendan. The medicine, all the crux of the matter could be summed up in one word. Jun Moxie frowned and sighed. In the past few days, Jun Moxie had memorized all the so-called Dan prescriptions and the corresponding requirements for refining the Shendan. However, Jun Moxie found that he could only refine some low-level Shendan, and the success rate wasn't very high. The second level of the art of unlocking the Heaven's Fortune could only refine low-level pills that could increase one's strength or heal injuries. The herbs required weren't particularly precious. At the very least, they weren't rare or hard to find. However, Jun Wuxia was dissatisfied with the fact that the introduction of this pill stated that it could increase one's strength, but the effect wasn't ideal. At best, it could only increase one's strength by 8 to 10 years. Moreover, it couldn't be taken repeatedly. This made Jun Wuxia very gloomy, extremely gloomy. This made him feel that the Shendan refined from the Hongjun Pagoda wasn't as effective as the Shen Beast Shendan. One had to know that the peak level 9 Shendan could increase a person's strength by several levels, and it could even disregard one's original level. How could a mere few years of cultivation compare to the effects of such a technique? There were some bottlenecks that a person might not be able to break through in his entire life. There were also some heights that some people could not reach even in death. Therefore, the number of experts in this world would always be small, absolutely small. This was because Jun Moxie's requirements were too high. At best, he was only at the second level of the art of unlocking Heaven's Fortune. Being able to refine these Shendan could be said to be heaven-defying. The level 9 Shendan was indeed precious, but how many level 9 Shen beasts were there in this world? Even if there were, how many people could easily obtain its inner Dan? One had to know that in the Shen continent since ancient times, there may have been people who had used heaven and earth elixirs to increase their strength, but no one had ever been able to refine such a miraculous Shendan that could permanently increase one's strength. Not to mention that it could increase one's strength by 8 to 10 years, even a Shendan that could only increase one's strength by 1 year would immediately cause a huge uproar in this world. Not to mention Lord Da Xiao's almost mass-produced Shendan. With the advancement of Jun Moxie's cultivation, the effects of the Shendan that he could refine would also increase. A typical well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. Jun Tian sat on his horse, watching his grandson anxiously instructing something. His expression did not change, but his heart was filled with joy. As for what Jun Moxie's performance today would attract, Jun Tian did not care at all. He did not believe that in this Tianxiang city, he would not be able to protect his only grandson. Even if it was in the whole of Tianxiang, so what? Motherfucker, this old man's grandson should be a character who can walk sideways. This is my Jun family. I have to say, scolding those sour fellows made this old man's heart feel great. This is a real man with a bird. Just as Jun Tian was feeling pleased with himself, there was a sudden change in front of him. A strange, illusory shadow suddenly appeared under the sunlight, like a shadow wave twisting in mid-air. With incomparable speed, it appeared from a tree on the side of the road. A ray of light shot straight at Jun Moxie like a bolt of lightning. In the instant that this ray of light appeared, it had already arrived in front of Jun Moxie's chest. The speed of this person's attack was fast, and the timing was accurate. This kind of timing, this kind of speed, even the Tianshan Grandpa Jun did not have time to react. They had just left the Imperial Palace. At this moment they actually chose this kind of timing to assassinate him. It was simply too unexpected. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. They could only stare blankly as that beam of light passed through Jun Mosie's chest. Then it didn't even turn its head as it continued to move at a miraculous speed. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly climbed up a big tree on the other side of the street. Then it swayed for a moment and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 293. Only at the moment when the assassin climbed up the tree, he seemed to twist his body and look back. But the crowd did not see it clearly because everyone's eyes were already attracted by Jun Moxie. Even Jun Tian's loud roar of "Wuxia" was only able to form a prelude to the word "mo" before everyone's heart was filled with grief. Even Jun Tian's loud roar of "Wuxia" could only form a prelude to the word "mo" before he shut his mouth. If one did not listen carefully, it would vaguely sound like old man Jun Tian shouting "Mom" to the sky. This was because, in everyone's eyes, this person who had been pierced through the chest should have died with blood splattering everywhere. However, in reality he was riding on the horse perfectly fine. There was not even a drop of blood on his body. He was completely uninjured. Everyone was stunned at once. What is going on? They clearly saw a person pierced through the chest. Why is he? The moment Jun Moxie stepped into this range, his heart had instantly raised a warning sign. In his life as an assassin, his mind had long been honed to be incomparably sensitive. His intuition for danger had allowed him to feel the killing intent on this part of the road. Although Jun Moxie's expression did not change, he was already prepared in his heart. But even so, the speed of this assassin's movement was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Really fast. Almost at the moment when he raised his guard, this person had already turned into a shadow and arrived before his chest. Jun Moxie could even feel the unusually cold temperature of this assassin's sword. The only thing Jun Moxie could see was a pair of cold, seemingly dead eyes, like the eyes of a dead fish, staring at him from Lingling. Other than that, there was only a gray shadow. This person's speed was so fast that it was already too late to dodge. In the face of absolute speed, all experience, knowledge, and instincts were useless. It was an absolutely fatal strike. At this critical moment, Jun Moxie quickly made a decision in his heart. He had no other choice. He no longer cared whether he was exposed or not. With a swoosh, he immediately escaped into his greatest life-saving trump card, the Hongjun Pagoda. But because this sudden change of events happened too suddenly, there was still an afterimage left on the horse. It looked as if someone had pierced through his chest with a sword. Then he immediately came out of the Hongjun Pagoda, still sitting on the back of the horse. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was too much for everyone's eyes to take in. But who would suspect that Jun Moxie actually had such a mysterious life-saving method? Right at this moment, the crowd exclaimed once more. A streak of dark yellow light followed the path of the man's attack along the tree that he had just been perched on and shot out like a dragon. Jun Tian was already standing in front of his grandson. His body glowed with blue light, and it was obvious that he had pushed his cultivation to the limit. Then he suddenly punched. His fist tore through the air, producing a thunderous sound. It was clear that the old master had used all his strength in this punch. However, this all-out attack hit nothing but air. This menacing yellow light dissipated upon contact, disappearing without a trace. There was actually no power within it. This is an afterimage. Jun Moxie, who was behind him, said slowly. Watching the yellow light slowly dissipate, Jun Moxie's face was full of solemnity. This man's Xianqi cultivation could not be considered very high, only at the peak of the Earth Xian realm. But his speed was extremely strange. Jun Moxie did not doubt that even the famous solitary eagle would only be able to match this man's speed if he exerted his full strength. He was actually able to leave the Xianqi light emitted from his body behind. What kind of terrifying speed was this? How could a peak of the Earth Xian realm possess such a supreme level of speed? Not to mention Jun Moxie, almost everyone around him who was an expert could not figure it out either. How could there be someone in this world with such a speed? Seeing that everyone was on high alert, Jun Moxie smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, with such a terrifying speed, I believe this man can only make one attack. If he can do it continuously, then wouldn't he be even more powerful than Yun Bichin?" Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Such a terrifying attack speed was indeed terrifying, but it should not be continuous. But in this world there were very few people who could block this attack. Even if Tian Shen was at his peak, he would be seriously injured if he were to face this attack. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. How did Jun Moxie dodge it? What everyone did not know was that right now, Jun Moxie's entire body was covered in layers of cold sweat. He was filled with lingering fear. Such a lightning-like attack of death. Even in Jun Moxie's previous life, he had never seen such a thing. Even Jun Moxie, who was a peerless assassin, could not match up to it. This kind of speed had truly surpassed the limit of what the human body could achieve. This was not to say that no one could achieve such a speed. If it was someone as strong as Master Shin Xian, then it would not be surprising. For example, if the solitary eagle were to use his full strength, he would also be able to achieve such speed or even surpass it. But for this speed to suddenly appear on a person who only had the strength of an Earth Shin, it truly surpassed the limits of the human body. Jun Moxie had always been very conceited, confident enough to look down on all the heroes of the world. Apart from the fact that his cultivation was limited by his age, he was also very proud of his own speed and reflexes. In his previous life he had once dodged a bullet fired from a sniper rifle from a distance of 10 meters, and was completely unharmed. Even in this life, with the help of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, his control over speed had not regressed. But this time he was actually unable to dodge that thunderous attack. Didn't this mean that this person's attack speed had already surpassed the roaring bullet of a sniper rifle? One must know that the speed of a sniper rifle's bullet was 900 meters per second. That speed was close to 3 times the speed of sound. Jun Moxie's heart was filled with shock. Even though he had safely dodged that thunderous attack, he was still drenched in sweat, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Although in his previous life he had been completely focused and his feet were on the ground and he was riding a horse, now the difference was not small. But this person's speed was truly terrifying. Suddenly an idea flashed through Jun Mosia's mind. An Earth Shin speed is absolutely impossible to reach such a level of speed, unless it's similar to Hai Chen Feng's unique skill of self-destruction. Or perhaps it's similar to the great art of demonic disintegration from my previous life. Only then would it be possible to reach such a level of speed in a split second. If this was the case, then the previous assassin must have been very weak at this time, and it was not impossible to say that he had sustained severe injuries. Jun Moxie looked in the direction that the assassin had left, and his eyes gradually became sharp. This person is too dangerous. Fortunately, there were no casualties in such an unexpected assassination attempt. Everyone became even more cautious on the road. Tang Yuan simply left the group halfway, and hurried back to the aristocratic hall to collect the medicinal ingredients. Jun Zhantian couldn't help but ask his grandson when he saw the Jun family's main gate, "Emosia, how did you dodge that attack?" Grandpa Jun had been holding back this question for a long time. He had asked himself, "I don't think I could have evaded that attack. Even I couldn't evade it. So, how did my precious grandson manage to do so?" Jun Moxie admittedly had remarkable abilities, but strength was something that required a lot of time to cultivate. There were no shortcuts. This was the most puzzling point for Grandpa Jun. Jun Moxie smiled faintly, looked at his grandfather and earnestly said, "Grandpa, you can rest assured. As long as your grandson doesn't want to die, no one can kill me. Even the 8 great masters wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on my body. I'm incomparably confident about this." Jun Zhantian was shocked on the spot. This boasting is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Grandpa, this concerns your grandson's biggest secret. Jun Moxie found this somewhat funny and blinked his eyes. It's the last resort that can save one's life under any circumstances. You don't want me to expose it, do you? So that's how it is. Grandpa Jun let out a long sigh of relief. After the initial shock, he beamed with joy. He no longer asked what this secret was all about. Grandpa Jun was old and experienced. How could he not know that there were some secrets that could only be kept in one's heart? The more people that knew about it, the higher the risk of it being exposed. As long as he knew that his grandson had such a method, then he wouldn't ask for anything else. Emosia, if such a thing really exists, then consider it your life's biggest secret. Grandpa Jun looked at his grandson with a relieved expression and exhorted, "Even if you find a wife in the future, don't tell her. Just keep it to yourself." That's your biggest trump card. Only with a secret can you have a trump card. When a secret is no longer a secret, a trump card is no longer a trump card. Grandpa, don't worry. I understand. Jun Moxie was somewhat moved. Grandpa Jun's unreserved love and care for him was something he had never experienced in his 2 lives. This time, His Majesty will certainly mobilize his troops. In the Jun residence's main hall, Jun Wui, who didn't attend the scholarly autumn banquet, listened to the grandfather and grandson's narration. Then he slowly said in a tone that made it impossible to guess wrongly, "Moreover, His Majesty will summon a general this time. Otherwise, even if the sky were to collapse, His Majesty wouldn't have lost his voice at that moment." Grandpa Jun nodded with a heavy expression, but didn't say anything. Ever since Jun Wui had recovered and succeeded as the family head, Grandpa Jun had never spoken out about the family's decisions. He had always tried his best to let Jun Wui shoulder the family's heavy responsibilities by himself. Grandpa Jun would only participate in the family's matters if there was something he couldn't handle or if there was an unexpected omission. Even if he did participate, he would only touch on the surface and stop there. He would never interfere too much. It seems that I will have to make preparations. Jun Wui chuckled. His eyes glowed with the desire to fight, and a long-lost aura of war appeared on his body. What? Jun Moxie was smart and vigilant, but he still couldn't understand why Jun Wui would have to make preparations if the emperor wanted to mobilize his troops. The news of Jun Wui's recovery was only known to a few people. In the eyes of the world, the third Master Jun was still a disabled person. In fact, this golden scholarly feast can't be considered as a scholarly feast in the strictest sense. Jun Wui sneered and said, "This feast is for you, Jun Moxie. The duration is short, the number of events is few, and you're the main target. You'll only be able to accept the humiliation if you don't. Otherwise, you'll be exposed no matter how you perform." You wrote a poem and a couplet. Even though they're crude, you were able to come up with them in such a short period of time. That's a sign of talent. The golden scholarly feast was over after you answered. Moreover, His Majesty had personally stopped it. This means that he has already achieved his goal. This is the conclusion. Jun Wui smiled deeply. "Monsieur, you haven't experienced the strife of the imperial court. The imperial court has been in a much more chaotic situation than today's. Why didn't His Majesty show such impatience? Therefore, I'm certain that His Majesty's objective for this golden scholarly feast is our Jun family. Since it's the Jun family and Monsieur has shown some clues, His Majesty's suspicious nature will naturally think. Why? He will never think that we're doing this to protect ourselves from his suspicions. He will only think of one thing. Enduring so patiently, he must be plotting something big. It doesn't matter if it's true or not." Grandpa Jun let out a deep sigh and turned his head away. It seemed as if he didn't want to listen anymore. In fact, what Jun Wui had said was something that Grandpa Jun had already thought of. He hadn't mentioned it before because he was holding on to a contingency plan. But now his hopes had been dashed. So he didn't want to say anything. They had been brothers for decades. Yet they were plotting against their own family. How could they endure this? His Majesty has always been suspicious and cautious. I believe that he won't immediately take action. Therefore, he'll gradually weaken our Jun family's strength. And I'll be the first to bear the brunt of it. The Xian beast tide in the southern heaven city will provide him with the perfect excuse. Therefore this time it's my turn, Jun Wui said indifferently. His eyes emitted a sharp and cold light. It was profound and breathtaking. Jun Moxie sneered and said, "If he really thinks so, then he's gravely mistaken. Third uncle, if you really go to war this time, I'll go with you. The Tianfa forest is an excellent place for me and our Jun family." Jun Wui narrowed his eyes and said, "You're going too? I'm afraid that you won't be able to go even if you don't want to. My only worry now is..." He looked at his father and said, "If Monsieur and I are dispatched to the south, and you're alone at home." Jun Tian laughed and said, "My son, you don't need to worry about this. He won't act rashly before our Jun family loses its power. Otherwise, why would he use you as a test?" Jun Wui patted his head. "I didn't think of this," Jun Moxie smiled. "Third uncle is too worried and confused. It's not that he didn't think of this." The three of them had come to a decision. Now all that was left was to deal with changes by remaining unchanged. The three of them also felt that this matter was not a big deal, especially for young Master Jun. What was there to be worried about when faced with an unforeseen event that was already in his grasp? "Monsieur, don't you think you should think about it for a while? The training of the 300-strong guards should be relaxed for a while. They're already very tired from the high-intensity training every day. More haste makes waste. Jianghu Yi had a serious expression on his face as he raised this matter. Jun Moxie was startled. He became silent and slowly said, I understand third uncle's concerns. But the intensity of their training is still far from what I want. I will only strengthen it step by step. I won't relax them even a little bit. The ones who can endure it are the ones with the strongest combat power I want. Jun Wui was stunned. That inhumane training still needs to be strengthened? If this group of people were placed on the battlefield, any one of them could become a standard killing machine. How could he say that it was still far from what he wanted? Just what kind of freaks was his nephew trying to train? And could those soldiers really endure it? On the field, there were 100 people divided into 2 teams fighting against each other. All of them were sweating profusely. Ever since he had returned from the outskirts of Tianfa Forest, Jun Wuxia had come up with a training program that was twice as intense as the original. He had been training day and night without rest 24 hours a day. In fact, Jun Wuxia's timing had been precise down to the second. Now all of them had extra sandbags tied to their legs and arms. Even when they were eating or sleeping, they were not allowed to take them off. Every day's combat training was a direct battle of life and death. If there was an outsider here, he or she would be shocked. This was no longer like a fight between humans, nor was it like a training between soldiers. Instead, it was like a group of wild beasts crazily biting each other. Everyone's eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Their murderous aura was awe-inspiring. It was as if they were facing an irreconcilable mortal enemy. After an entire afternoon of brutal combat training, the Xianqi cultivation within their bodies had been completely used up in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. At present, they were only relying on their body's instincts. They were completely using their physical strength to hit and endure the other party's attacks. The Jun residence's huge field was unexpectedly not even a speck of dust could be seen. During this period of training, every inch of the field had been soaked in sweat and blood thousands of times. Bodies were constantly smashed into the ground, creating human-shaped holes. Then, large holes were smashed into the ground one after another and then flattened. Up until now, only a small mark could be made on the ground with a hammer. The entire field had turned into an oily color. What a terrifying scene. By the time Jun Moxie arrived, the battle had clearly reached a white-hot stage. In fact, no one had much strength left in the confrontation. One of the burly men roared as he pounced on the other, fiercely punching and kicking. That burly man neither dodged nor gave way. 2 bangs resounded as he took the blows head-on. Then he similarly punched and kicked. Both of them fell back at the same time with a loud bang. Then they got up at the same time and fought fiercely again. It was like 2 rhinoceroses fiercely colliding with each other. The Jun residence's pond had turned dark at this moment. There were dozens of huge iron pots on the side. They were constantly boiling medicinal herbs. People were constantly pouring the boiled medicinal water into the pond. Then they would add more water and continue to steam. Nearly 100 big men were soaking naked in the pond. Their eyes were closed and their faces were solemn. Naturally, they weren't bathing. Instead, they were undergoing another kind of training. During this period of time, Jun Moxie had thrown a large amount of medicinal herbs into the pond every day. The entire pond would be changed once every 3 days. These big men would jump into the pond and soak their bodies in it after their daily training. They would absorb the medicinal herbs and recover from their fatigue. The reason why this was considered another kind of training was because the temperature of the hot water in the pond was close to boiling. If their bodies hadn't reached a certain level, they would have been cooked if they stayed for a while. It was also because this medicinal water contained a large amount of precious medicinal herbs. Not only did it dispel the soldiers' fatigue, but it also nourished and conditioned the soldiers' bodies. This allowed them to withstand such harsh training. Of course, they had to pay a corresponding price for using such good water. Even the task of changing the water was done by them. Moreover, they weren't allowed to take up the training time. Jun Wuxia's training methods couldn't even be described with the word cruel. Even Jun Wuyi, who had always been a strict commander, felt that Jun Wuxia's training methods were somewhat cruel and inhumane. Jun Moxie was hidden at the side. He was carefully observing each and every one of them. During this period of time, he would change the intensity of training almost every day. These big men would be surprised to find that the intensity of training that they had adapted to yesterday was no longer able to withstand today's training limit. There was a limit at every moment. As for their current training, every moment of every day they were surpassing their limits. The strength of their bodies would rise a little every day or two, and the profound energy in their bodies would increase a little every few days. Even though it might not be very obvious, it was an abnormally real increase. Such a speed of improvement was simply shocking. The Xian Qi in their bodies wasn't very high. The strongest among them was only at the pinnacle of the Gold Xian realm. In fact, most of them were stuck at the Silver Xian realm. However, the strength of their bodies had reached a terrifying level. A little further away, a row of 50 big men stood at the foot of the wall in a horse stance. Their eyes were closed. Beside each of them there was another person holding a thick wooden stick. They were gnashing their teeth and swinging it with all their might. The wooden stick carried a sharp sound as it hit every part of their bodies. It was as if the wooden stick was slapped on cowhide. However, they didn't seem to be in pain. At most, their faces would twitch a little or their brows would furrow. Other than that, they didn't have any other reaction. Their bodies were still standing firm and strong. After each of them had been slapped over 100 times, they finally breathed out heavily. They stopped their horse stance and twisted their necks to move their wrists and ankles. Suddenly, a series of violent slapping sounds could be heard. It was as if firecrackers had been set off. Then they picked up their wooden sticks. The 50 men who were originally responsible for beating the men stood at the position of the men who were beaten. They closed their eyes, got into a horse stance and lowered their hands. The muscles on their bodies immediately tensed up. Whistling sounds could be heard again. However, the positions of the men who were beaten and the men who were beaten had changed. After the two teams had finished taking turns to beat the men, an order was given. The 100 men were divided into two groups and entered the field. The 100 men who had been fighting desperately on the field also lined up neatly under the order. Everyone was panting heavily as they moved neatly towards the foot of the wall. Then, they would either beat the men or be beaten. Under the command, these 100 people started a terrifying brawl without any hesitation. Every punch and every kick was aimed at the vital points: the chest, the throat, the temple, the back of the head, the genitals, the knees, and all the other joints. One could imagine how tragic the situation would be if one of them could not block the attacks. However, these burly men were all used to it. They accurately blocked their opponent's attacks and looked for any possible gap to attack the opponent in front of them. Even if they were hit, they would try their best to maintain their position where their skin was thick and their flesh was unimportant. Occasionally, someone would be punched in the nose by his opponent, causing blood to flow. However, regardless of whether it was his opponent or himself, their expressions did not change. Their gazes were cold. It was as if the ones who were bleeding were not themselves or their comrades, but the enemies. With a whistling sound, nearly 100 men in the pool stood up at the same time. They put on their clothes and lined up on the shore. Everyone in the field stopped fighting at the same time. They took off their clothes and entered the pool in an orderly manner. As for those who had just come ashore, they began an even crueler sparring session. This time it was not one-on-one. Instead, it was a crazy fight between two teams without a target. It was either one against several or several against one. At this moment they were still being attacked by several people. In the next moment they had joined the ranks of several people attacking others. The scene was chaotic and indescribable. From time to time, a man could be seen being kicked in the chest or stomach. Then he flew out and crashed into several people. However, in the next moment he would rush back in with vigor and fight crazily. Throughout the entire process, apart from the loud shouts of orders, there were only the sounds of rough fighting. Not a single person spoke. When they spoke, they used another method. They used their fists, feet, elbows, and even shoulders. The three groups of people went through each other's training again and again. This was only the training during the day. At night, apart from cultivating profound energy, the other training was even crueler than the training during the day, because that was the training of weapons. Everyone gritted their teeth, risked their lives, and used all their souls to accept the training. In their minds, there was only one thing that was very clear. They must reach the standards of the young master. Because the young master had said that the assessment was getting closer and closer. When the time came, those who did not pass the assessment would be kicked out. They would continue to do the work of guarding the house and cooking. After tasting the sweetness of rapid progress and seeing the clear hope of becoming a strong person, no one was willing to go back to the decadent life of the past. That was a disgrace. This team of steel, after going through the test of death like a phoenix rising from the ashes, was finally about to take shape. Chapter 294. Still 2 chapters and 7,000 words. Seeking recommendation votes. Jun Moxie stood quietly as he watched the cruel training. His eyes were cold and ruthless. What he wanted was not just this. Only when the strength of these people's bodies reached their respective limits, when his batch of pills came out, would they be able to display the greatest effect. Let them improve in one fell swoop. In the future, Jun Moxie's main task for this team was to kill. Unceasing killing. Never-ending killing. In the middle of the Jun residence, Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui stood side by side on top of the tall tower. Their eyebrows twitched as they watched the cruel training below. Wui, what do you think Wuxia wants to do by training these people? Is there a need to train them in such a manner? Jun Zhantian's eyes were solemn. If it was a normal soldier, this kind of training would undoubtedly be buying lives. Even if it was to train an undefeatable army, it would still be a bit excessive. However, from what I see, Wuxia only has one goal in training this army: slaughter. Jun Wuyi's gaze was somewhat covetous. But it was no wonder that any general would be envious of such a troop. That would be a strange thing. This kind of troop was the dream troop of any general. In any army, even if there were only 100 of them, let alone 300 of them, they would still be an invincible flood. He would be invincible on the battlefield and invincible in his attacks. Any enemy's nightmare. Kill? Jun Zhantian's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. Even if it is killing, it also depends on who they are killing for, why they are killing, and the purpose and original intention of killing. This is very important for the world, for the country, for the people, and for themselves. Father, this child does not agree with you. This child feels that no matter what, these people will only fight for one person. Jun Wui's eyes were cold. These 300 people will only fight for Wuxia. For Wuxia and for the Jun family. Because the future of the Jun family lies in the hands of Wuxia. Is it really important for the world, for the country, for the people? This kind of power. The old man was still worried. Once it appears in front of people, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Suspicion? So what? Jun Wui narrowed his eyes and a sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes. When has the Jun family not been feared by others? Isn't what our Jun family has done and endured not enough? Jun Wui's words were close to Jun Moxie's way of thinking. It was quite disrespectful. The old man let out a long sigh and remained silent. Were some of the choices he had made back then really correct? The Jun family's talents are withering. Should I also bear some responsibility? The Jun family will rise again with Wuxia. He would no longer be hindered by anyone or any force. I'm incomparably confident of this. Jun Wui slowly turned his head and looked at the fierce fight in the courtyard. Then he slowly said, but this still requires time and strength. Absolute strength is needed. And now we already have the embryonic form of absolute strength. He slowly clenched his fists and his knuckles creaked. Didn't that brat Wuxia say that he wanted to watch their training? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Grandpa Jun looked around. The training of these people no longer requires anyone's supervision. Jun Wui's eyes revealed a look of admiration. Training soldiers to this point is already at the peak of perfection. As for Wuxia, I don't know what he's up to. That brat has always been very mysterious. Let's not care about him. Caring about him will only make things more troublesome. Not caring about him will save us a lot of trouble. In any case, he is now a hidden dragon. Father, let's let go of him. The old man snorted and said, don't care? Don't worry? You're thinking too much. Don't you think that as an uncle you're not doing enough? Wuxia is not young anymore. Don't you know that you should be concerned about Wuxia's marriage? How come I don't know that Wuxia has grown up and should be getting married? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Right, that brat's capital is not bad, right? Third Master Jun suddenly asked. It's really not bad. It's very similar to this old man's demeanor in the past. Bah, what are you talking about? Are you asking for a beating? Grandpa Jun suddenly came to his senses and raised his hand to teach Jun Wui a lesson. Third Master Jun chuckled. Father, why are you so angry? Wuxia has grown up. Are you not happy? However, the matter of marriage should be considered at length. Of course, if you think that you can force Wuxia to do something that he doesn't want to do, I have no objections. On the contrary, I will be happy to see it happen. In the face of his son's counterattack, Grandpa Jun became angry. Grandpa Jun was infuriated. However, when he thought about it, his precious grandson might not even be able to force him to do such a small thing, let alone suddenly asking him to get married. That Dugu girl is very good to Wuxia. I can see that Wuxia is also interested in her. Apart from that, is there anything else? That girl might not be able to stand up to Wuxia. Grandpa Jun was unwilling to give up and asked. This sanctimonious and unscrupulous pair of father and son had begun to construct a harem for their nephew and grandson. Apart from that, didn't he often go to the Spirit Fog Lake? Maybe there. Jun Wui blinked. Grandpa Jun almost fainted. He held his forehead with one hand. Forget about those. Is there anything else? I remember that Wuxia was very ambitious towards his sister-in-law, Qinghan. Jianghu broke the window with a schwa sound after he had spoken these words. Then he flew away and disappeared without a trace. He knew what awaited him if he stayed. Bastard! Get out of here! Grandpa Jun flew into a rage. He wanted to continue his outburst, but he found that his son had disappeared without a trace. He could not help but stare, stomp his feet and roar all the way down the stairs. But halfway through his roar, he frowned thoughtfully. Does our Jun family have to delay him for the rest of his life? Grandpa Jun sighed and shook his head. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. He did not know what the old man was talking about. Jun Moxie could faintly hear Grandpa Jun's roar from the side of the sports field. He could not help but feel confused. What's wrong with Grandpa Jun? Why did he suddenly get angry? Jun Dashao naturally did not know that Grandpa Jun's anger was completely provoked by him. Even though he was innocent, his body flashed and Jun Moxie's shadow disappeared from the side of the sports field. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Jun Moxie's heart was filled with a faint anticipation. There were many things to be done tonight. First, the thing that Xiao Fengwu was wearing was a good thing. How could it be ordinary if it could trigger a reaction from the Hongjun Pagoda? Jun Dashao did not know what that thing was. But regardless of whether he knew or not, he had already made up his mind to snatch it back. Secondly, Jun Moxie was very interested in the assassin who tried to assassinate him. Moreover, Jun Moxie liked the assassin's way of doing things. In fact, he approved of it. He would never fight head-on. He would never turn back if he missed his target. Instead, he would immediately run away without any hesitation. This was Jun Moxie's way of doing things in his previous life. This was the true meaning of an assassin that Jun Moxie had seen in this world. In Jun Moxie's eyes, those assassin organizations and the like were just ordinary Shen cultivators who liked to fight. Where was the demeanor of an assassin? Those people didn't deserve to be called assassins. In addition to that, there was also that extremely fast killer move. Jun Moxie was confident that his lethality would increase by several levels if he could get his hands on that divine skill. In fact, he could even try to kill his opponent if it was Xin Shen's people. There must be a profound mystery behind it. Jun Moxie was startled as he approached his courtyard. He stopped his chaotic train of thoughts, and his figure also stopped moving forward. Two small figures were kneeling at the entrance of his courtyard. It was hard to tell how long they had been kneeling there. Their backs were thin and frail. But they exuded a stubborn aura that would never admit defeat. Jun Moxie sighed. Then his figure appeared like a ghost and slowly walked over. Jun Wu Yi and Jun Wuxia had rescued these two youngsters from the Huanghua Hall. The rest of the youngsters had already been settled down. But these two kids hadn't left. They had insisted on learning their skills and taking revenge for their deaths. But these two people weren't seriously injured. But they were mute. Their tongues had been cut in half. So it was impossible for them to speak. Moreover, one of them only had one arm. It wasn't that Jun Moxie hadn't been tempted. But he had reluctantly refused after he had examined these two people. These two children had astonishing perseverance. Their hatred was also in place. But their aptitude was mediocre. What's more, both of them were now disabled. The Huanghua Hall hadn't given up on training them for no reason. Jun Moxie had seriously considered all aspects. If he were to wholeheartedly train these two children, then, with their tenacious perseverance, coupled with his own cruel training and guidance, they would be able to endure the baptism of time. Then they would have considerable achievements. In fact, they might even have the opportunity to reach the Earth Shen realm in this lifetime. An Earth Shen expert, this achievement couldn't be said to be low. In fact, it was an achievement that ordinary people would find difficult to achieve in their lifetime. And it was a height that ordinary people and forces would have to look up to. But it was completely meaningless for these two children and Jun Moxie. First of all, how could Jun Moxie afford to wait? Not to mention that he would have to spend a huge amount of money, medicine, and time on them. If he could only obtain two Earth Shen experts, then he would have to spend a long time to train them. So there was no need to train them. And there was no value in training them either. Moreover, they yearned for the power of vengeance. But it wasn't something that could be cultivated in a short period of time. So everything would be meaningless. Although Jun Moxie sympathized with them and secretly admired their perseverance, he clearly understood that it was impossible. But these two children had been kneeling here every day ever since they were rejected by him. Whenever they saw Jun Moxie, even though they couldn't speak, their eyes were full of pleading. Today was already the 9th day that they had been kneeling. Hearing the familiar footsteps of Jun Moxie, the two thin and weak bodies trembled. Then they straightened their backs even more. But they remained kneeling and didn't move an inch. Sighing, Jun Moxie slowly walked in front of them. "Raise your heads and look at me." His voice carried an inviolable command. The two youths' bodies trembled. They raised their heads and looked at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was startled. The eyes of these two children, who were at most 13 or 14 years old, no longer had the urgency and desire from a few days ago. Instead, it was a deathly stillness. But it wasn't an empty deathly stillness. Instead, it was a kind of deathly stillness that disregarded life and death. It was a deathly stillness that disregarded everything in the world. Deathly stillness, but definitely not empty. Jun Moxie sighed in his heart. This was the gaze of a top-notch killer. After being oppressed to the extreme, it transformed into a gaze that regarded human life as nothing more than grass. Even to the extent that they regarded themselves as nothing more than grass. If their aptitude was just a little bit stronger, as long as it was a little bit stronger, Jun Moxie wouldn't hesitate to accept them. But, unfortunately, their innate aptitude was too inferior. To become a talent, one needed 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. But, the 1% inspiration was the most important. It was even more important than the 99% perspiration. "Tell me your reasons. Let me see how determined you are." Jun Moxie felt a sense of pity in his heart. These two children had been rescued from those jars. The suffering they had suffered was absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. But it was precisely these two people who were filled with hatred, but had no aptitude for martial arts. This made Jun Moxie couldn't help but sigh for them. Determination? The two of them looked at each other. Then they nodded at the same time. The child on the left suddenly put the index finger of his left hand into his mouth. He bit it ferociously. His small head moved to one side and a big piece of flesh was torn off. Blood gushed out. His whole body trembled in pain. His face turned pale, but his body remained motionless. He stretched out his finger and wrote a word on the ground with his blood. Halfway through writing, the flow of blood gradually slowed down. He looked at it with dissatisfaction. Then he raised his finger, put it into his mouth, and bit it with all his might. Then he pulled it hard again. A crisp sound was heard. A short finger bone was forcibly pulled out. The white powder was thrown on the ground. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The blood spurted far away, and some of it splashed onto Jun Moxie's face. And the other child did the same action. Their small bodies trembled, but they managed to control themselves. Using the blood that gushed out, they wrote 8 large words on the ground. The child on the left wrote, "Even if I die, I won't regret it." The child on the right wrote, "If I don't become strong, only death awaits." 16 bloody words. Each word was full and powerful. Although it was crooked, every stroke and stroke was done with such force and meticulous care. After writing, the two children kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie's eyes suddenly turned blood red. At this moment, Jun Moxie strangely felt his heart tremble fiercely for a moment. The evil prince, who had lived 2 lives, had always thought of himself as cold-blooded and indifferent. The heavenly Tao was heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. He was also heartless, treating common people as if they were nothing. Even when he saw that inhumane scene in Huanghua Hall, he didn't feel the slightest tremble in his heart. But now, these 2 stubborn youngsters had deeply moved him. "Good. Since you have such intentions, I won't be stingy to give you a chance." Jun Moxie took a deep breath and the blood in his eyes gradually faded. He said in a deep voice, "Today I will give you a chance to dominate the world in the future. But you must remember this is also a path of death filled with endless killing intent. I hope you don't let me down." The 2 children raised their heads at the same time. They couldn't speak, but their eyes emitted extreme ecstasy. In an instant, the ecstasy turned into incomparable determination. It was as if they had used all their souls to make a decision. At the same time, they kowtowed to Jun Moxie. Their foreheads split open and blood splattered. Jun Moxie picked up the 2 people and rushed through the door at lightning speed. The 2 youngsters had suffered so much pain. Although they didn't make a sound, if they weren't treated in time, there would definitely be problems. Very big problems. Since Jun Moxie had promised to help them, he would never allow any accidents to happen to them. With such perseverance and ruthlessness, even if their aptitude wasn't good, couldn't it make up for it? There were many people with good aptitude in the world, but how many people could have such perseverance and ruthlessness? Without enough effort, it didn't matter how talented you were. If one could be so ruthless to himself, what about to his enemies? At the entrance of the small courtyard, the 16 bloody words shone brightly under the last ray of light between heaven and earth. cut into 1,000 pieces, no regrets until death. If you don't become strong, only death awaits. The curtain of night fell with a loud rumble. Looking at the two thin and weak figures on his bed, Jun Moxie frowned and thought hard. Now the place where Jun Moxie lived was completely filled with injured people. The strong smell of medicine filled the air. On the big bed on one side, Yigahan was lying there calmly. His breathing was still weak, but his life was no longer in danger. On the other side, the other bed that Jun Moxie had tidied up was occupied by those two little fellows again. 3 injured people, 3 disabled people. Jun Moxie had finally agreed to their request. So, the 2 youngsters couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. But even when they fainted, they still didn't make a sound. They didn't even groan. He had seen ruthless people, but this was the first time that Jun Moxie had seen someone who didn't even have the slightest martial arts foundation to be so ruthless to themselves. These 2 little devils were even more ruthless than him. Since he had promised them, how could he train them in the shortest amount of time? This was the thing that Jun Moxie couldn't decide on the most. Using Xianqi? This method definitely wouldn't work. If they had the aptitude to cultivate Xianqi, they wouldn't have been stuffed into a big jar by the people of Huanghua Hall. Forget it. Jun Moxie fiercely stood up. His eyes suddenly emitted a fierce and ominous glint. If worst comes to worst, I'll make an exception and teach them the techniques of my previous life. They'll practice according to the standards of my past life. As for how far they can go, that will depend on their luck. If they can quickly ascend to the 4th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, they can also refine the cleansing marrow pill. Let me personally create 2 ultimate killing gods that will shock the entire Shenzhen continent in the future. With this kind of ruthlessness, this kind of willpower, in addition to my cultivation method and elixirs, even if I have to forcefully pile them up, I will definitely create 2 terrifying fiends. Quietly walking out of the door, Jun Moxie sat on the threshold and looked up at the night sky. His thoughts wandered. It had been a long time since he had crossed over, but tonight, these 2 stubborn youngsters had brought up his worries. In his previous life, wasn't he the same as these 2 children? Risking his life to train and destroying himself. How many times had he gone into shock from training? How many times had he trained himself to the brink of death, constantly spinning around? How did the unparalleled reputation of the evil monarch come about? Who knew how much effort, sweat, blood and tears were hidden behind this prestige? Among the disciples of the same sect, other than himself, even the most hard-working one had the confidence that his training load would be 3 times more than his. If a man wanted to succeed, if he wanted to achieve unparalleled fame, then he had to be ruthless to himself. Being ruthless to the enemy was nothing. Being ruthless to himself was the true ruthlessness. Disregarding one's own life, that was the true pinnacle of assassins. Only then could one be truly successful in every endeavor. Any worries in one's heart were all obstacles. These were the words of his master in his previous life. A face floated in front of Jun Moxie's mind. A face as black as iron and as cold as ice. The murderous aura in his eyes seemed to condense into a substance. But it was this pair of eyes that always gave him a sense of relief every time he looked at him. Although he tried his best to conceal it, Jun Moxie could clearly feel it every time. Now this pair of eyes seemed to have traversed through 2 different worlds and was looking at him from afar. It was as cold as ever, but with a hint of peace. Master. Jun Moxie sadly lowered his head and hugged his knees, motionless. A trace of light seeped out from the crack of the door, elongating his shadow. In the night wind, his figure somewhat shrank, somewhat lonely, desolate. Experts. Were they really so worthy of people's yearning? Soft footsteps sounded behind him, and then a warm coat was draped over his body. Jun Moxie still did not move. Suddenly he asked, "Ku'er, tell me, do you want to become an expert?" Little Lolita exclaimed in a low voice. She was obviously very surprised. "Expert? What's the use of that? What's the use of that?" It's a very interesting question. As long as you become an expert like Old Eagle, you can kill whoever you want and roam the world freely for the rest of your life. Are you willing to do that? Jun Moxie said in a deep voice. Ku'er came to his side and quietly sat down next to him. She slightly tilted her head and rested her cheeks on her hands. She looked at the moon in the sky and began to think seriously. The moonlight shone on her face, adding a gentle and beautiful hue. After a long while, Ku'er shyly smiled and said, "Expert? I don't want to become that kind of expert." "Oh? What?" Jun Moxie slightly tilted his head and looked at the little girl. Ku'er's words had really surprised him. Hitman Jun knew that as long as anyone had the opportunity to become an expert, he would at least give a verbal answer regardless of whether or not he could achieve it in the future. Ku'er shyly lowered her head and gently bit her fingernails. Young master, I don't know what it feels like to become an expert, but I really don't want to. Maybe it's very glorious and I can enjoy the attention and praise of millions of people, but I don't know what to say. But I'm just a little girl, young master's little girl. I only hope that I can serve young master for the rest of my life. I want to see young master wear the clothes I wash every day. I want to see young master eat the food I make every day. I want to wait for him to come home. I just want to be an ordinary woman. Ku'er shyly smiled after she finished speaking. Young master, I'm saying this, isn't it very unambitious? But I really don't want to become an expert. No. What you said is very good. This kind of Ku'er is the most adorable little girl I like the most. Jun Moxie carefully sized up the little girl beside him for the first time. Under the soft moonlight, Ku'er's skin was delicate and white. A few strands of her soft hair were fluttering in the wind. Her long eyelashes were fluttering restlessly, and there seemed to be some fine hair sticking to her ears. The little girl felt restless under Jun Moxie's gaze. She awkwardly twisted her fingers, and pretended not to see anything. But her heart was thumping wildly, and her pretty face slowly turned red. She slowly lowered her head, and felt as if there was a small deer in her heart. Jun Moxie gave an amused smile, and his mind suddenly felt exceptionally relaxed. With such a lovely little girl by his side, Jun Moxie's heart felt very peaceful. In fact, he even felt a small but heartfelt happiness. Everyone has their own way of living and this can't be forced. Just like this little girl, her dream was very simple, but it was also very practical. Moreover, it was also very warm. He gently stroked her beautiful hair and said, "It's late, you should go back to your room and sleep." Jun Moxie was surprised to find that his voice was actually very gentle. It was as if he was talking to the little junior sisters who had just entered the sect in his previous life. And Ku'er meekly lowered her head and responded. She slowly stood up, and felt as if her cheeks were burning. Her whole body felt weak and she slowly walked towards her room. After walking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned her head to say, "Young master, you should also rest early, eh?" She turned her head, and realized that Jun Moxie, who was just beside her a moment ago, had disappeared without a trace. So fast. The little girl bit her lips and smiled shyly. She pursed her lips and suddenly remembered that morning. She couldn't help but cover her face. What am I thinking? Jun Moxie faced the night wind and flew at a high speed. He felt that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was spontaneously operating within his body. Each cycle brought him a powerful source of power, and with an unstoppable momentum, it flowed through his meridians, and he felt incomparably comfortable. The magnificent jewel hall was right in front of him. Jun Moxie deliberately restrained his aura, and silently floated in. Then he disappeared underground in an instant. His spirit sense penetrated every inch of the ground after he had sunk into the ground. Then he slowly spread it outwards. Jun Moxie hadn't forgotten that he was almost discovered by Lei Wu Bei last time. Within the magnificent jewel hall, he knew that there were at least 3 Xinxians, so how could he dare to be careless? Being cautious was a necessary characteristic of a top assassin. However, the result of the spirit senses probing had greatly surprised Jun Moxie. Since when did the magnificent jewel hall have so many experts? This was quite a terrifying strength. Jun Moxie clearly detected that there were more than one strong spirit sense hovering in all 4 directions of the magnificent jewel hall. Each and every one of them had a cultivation level close to that of Tianxian's. Jun Moxie carefully perceived that there were actually 7 people. The other 2 who were slightly weaker were presumably Xiao Han and Mu Shuetong. Since when did the peak of Tianxian's cultivation level become so rampant? Or could it be that reinforcements have arrived from the Silver Blizzard City? And in the middle there were several powerful spirit senses. It should be Xinxian's cultivation level, and even one of them, in Jun Moxie's perception, was not inferior to the solitary eagles. That was an existence close to the Great Master level. Chapter 295. 6 Xinxian Peak, 7 Tianxian Peak, and 2 Tianxian Intermediate. This was a terrifying force for the Tianxiang city at the moment. Why did the Silver Blizzard City send such a group of experts? Jun Moxie didn't need to use his but to figure out the answer to this question. If it wasn't for the Jun family, then who else could it be for? The reason why so many people had been dispatched was naturally because of one of the 8 great masters, Solitary Eagle, who was stationed at the Jun family's residence. If this force was coordinated well, then they might even have the strength to kill Solitary Eagle. Jun Moxie carefully controlled the yin-yang escape. Then, he drilled into the middle of the large room and quietly hid himself. His main goal now was not simply to seize the treasures. He needed to know the true intentions of these people, and the true intentions of the Silver Blizzard City. Then he needed to quickly formulate a countermeasure to eliminate the enemy's strength. Otherwise, the consequences of this situation would be very worrying. Who would have thought that a moment of greed would lead to such an important piece of information? Jun Moxie sighed from underground. It's better for people to be a little greedy. See, isn't this a good thing? Isn't this the legendary meat pie that fell from the sky? The heavens still favor the good, and this young master has done a lot of good deeds. I've punished the evil, done good deeds, built bridges, paved roads, and blessed the people. I haven't had the time to do those things yet, but if this young master wasn't a good person, then why would the heavens favor this young master? Humph. What? Do you want that damned cripple to continue being so arrogant? I think it's better to take this opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. A long night is fraught with dreams. It wasn't clear what was being said, but an indignant voice rang out. It sounded very unreconciled. The one who had spoken was Xiao Han. Impudent. Our actions are the result of the Silver Blizzard City's collective research. When did you have the right to question us? You don't even know your place. A feminine voice scolded. If it wasn't for you stubbornly going your own way back then and fanning the flames everywhere, would there be such chaos now? If the Dongfang family hadn't come out of nowhere to rob and kill us during the incident in the Silver City, which aroused the public's anger and diverted their attention, I'm afraid that the Supreme Covenant would have intervened because of your nonsense. Now, do you still want to destroy the Silver City? How can a mere Jun family destroy the Silver Blizzard City? Grandpa, how can you blame me for messing around? This was the hatred of stealing his wife. It was as irreconcilable as the murder of one's father. Let me ask you, which man in this world could swallow this insult? Xiao Han's voice was very agitated. Grandpa? Xiao Han's grandfather? Wouldn't that be the highest-ranking person in the Xiao family in Blizzard Silver City? Is this Xiao Xingyun or Xiao Buyu? Jun Moxie held his breath and continued to eavesdrop without moving. He heard every single sound, big or small, in his ears. But, you've already killed 4 people of the Jun family. And they were the backbone of the family. Jun Wui has also been crippled because of you, you evil creature. What more do you want? Do you really want to leave no one alive? The feminine voice seemed to be hating iron for not becoming steel. Besides, what kind of situation are we in now? The Shuehun Manor and Shi Changshao have issued a supreme summoning order. How can that be a trivial matter? We also have to rush to the southern region. So, how can we be delayed because of a trivial grievance like you? And how can we stir up trouble at such a critical juncture? One couldn't help but admit that this person's manner of speaking and handling was quite magnanimous. At least he wasn't as unbearable as Xiao Han. Speaking of this matter, I thought of another matter. The two are somewhat related. So I asked Grandpa to participate in this. Xiao Han's spirit seemed to be roused. I received a note when I was about to leave the Imperial Palace. There was only a brief message on it. Jun Wui will be leading the army to the south to deal with the Xian Beast Tide. Grandpa, it would be better if we... What's the use of sending ordinary soldiers to deal with the Xian Beast Tide in the south? The feminine voice suddenly paused. It seemed as if it had pondered for a moment. Then it continued, that's right. This might be an opportunity if that's the case. Second brother, this note of unknown origin is indeed an opportunity. But, second brother, please don't forget that Solitary Eagle will also be heading to the south once the Supreme Summoning Order is issued. And he will certainly be traveling together with Jun Wui if he goes. So, it won't be easy to deal with Jun Wui with Solitary Eagle around. Therefore, the crux of the matter is that the Solitary Falcon is the core of the problem. Second brother? It seems that the second most important person of the Xiao family is Xiao Buyu. That's right. That old Solitary Eagle must pay the price since he wants to stick his neck out. How can we not take revenge for our sixth brother? Xiao Buyu's feminine voice was brimming with murderous aura. We'll act according to the circumstances when we reach the south. First, we'll concentrate the strength of the 6 of us and the 7 swords. Then we'll besiege and kill Solitary Eagle. Then we'll decide whether or not we'll deal with Jun Wui. Everything will be under our control as long as Solitary Eagle isn't there. Moreover, we can just push the blame onto the Shen beasts in that kind of place. And everything will be over. Second brother, do you mean to let them go for the time being? Then we'll deal with them when we reach the south? An old voice asked. Jun Moxie could tell that it was the voice of the third elder. That's right. The Supreme Summoning Order has already been issued. I'm afraid that the other great masters will launch an attack on the Silver Blizzard City if we continue to fight each other before we reach the south. and we'll challenge the great masters. So, we can only deal with them when we reach the south, Xiao Buyu spoke in a gloomy manner. Moreover, there's also that mysterious black-clothed masked man. Xiao Buyu's voice became even gentler. He disregarded his status to snatch our Xiao family's soul-replenishing jade. So, that means that it's extremely important to him. He'll come to snatch it again if he finds out that it's on Feng Wu's body. The reason why I've left Feng Wu alone in this room is to make things more convenient for him. He smiled gloomily and said, that mysterious man's abilities will inevitably lead to casualties if he tries to snatch it. So, he won't have to waste any effort to snatch it now that it's on Feng Wu's body. So he won't cause any trouble. I've already placed a restriction on it. Moreover, I've also added the 1,000-mile soul-locking incense. Xiang's son is also on standby. We'll be able to find him even if he goes to the ends of the earth as long as we have it in our hands. He won't be able to escape. So we must concentrate all our strength once we've identified our target. And we must kill him in one fell swoop at all costs. Take back the soul-replenishing jade. Second brother is wise, everyone said in unison. It was clear that everyone's spirits had been roused. Only Jun Moxie was left stunned. Is there such a good thing? Give it up. It had to be said that Xiao Buyu's trick would be effective against anyone in this world. In fact, even Yun Bichen would be able to find some clues if he were to get his hands on it. But this trick was useless against Jun Moxie. It's like using a honey trap on a eunuch. This analogy is somewhat inelegant. But the principle is the same. Suddenly the elders were startled. Second brother, you can already use a restriction on your spiritual sense? Doesn't that mean you've already reached the 4th level of Xinxian? Hee hee. Xiao Buyu's laughter contained a sense of complacency. I'm ashamed. I've been in seclusion for 10 years but I've finally made this step forward. This is also the reason why I'm confident that I'll be able to capture that mysterious man. Congratulations to second brother for making such great progress. Everyone said in unison. However, Jun Moxie snickered in his heart. Confidence? Are you talking about confidence in front of this young master? This young master will treat your spiritual sense restriction and your 1,000-kilometer soul-locking incense as nothing more than a fart. Well, no one is allowed to leak any information if we succeed in dealing with the Jun family this time. Do you understand? Xiao Buyu's eyes radiated power in all directions as he spoke in a serious manner. Of course. Otherwise, the lord of the city will blame us. And no one will feel good about it. Moreover, the Jun family has the backing of the Dongfang family. So, everything will have to be done in secret. Everyone chuckled and started to discuss other things. Jun Daxiao was very angry at this moment. This Xiao family is very vicious. I want to see who will be exterminated during this trip to the southern heaven city. Not even the chickens and dogs will be spared. Second brother, it seems that this Shen beast tide is extraordinary. Could it be that the king-level experts of Tian Fa have intervened? Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? Now that the Supreme Medallion has been issued, second brother, do you think any of the 8 great Supremes will go? It was the 9th elder's voice. It's not difficult to determine. The first great master Yun Bichen hasn't appeared in the world for many years. So, I'm afraid that he won't be an exception this time. Moreover, the blue great master Meng Hongqin is too far away from the southern heaven city. So, I'm sure that she won't go even if she receives the news. But the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei and Solitary Eagle will certainly go. After all, they're in the Tianxiang city. So they can't run away even if they want to. The great master of life and death, Shi Changxiao, is already at the Shuehan Manor. Li Ju Tian won't disregard his own safety. So he will certainly return to the manor. Based on a rough calculation, 4 of the 8 supreme martial artists had already arrived. Moreover, we will be going to the Silver Blizzard City on behalf of the city lord. Moreover, I'm afraid that our overall strength will be the strongest among them. The great master Wen Tian is the only one who can't be sure. So he may or may not go. However, the tyrannical strength that we have gathered should be enough to deal with this Shen beast tide even if he doesn't go. Xiao Buyu smiled slightly. He seemed very confident. But this Shen beast tide is very strange. I've heard that they attacked the Shuehan Manor as soon as they arrived. Second brother, I don't remember Tian Fa and the Shuehan Manor having any conflict. The third elder frowned. There must be a reason why the Shen beasts have come out of Tian Fa. So, there must be a reason why they attacked the Shuehan Manor. We'll know the reason when we get there. Xiao Buyu closed his eyes. It seemed that he didn't wish to speak anymore. Everyone became silent. These people were naturally confused about the reason behind the Shen beast tide. However, Jun Imosia had already guessed the gist of it from underground. Jun Moxie couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm afraid that this Xian beast tide has something to do with me if my guess is correct. Chapter 296. Jun Moxie remembered that he had negotiated with Long Crane and Bear Mountain to harass the Shuihan Manor, and to break the legs of the young master of the Shuihan Manor. Then he would help them break through their bottlenecks as long as they accomplished this goal and returned to the Tianxiang city. This would be their reward for delaying the Shuihan Manor. They had agreed to a time limit of half a month, but Jun Moxie had extended the time limit to 1 month. He had thought that they would have accomplished this task by now since they had made it sound so easy. But there had been no news until now, and Jun Moxie had found it strange. But now, the sudden outbreak of the Shen Beast Tide was caused by these two fellows. Who else could it be? But I had only asked them to delay the Shuihan Manor. I didn't ask them to deal with the entire world's Shen experts. What was going on now that they had created such a huge commotion? Jun Moxie was puzzled as he thought about this. Those two should have known about the stakes in this matter. But why were they so unwise? Is there really another reason? Jun Imosia obviously didn't know that even the two Xian Beast Kings who had rushed to the Southern Heaven City in high spirits were extremely gloomy about this matter. Man proposes but God disposes. Dealing with the Shuihan Manor without Master Zhu Tian's protection was a trivial matter for these two Xian beasts. Moreover, they didn't need to confront the Shuihan Manor directly. They only needed to harass the Shuihan Manor on a small scale. However, the two Xian Beast Kings hadn't expected that their appearance in the Tianxiang city would arouse the vigilance of the Master of Life and Death, Shi Changshao. Shi Changshao left for the Shuihan Manor in the Southern Heaven region the same night after the Xian Core competition had ended. How could the Xian Beast Kings be a trivial matter? After all, the Shuihan Manor was next to the Tianfa forest. The Xian Beast Kings of Tianfa had left the forest. So, the Shuihan Manor shouldn't be unaware of such a big matter. Coincidentally, the great master Li Zhu Tian had returned to the Shuihan Manor at the same time. He was tired from his travels and wanted to return home. Everything that should have happened and everything that shouldn't have happened at this specific time happened with great vigor. The two Xian Beast Kings, Long Crane and Bear Mountain, had arrived at the Shuihan Manor in a very ostentatious manner. Then they had arrogantly kicked open the manor's gate and had vigorously carried out Jun Moxie's policy of stirring up trouble. First they had wantonly burned, smashed and looted everything. Then they had thrown the entire Shuihan Manor into chaos. Call your young lord out, let me break that brat's legs, then I'll leave immediately. How could the Shuihan Manor agree to such conditions? As the saying goes, if the master is humiliated, the subject must die. The two Xian Beasts' cultivation was close to that of a great master, and their bodies were even stronger than that of a great master. But the Shuihan Manor also had more than 10 Xin Xians and dozens of Tian Xians. So both sides had started to fight because of a disagreement. A great master was a great master and a beast king was a beast king. Long Crane and Bear Mountain were like tigers in a flock of sheep. They were fighting in high spirits and hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, they weren't like the 8 great masters. They didn't care about their status as masters and they didn't have any misgivings. In fact, they had taken advantage of the chaos and had started to rampage through the Shuihan Manor. They had pushed down walls in the east and set fire to the west. This had made the Shuihan Manor's Shen Xians extremely angry. But they had been unable to do anything about it. They had only been able to deal with the Shuihan Manor in a group fight. The two Xian Beast Kings had been wreaking havoc and had been very happy. But their joy had turned to sorrow. First, the great master of life and death, Shi Changshao, had arrived at the most chaotic moment. Shi Changshao had naturally chosen to stand on the side of the Shuihan Manor when he had seen this chaotic situation. So, he had joined the fray without demur, and had resisted Bear Mountain by himself. The rest of the Shuihan Manor's men had been left to deal with Long Crane. And the situation had been reversed with the help of a great master. Therefore, Long Crane and Bear Mountain had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Their mission would have been considered complete if they had chosen to retreat at this time. But they were Xian Beast Kings. So how could they lose face like this? How would they have the face to look for that mysterious master to break through the bottleneck if they had given up after being beaten by him? Moreover, he hadn't even done what he had asked for. He had only knocked down a few houses. How could that be considered as causing trouble? Moreover, he had specifically stated that he had asked for Li Tingyun's legs to be broken. But we haven't even seen his shadow yet. How could that mysterious master be so easily fooled? It had to be said that these two Xian Beast Kings were very honest. They had been entrusted with a task and were very loyal to it. Isn't it just Shi Changshao? Let's fight again tomorrow if we can't beat him today. Then let's see who can last longer? Don't tell me that you humans are more resilient than us Shen beasts? This is outrageous. After all, the two of them had thick skin and thick flesh. So they didn't care about the attacks of those below the Great Master level. So they continued to fight fiercely even when they were besieged. In fact, they seemed to be getting more and more courageous as they fought. In fact, they had managed to kill several people in a short time. Then the two Shen beasts didn't have the demeanor of an expert. They left Shi Changshao alone, and continued to wreak havoc in a frenzied manner. Then, they didn't wait for the people to catch their breath, and continued to cause trouble the next morning. In fact, it seemed as if they wouldn't stop until they had achieved their goal. These two Shen beasts had the demeanor of a very persistent person. Their persistence had caused the entire Shuehan Manor to complain incessantly. It's not that there aren't any experts. In fact, there are many experts like Xin Xian. But, the gatekeeper can't always be Xin Xian, right? These two Shen beasts were super experts. So, even an immortal wouldn't be able to guard against them. Many people could fight these two beasts one-on-one. But they didn't have the ability to keep them here. So, there was no need to talk about killing them. The experts were getting more and more tired. But the two Shen beasts were getting more and more excited. They felt that these few days were the most exhilarating days of their lives. However, a tragedy happened at this time. Li Ju Tian had returned. One could imagine how furious the second most powerful Great Master in the world was. I haven't been home for a few years. But my home is now being attacked. Moreover, the Shuehan Manor is in a state of chaos within a 300-kilometer radius. Smoke is rising everywhere. Everything has collapsed. Is this still the Shuehan Manor? Is this still the place I've painstakingly built over my lifetime? It's like a refugee camp. Li Ju Tian attacked in anger, and nearly killed the two Shen Beast Kings on the spot. The two Shen Beasts were formidable, but it depended on who they were up against. They might be able to fight against Shi Changshao, but they weren't a match for the second Great Master, Li Ju Tian. Moreover, they had played too much. So, they were like an arrow at the end of its flight. They were exhausted and no longer in peak condition. Fortunately, the two Shen Beasts had intrepid bodies. So, they were barely able to contend with Li Ju Tian for a while. The two Shen Beasts were seriously injured and the Shuehan Manor was victorious. Li Ju Tian had spent half of his life building the Shuehan Manor. But, many of the Tian Shen and Xin Shen experts had been injured by the two Shen Beasts. Li Ju Tian had defeated the two Shen Beasts. But he hadn't been able to kill either of them. So, it could be said that it was a Pyrrhic victory at best. However, the old Manor Lord had returned. The great Master of Life and Death had come to visit. Moreover, he had defeated the two Shen Beast Kings. This was a cause for celebration. But, something unexpected happened when the banquet was being held that night. Without any warning, Shen Beasts as far as the eye could see directly rushed over. There were low-level Shen Beasts, middle-level Shen Beasts, and even higher Shen Beasts. There was nothing they couldn't have imagined. The most frightening thing was that the pack of Shen Beasts had come in tens of thousands of them. They were like a surging wave. The Shuehan Manor had just dealt with the wolves. But they had suffered even more losses. The Shen Beasts had retreated without a trace. How lucky. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then they saw the Tian Fa forest specialties, the gold Shen man-eating ants rolling towards them. It wasn't luck but misfortune. But this wasn't the end. Not only did they have to deal with the man-eating ants, but they also had to deal with the attacks of the flying Shen Beasts. It was said that the Shuehan Manor had been in complete darkness for 2 days. 2 great Shen Beast Kings had suffered a loss. How could this be? This had directly triggered a Shen Beast tide. This time it wasn't just to fulfill the promise with that mysterious expert. It was a matter of face and hatred. The dignified Shen Beast Kings had been beaten to the point of running away with their tails between their legs. How could they lead the Shen Beasts if they couldn't get back at them? Moreover, the most outrageous thing was that the experts behind Li Ju Tian had cheered and applauded when he had repelled the 2 Shen Beasts. They had been bullied by the 2 Shen Beasts for the past few days. So, it was only natural that they would say something unpleasant when they saw the 2 Shen Beasts suffer defeat. In fact, the 2 Shen Beasts hadn't been killed on the spot by Li Ju Tian. Therefore, the 2 Shen Beast Kings had become furious. Their hair had stood up in anger. Moreover, the Tian Fa forest had experienced a small change recently. And this had made the 2 Shen Beasts even more unscrupulous. There was a saying that goes, when the tiger is gone, the monkey becomes the king. So, wouldn't they be able to do anything without restraints? Moreover, how could they deal with Great Master Li Ju Tian if they didn't do something big? Therefore, the Shen Beasts had recklessly rolled up like a hurricane, and had crazily engulfed everything. Li Tian's methods had reached the heavens. But he was only one person. So, he had been forced to retreat again and again. However, the two Shen Beast Kings didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. They were blindly unwilling to let the Shen Beasts off. In fact, it seemed as if they were going to kill them all. The two Shen Beast Kings were also having difficulties in their hearts. Big brother, quickly hand over your son. We will break his legs and retreat immediately. How can you be so untactful? We won't break his legs. We will only break his legs. He will be fine after 2 days. In any case, let us go through the motions, right? Damn. Such a simple matter can force us to retreat. But these old fellows insist on fighting to the death. Chapter 297. However, what kind of person was Li Tian? He was the second most powerful great master in the world, second only to Yun Biqin. How would he be able to survive if he were to hand over his son in such a situation? Therefore, it wasn't as if the two sides hadn't tried to negotiate. But every time they tried to negotiate, it would collapse in an instant. The fight between the two sides was getting more and more intense. The Shuehun Manor eventually couldn't afford to continue fighting. They would be completely annihilated and become food for the Shen beasts. Therefore, Li Tian and Shi Changshao had no choice but to issue a great master summon for help. And after that, it was the situation that Wuxia and the rest knew about. This matter had become very big. Moreover, everyone was confused and didn't know why such a thing had happened. Even the two great dark beast kings that had caused the trouble were bewildered. That man wants us to deal with the Shuehun Manor? What? I don't know. They weren't the only ones who were depressed by this question. Li Tian and the Shuehun Manor were even more depressed and angry. Who did we provoke? How did such a disaster suddenly befall us? What kind of person was behind all of this? Wasn't all of this too strange? Li Tian had asked Long Crane and Bear Mountain many times, why? We've been living in harmony for so many years and we've even done business with each other. But now you've come to kill us without saying anything. Even if you want to go to war with my Shuehun Manor, you must at least give us a reason, right? Li Tian's request wasn't excessive. In fact, it was very reasonable. There must be a reason for the two countries to go to war, right? The two Shen beasts were always left speechless at this time. We're in the wrong. Can we say that we lost a bet, and that man doesn't like your Shuehun Manor? So we came here? We only wanted to break your son's leg, that's all? Wouldn't that be a loss of face? It's as if our brothers have been reduced to someone else's thugs. We're also famous and we can command great people. The two beasts hemmed and hawed. In the end, when they were pressed, Bear Mountain's temper flared up. Damn it, aren't you just the second supreme being? You actually dare to interrogate us? Who do you think you are? Li Tian didn't ask any more questions after Bear Shan Shan had spoken those words. However, both sides had fought even more fiercely than before. Li Tian would have followed the Shen beasts into the Tianfa forest even if they wanted to retreat. He was about to explode from anger. This was because Big Bear had said a rather classic line. No reason, I just don't like the look of you. Look at your Shuehun Manor's face. Didn't you use your numbers to bully us that day? We're going to bully you because we have more beasts today. What's wrong with that? Even if you don't feel embarrassed as a neighbor, I still feel embarrassed. So I want to teach you a lesson. Li Tian was a 100-year-old second great master, so much so that he almost vomited blood. The fight between the two sides had escalated after these words had been spoken. Li Tian had also brazenly issued the great master summons after these words had been spoken. Both sides had reached a point where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, thousands of people and Shen beasts had gathered together and started to fight to the death. It had even directly led to the current situation where there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, forming a grudge that could not be resolved. However, no one knew the truth. Even the cause of this incident, young Master Wuxia, was also confused. In fact, he was completely flabbergasted. I only wanted you to cause some destruction, okay? I didn't ask you to start a world war. You can't blame me for this dispute. I didn't mean it. I'm innocent. Of course, Li Tian would have vomited blood if he knew that the Shuehun Manor that he had painstakingly built for his entire life had almost been destroyed because his precious son had wanted to take a concubine. What was a femme fatale? This phrase, in a situation where no one knew about it, had been created using the corpses of countless profound beasts and the blood of countless experts. Under a situation where tens of thousands of people were silently searching for the truth, it was the most authentic and authoritative interpretation. From ancient times until now, there had been many legends of femme fatale. But there had never been a femme fatale who had brought such a calamity to the martial world. In fact, even the Shen beasts had been harmed. Guan Qinghan, the young madam of the Jun family, had set a precedent. Not only was this unprecedented, but it would also be unrepeatable. The young lady of the Jun family, Guan Qinghan, could be said to be the most beautiful woman in the universe if one were to judge her from this point alone. Of course, this beauty had one thing in common with all the other beauties of the past: she was innocent. In fact, she was even more innocent than them. And that's because Guan Qinghan didn't know about this matter. She was thousands of miles away in the capital, grieving for Qiu Lianyu. How could she have known that she was thousands of miles away? In fact, this whole matter was an unsolved case. Just like now, in the room above the ground of the magnificent jewel hall, the 6 great masters Shen were aimlessly guessing. And, underground, Jun Dashao was also frowning in deep thought. What was the purpose of this Shen beast tide? Why did it have to be so big? It really took a lot of thinking. Jun Moxie stood quietly on the ground, thinking back and forth several times. He felt that there was something wrong with this matter. There must have been some changes that went beyond his original estimation. Finally, he made a decision. What does this Shen beast tide have to do with me? This Shen beast tide is a good thing for me. Besides, even if I really wanted to go to the Tianfa forest, it would be to hunt for treasures. Whoever wants to stop the Shen beast tide can go. I don't have the time to do that. Also, those old guys on the ground are really too hateful. They are actually scheming to deal with the 3rd uncle in the Jun family. They even want to destroy my Jun family in one fell swoop. This is really intolerable. Then Jun Dashao silently drilled out of the ground. He was still in a stealthy state. This was the mystery of the yin-yang escape technique. Even a very high-level expert would find it difficult to find him. Lei Wu Bei had noticed some clues about Jun Dashao. But Great Master Lei hadn't been able to find him. Jun Dashao was surprised by the keen senses of a great master. But he was also very confident in his own yin-yang escape technique. Even a great master couldn't find him. So, how could a small fry like him be able to? Xiao Fengwu wasn't in the room where everyone was having a secret meeting. Perhaps his status wasn't enough to participate in such a high-level meeting. However, Jun Moxie hadn't forgotten his main purpose for coming here. Even the Hongjun Pagoda has a reaction. Ah, the Xiao family's soul-replenishing jade? This name is very hard to pronounce. Jun Moxie cursed in his heart. The corners of his mouth crooked. Xiao Buyu's divine sense restriction? 1,000-mile soul-locking incense? I'll put it in the Hongjun Pagoda once I get it. I'm afraid that even a great principal's divine sense restriction won't be of any help, right? As for that bullshit 1,000-mile soul-locking incense, it doesn't matter how awesome it is. But it can't chase into my consciousness, can it? Isn't this the so-called, the devil rises 10 times as the righteous rises 1 foot? I'm better than you if you're better. The Xiao family's elders had isolated Xiao Fengwu in a room with good intentions. And they were waiting for me to steal it. They were cooperating with me in this way. Wasn't this tantamount to giving it to me with both hands? How could I disappoint such good intentions? How could I not accept them with a smile? Jun Moxie would feel guilty if he were to disappoint the 2nd elder Xiao Buyu's good intentions. The 2nd elder of the Xiao family was not only magnanimous, and generous. Therefore, Jun Moxie began to search every room in high spirits in order to find the hidden treasure. So, it shouldn't be difficult to find it since they've deliberately planned for me to steal it. Jun Moxie calmed himself down, and carefully probed the various powerful divine senses in the room. And he discovered something in common. Almost everyone had dispersed their spiritual powers. Some were strong and some were weak. And they were monitoring the secret room in the middle of the room. So, it would be impossible for anyone to escape unscathed if they were to break into the room under the cover of so many spiritual powers. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously in his heart. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid. So he stealthily moved towards the secret room. Fu *K. Do you think you're a great master? Do you think you can monitor it with your divine senses? Are you thinking too highly of yourselves? Or are you looking down on me? Everything was as he had expected. Xiao Fengwu's face was still pale. He was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. His eyes were closed and his hands were placed in front of his chest. He was holding a jade pendant. That jade pendant was the object of Jun Dashao's trip. It was the soul-replenishing jade. This jade pendant was genuine. It wasn't adulterated. Jun Moxie could even feel that the jade pendant contained an enormous amount of pure energy. It was slowly being extracted from the pendant as Xiao Fengwu breathed and circulated his Shen Qi. Then it slowly transformed into Shen Qi that could be absorbed. Then it seeped into Xiao Fengwu's meridians. Xiao Fengwu's complexion would improve a little after every 2 cycles of Shen Qi circulation. So, this is how the Xiao family uses the soul-replenishing jade. Jun Moxie suddenly understood. Jun Daxiao could clearly feel that the pure energy was slowly being transferred into Xiao Fengwu's body. Xiao Fengwu's absorption was only a drop in the ocean compared to the enormous amount of energy contained in the jade pendant. However, Jun Daxiao still felt distressed. How could a bastard like him, a lowly plaything of the Xiao family, be worthy of enjoying such a high-grade item? This behavior is a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. It's worthy of the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Only I, this young master, can be regarded as appropriate. It's worth it. It's a perfect combination. Therefore Jun Moxie didn't hesitate. His body quickly floated over. His right hand formed the shape of an eagle's claw. Then he floated over to grab the jade pendant. It was as fast as lightning. Chapter 298. Xiao Fengwu was wholeheartedly absorbing the pure energy from the jade pendant in order to repair his damaged meridians. He knew that he was being used as bait, so it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. He was also afraid that the mysterious man would come too early. Even if he disdained to kill him, he wouldn't be able to fully recover from his injuries. Then he would have to suffer for a few more days. Therefore he worked very hard, wholeheartedly absorbing the pure energy that came from the jade pendant. He could clearly feel that his damaged meridians were slowly wrapped by the pure energy transmitted from the jade pendant. It was as if his whole body was soaked in warm spring water. He only felt that his whole body was warm and extremely comfortable, and his damaged meridians were also recovering at an abnormally rapid speed. He only felt that his spirit was floating, as if ascending to heaven, like an immortal, like a dream, like an intoxicated person. Just when he was feeling the most comfortable, his hand suddenly shook, and the jade pendant disappeared in an instant. Xiao Fengwu was shocked. He hastily opened his eyes and saw that the jade pendant was floating in front of his chest. It paused for a moment and then quickly flew away. What was even more bizarre was that Xiao Fengwu didn't sense anyone's shadow or aura. It was as if the jade pendant had suddenly grown a pair of legs and had a life of its own. How could such a thing happen? What's going on? This definitely wasn't the work of an expert who used profound Shen Qi to guide the jade pendant. First, it wasn't necessary. Second, there wasn't any Shen Qi fluctuation. Xiao Fengwu could tell the difference between the two. So, what was going on in front of him? Xiao Fengwu's consciousness blurred. He almost thought that he was dreaming. He shook his head forcefully to clear his head. Seeing that the jade pendant was about to float out of the door, he thought of the mystical effects of the jade pendant and was very reluctant to let it go. Finally, he mustered up his courage and threw himself forward. At the same time he screamed, "Help! The jade pendant has escaped! The jade pendant has escaped?" Jun Moxie, who was in the void, was so amused by this sentence that he almost burst out laughing and gave himself away. Damn it! This brat is too talented. Although this jade pendant was indeed a miraculous treasure, in the end, it was still an inanimate object. For it to be described as escaping, it was truly speechless. However, Xiao Fengwu was in a hurry, and he couldn't clearly explain what had happened in front of him. He wanted to say that it had been stolen, but he clearly hadn't seen anyone do anything. In fact, he hadn't even seen the shadow of a ghost. Therefore Xiao Fengwu could only shout, "The jade pendant has escaped." However, he didn't realize how ridiculous it sounded when he said it. Even though it was a very fitting way of saying it given the current situation. Someone is here to snatch the soul-replenishing jade. Jun Moxie grabbed the jade pendant, and it fell from Xiao Fengwu's hand. Xiao Buyu's white eyebrows twitched as he stood up from the other room. He had placed a restriction on his spirit sense, and had transmitted this information to his mind. Then a small green-feathered falcon flew out of Xiao Buyu's bosom, and flew towards Xiao Fengwu's room. It could be said that this outcome was within his expectations. But it wasn't reasonable at the same time. The third elder had described the tyrannical strength of this mysterious man. He had disregarded his status to take away a younger generation's treasure. So he wouldn't have let go of the other half of the jade pendant. In fact, he was determined to get his hands on it. However, this secret room had been shrouded in the spirit sense of so many experts. Even the first great master Yun Bichen wouldn't have been able to break through such a formidable defensive power. So, it was likely that a normal person wouldn't have been able to enter this room without alerting the spirit sense of the guardians. However, this mysterious man had managed to sneak in without making a sound. Such a method could be said to be a rare and extraordinary skill. Xiao Buyu's thin body floated up like a white cloud in the next moment, and flew out as light as a feather. He flew towards the secret room where Xiao Fengwu was recuperating. At the same time, an extremely feminine yet exceptionally sharp long whistle was issued from his mouth. The sound wasn't loud, but it was unceasing. The entire magnificent jewel hall was instantly alarmed by this long whistle. The speed of a spirit Shen expert was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, a total of 12 peak experts had surrounded the room where Xiao Fengwu was recuperating from his injuries. Everyone was completely focused and alert, ready to act at any time. An expert who could sneak into a secret room and steal a treasure while being shrouded by so many spirit senses couldn't be an easy opponent. This was the consensus of everyone present. This man is a great enemy. Xiao Buyu's clear voice hadn't yet finished. His eyes flashed with a murderous intention as he rushed towards Xiao Fengwu's recuperating room. He was about 7 feet away from the door when the hard and thick red sandalwood door was attacked by his Xian Qi. In fact, it had silently turned into fragments and disappeared in the air. Xiao Buyu's body moved like a dragon as he entered the room with lightning speed. This was Xiao Buyu's wishful thinking. Everyone would attack as soon as there was an anomaly. However, there was no need for everyone to barge into the room. After all, the situation would become chaotic, and the enemy would be able to escape. He would only need the strongest person to rush in alone. Then the others would form a huge encirclement around the room. They would closely monitor the situation and block off any possible escape route. In fact, they would be met with a head-on attack as soon as that person came out, no matter which direction he went. Everyone on his side would erupt with their full strength as soon as they saw that person. And they would be able to block him for a little bit. In fact, they would only need to block him for half the time it takes to blink an eye. Then they would have enough time to surround him and attack him together. Xiao Buyu was confident that even the weakest person on his side would be able to block him for a while. Even the leader of the 8 great masters, Yun Bichen, would be able to block him for a while. Even Yun Bichen wouldn't be able to do so. Xiao Buyu didn't believe that anyone in this world would be able to escape his line of sight in such a short time. Moreover, there were still 5 Xinxians and the 7 swords of the Silver City outside. That mysterious person might be able to sneak in without a sound. But it would be a joke to think that he would be able to leave in the face of such a tight blockade. This plan was absolutely flawless. It was foolproof. There would be no mishaps. However, Xiao Buyu hadn't expected it. And there had been a mishap even if there had been no mishaps. He rushed into Xiao Fengwu's room as fast as he could. Shen Xian's Xian Qi had already been activated. In fact, it seemed as if his entire body had turned into a violent tornado. He had already heard about the terrifying strength of this mysterious person from the rumors. Even though he was fearless, he was still wary of him. According to the description of Brother 3 and Brother 6, he was afraid that if he were to be careless, he might die at the hands of this mysterious person. How could he dare to be careless? His Xian Qi protected his entire body as soon as he entered the room. Then he spun around with a whoosh sound. He looked like a ballerina performing a very difficult maneuver. But he didn't find anything. Xiao Fengwu was the only one standing in the room with a blank expression on his face. Where is he? Xiao Buyu shouted in his heart. Could it be that I'm too late? That's impossible, right? The fragrant eagle was also pointing in this direction. How could I be wrong? Oh. Xiao Fengwu was at a loss. He didn't know what his great-grandfather was asking. So he replied in a confused manner. Where's the person who snatched the soul-replenishing jade? Are you stupid? Xiao Buyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it. That person had snatched the jade from my hands. And he's asking me, who is it? Fortunately, Xiao Buyu had cultivated himself well. Otherwise he would have gone mad with anger. There's no one. Where is there? Xiao Fengwu looked at his hands in a daze. Then he looked at his furious great-grandfather. He didn't know what was going on. His mind was still in a state of confusion. How did the jade fly away? It's very strange. Did it become a spirit? There's no one? Then where's the soul-replenishing jade in your hands? Are you going to tell me that it grew wings and flew away? Xiao Buyu was so angry that he couldn't beat it. So he berated loudly. That's right. Grandfather, that was very strange. The jade didn't have wings. But it flew away on its own. It's true. Xiao Fengwu's face was serious. Trash. Xiao Buyu cursed loudly. Then he rushed out with a whooshing sound. His face had turned black with anger. I've seen useless people. I've seen stupid people. But I've never seen such a waste. Such a waste is my own great-grandson, but I'm telling the truth, The jade pendant flew away on its own. It didn't have wings. So, it flew away very quickly. Xiao Fengwu was mumbling behind Xiao Buyu's back. He felt that he had been wronged. However, Xiao Fengwu felt wronged. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth these days? I've seen it with my own eyes. And I've experienced it myself. Screw your grandmother. Shut the fuck up, you bastard. A furious curse was heard in midair. Then, a palm wind that was so dense that it seemed to have condensed into a tangible substance flew down and hit Xiao Fengwu's face. Xiao Fengwu staggered and fell to the ground. His face immediately became swollen. Xiao Fengwu was extremely aggrieved as he covered his face. But he was thinking in his heart, "You motherfucker. You found the right person. Damn it. My grandfather wouldn't even exist in this world if you hadn't." Xiao Buyu's body leapt up into the sky like a meteor. He soared to a height of 30 meters above the magnificent Jewel Hall's pavilion. Then he hovered in the air. His body rotated in a circle, and his eyes swept in all directions. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius could be seen under the dazzling starlight. But he couldn't find any clues. That man had left just as silently as he had arrived? The small fragrant eagle circled around him. It was clear that even this little thing had lost its target. How is this possible? Let me nag a bit. Sigh, my little brother got into an accident and was hospitalized, so I had to accompany him every night. Cough cough, my little brother is the original Fatty Tang in the book, and he has been injured recently so he can't take care of himself. He has 3 urgent needs, so I have to carry him to the hospital, untie him, take off his clothes, carry him and carry him back. Can you imagine how miserable I am right now? I've been working in the hospital for the last half of the night. Many people in the group know about this. I didn't want to talk about it because I didn't want everyone to worry. But more and more people are coming up with suggestions. Please understand. Also, my computer broke down a few days ago. I've said so much, but I hope you understand. I remember seeing a comment in the book review section some time ago. But I can't remember which book it was. The comment said, "Breaking chapters is like having sex. If there's a first time, there'll be a second time. And there will always be a variety of reasons in life to break chapters and ask for leave. So once there's a first break, there will be more and more reasons to ask for leave. And it will become smoother and smoother. And the book will either be left unfinished or unfinished." This sentence makes a lot of sense. So, no matter what the reason is, as long as my hands can still write, as long as my brain can still think, I don't want to break chapters. Because I don't want to have such a first time. At this point, everyone understood why I didn't tell them the reason in advance. Because I was afraid that if I told them in advance, I would have a justifiable reason to slack off. If the matter of breaking chapters symbolizes my persistence, then I hope that I can persist. Even if I'm only completing a minimum daily update. It's nothing more than tiring myself out a little. Chapter 299. Today's first update. Half an hour later. I'm still working on it. Xiao Buyu's feminine voice resounded. It sounded like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an indescribable pressure in his voice. Did you see anyone come out? The 12 experts looked at each other in dismay. You were the first to rush in. But you didn't find anything. So, how can you expect us to find anything? No one has come out. Second brother, rest assured. The 12 of us have already locked down this area. Not even a mosquito can fly out within a 200-meter radius. So, second brother, please do your best, the third elder said with a solemn expression as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His hair was as white as silver and his beard was as white as snow. Third brother is right. Second brother, you can rest assured, the others immediately responded in a solemn manner. Xiao Buyu would have been very pleased if he had heard these words before. In fact, he would have been very proud. After all, there was no doubt about the abilities of these brothers. However, Xiao Buyu found these bold words funny. In fact, he felt so ashamed that he couldn't even show his face. A strong feeling of powerlessness rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked up to the sky and sighed. He was incomparably lonely as he slowly descended from the sky. He then stood on the roof of the magnificent Jewel Hall in a daze. Second brother, what happened? Everyone could see that there was something wrong with his demeanor. So they couldn't help but gather around him and ask in a concerned manner. We've fallen? Xiao Buyu sighed as he looked into the distance. His expression was very bleak. There was unwillingness, loneliness, and a strong sense of humiliation on his face. Who is this person who stole the soul-replenishing jade? Looking around the world, who could have such unfathomable means? They come without a trace. They come without a shadow. They come without a trace. They leave no trace. Even if it was the first Supreme Yunbi Chen and the other legendary figures, could they do something like this? Fallen? Second brother, you mean? The other 12 people turned pale with fright. They weren't fools. They knew that Xiao Buyu had said that someone had come to steal the soul-replenishing jade. After hearing those words, everyone already knew what had happened. They guessed that the mysterious expert must have come. Each of them was in high spirits, waiting to have a showdown with the other party. However, they couldn't even see the shadow of a single person. So, they thought that it was a false alarm. But then they heard Xiao Buyu say, "We've been screwed." If he still couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence, then he would have lived for so long in vain. Could it be? Everyone looked at Xiao Buyu in disbelief. They looked at the expression on Xiao Buyu's face. Everyone had used questioning words to express their disbelief. But their tone had been firm. Yes, you guessed right. The soul-replenishing jade had already fallen into that person's hands. This is an undeniable fact. Xiao Buyu spoke in a soft and gloomy voice. He seemed to be very depressed. I didn't even see anyone. The soul-replenishing jade had disappeared without a trace. Then I chased after him, but I didn't see him either. And you obviously didn't find any clues either. Our Silver Blizzard City has suffered a big loss this time. How could that be? Second brother, don't forget that the soul-replenishing jade still has your divine sense restriction and the 1,000-mile soul-locking incense. The ninth elder opened his eyes wide. Wouldn't it be easy for us to find him if we had those two things? As soon as he said this, the rest of the people had a strange expression that said, "You're an idiot," on their faces. Why would the second brother show such a mournful expression if those two methods were effective? However, everyone's complexion changed as they thought of this. It's no use. This person used a supreme method to erase my divine sense restriction the moment he got the soul-replenishing jade. Moreover, he also removed the smell of the 1,000-mile soul-locking incense. Even Xiao Xiang'er is helpless now. Xiao Buyu smiled bitterly. He looked up at the small green eagle that was circling in the sky. He felt powerless. How is this possible? The other 12 people sucked in cold air. The divine sense restriction resonates with the user's divine sense once it's activated. And it's connected to the user's divine sense. So, no one can easily sever this invisible and mysterious connection. Who could have severed it? And what kind of strength does it take to sever it? Moreover, the 1,000-mile soul-locking incense is a secret medicine unique to this city. It sticks to the body as if it's stuck to your soul. You won't be able to get rid of it for the rest of your life unless you use the city's unique antidote. So, how did this person get rid of it? All of this is simply too unbelievable. Second brother, are you sure? A heavy voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was the fifth elder. He was the most cautious of the 9 brothers. I'm sure. Xiao Buyu sighed and frowned. It seemed as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Then he said in a low voice, "The only thing I find strange is that this person was able to erase my divine sense restriction in an instant. Moreover, he was able to get rid of the 1,000-mile soul-locking incense in an instant. So, his strength can't be said to be the best in the world. But he must be several levels higher than us. So, it should be easy for him to get the soul-replenishing jade from our hands. In fact, it wouldn't be impossible for him to force us to hand over the rest of the soul-replenishing jade." But why? Everyone understood the reason as soon as he said this. That's right. This person can be said to be an unrivaled expert. So, why would he willingly carry the name of a thief in order to steal from the hands of the younger generation? You must know that it would be an unerasable stain on his reputation if this matter were to come to light in the future. So there's no way to explain this. Everyone remained silent. Even if they were to face the 8 great masters, they would still have the courage to fight them with their current strength. In fact, they would even have the strength to defeat them. But they were faced with this mysterious man who hadn't shown himself from the beginning to the end. But he had managed to defeat the 13 great experts of the Silver City. So everyone felt a little resentful. In fact, they felt a heartfelt fear. It's fortunate that such a person only wanted to steal the jade. Wouldn't it be like pinching a snail with 2 fingers if he really wanted to deal with one of our own? The 7 swords of the Silver Blizzard City didn't have any expression on their faces. But the knuckles of their hands that were gripping the hilts of their swords had turned white. This old man hasn't left the Silver Blizzard City for 30 years. And I've come here full of ambition. But I've been defeated. Xiao Buyu's hands were clasped behind his back as he stood at the top of the magnificent Jewel Hall's pavilion. His eyes were distant as he looked at the lights of the Tianxiang city. Then he let out a long sigh and remained motionless for a long time. The other 12 people felt an unusual pressure in their hearts. In fact, they almost couldn't breathe. The dense darkness of the Tianxiang city felt as if the vast sky had suddenly pressed down on them. In fact, it seemed as if everyone's hearts were being pressured by the darkness of the night. Today's matter must be reported to the Silver Blizzard City as soon as possible. Then we must set out for the Southern Heaven City. This isn't a good place. So we must leave as soon as possible. Xiao Buyu's white hair, beard, and robe were fluttering in the night wind. His voice had an indescribable feeling of desolation and sadness. It was as if the confidence and pride that he had built up over a long period of time in his heart had been completely extracted from his body as he spoke these words. It gave everyone an indescribable feeling of sorrow. This feeling was similar to that of a hero at the end of his road. "Second brother," the 12 people cried out in concern. Xiao Buyu flicked his sleeves and spoke in a deep voice, "It's useless to think too much. Everyone go to sleep." Then his body flashed and he suddenly disappeared from the roof. Only a heavy feeling of desolation was left behind. Jun Moxie quickly put away the soul-replenishing jade into the Hongjun pagoda the moment he succeeded. Then he used the yin-yang escape with all his might. He stood motionless in the corner of Xiao Fengwu's room, and calmly watched the situation unfold. Xiao Buyu had fiercely rushed in the moment he put away the jade. His sharp Shen Qi and his spirit sense had spread out in all directions. It seemed as if thousands of sharp swords were flying in the air. Jun Moxie couldn't even breathe. He couldn't help but feel startled in his heart. This top-notch character of the Silver Blizzard City is no small matter. However, his imposing manner isn't inferior to that of the solitary eagle. But it seems that he isn't inferior in any other aspect. No wonder the Silver Blizzard City's plan is so full of confidence. Then Jun Moxie had watched a good show for free. Jun Moxie had only one feeling about the Silver Blizzard City's conjectures. The world is truly marvelous. I can only be regarded as a small shrimp at this stage. But I've been forcibly elevated to the position of number 1 under the heavens by these alligators of Shenzhen. It's so cool. It's so cool. Jun Dashao was obviously only watching at the moment. He couldn't express any opinion. Jun Moxie wasn't far from Xiao Buyu's side while Xiao Buyu was in a state of depression. He was hugging his knees as he watched with great interest. In fact, he seemed to be taking pleasure in Xiao Buyu's misfortune. Jun Moxie was surprised to see that Xiao Buyu had made a prompt decision to leave for the Southern Heaven City. But he also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. He knew that these people would look for an opportunity to make things difficult for him, the third uncle, and even the solitary eagle once they reached the Southern Heaven City. But Jun Moxie wasn't worried at all. Won't the Southern Heaven City be tantamount to returning to my own home with my spiritual energy? Why would I be afraid of them? What a joke. In fact, Jun Moxie was most worried about the fact that the Silver Blizzard City would intercept Jun Wui's army on the road. The possibility of that happening was very small and nonsensical. But Jun Moxie was worried about this the most. Everything else wasn't important in comparison to this. Therefore, Jun Moxie stayed on the roof of the magnificent jewel hall that night. He didn't leave. He wanted to see the Silver Blizzard City's people leave in order to be at ease. Moreover, he wanted to delay the army's journey as much as possible after they left. Otherwise, it would be too bad if they waited for him on the road. In the early hours of the morning, Jun Moxie witnessed the Silver Blizzard City's 6 great elders. The 7 Tianxian experts, Mu Shuitong and Xiao Han, left the magnificent jewel hall with a pale and weak Xiao Fengwu and the Silver Blizzard City's little princess, Han Yanmeng, and their luggage. Then they left the Tianxiang city. Jun Moxie then tailed them for 30 to 40 kilometers. Then he came back with relief after he was sure that they were hurrying along. They're finally gone. Damn it. The Tianxiang city is my world now. Jun Dashao felt as light as a feather all the way. Chapter 300. He saw a group of soldiers escorting more than 10 large carriages clustered around the Jun family's main gate. There was also a group of soldiers who were continuously unloading boxes from the carriages. One by one, the boxes were either exquisite or loose. They were being moved into the Jun family's residence in an orderly manner. The pungent smell of medicine was coming from these boxes. Fortunately, the boxes were being moved in and not out. Otherwise, Jun Moxie's first reaction would have been, they're being raided. The scene was chaotic enough, but it was not over yet. There were dozens of old men and middle-aged men in long robes and mandarin jackets wailing and begging, making the scene even more chaotic. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Is this necessary? The young Master Jun was full of doubts as he passed through the crowd. He was just about to step into the house when a few middle-aged men who had been crying saw him. They rushed over and knelt down in front of him with a plop sound. They begged with tears and snot, "Third young master June, please be merciful and let us go. We are willing to offer you a longevity tablet and bless you with a long life. You will be a marquis for 10,000 generations. But we are just a pitiful small business and we have the elderly and children to take care of. Please be merciful." June Moxie was startled. What does this have to do with me? What kind of words are these? Why does this young master sound more and more like those legendary bullies who force women into prostitution, who bully men and women, who wreak havoc? What kind of person is this? What kind of thing is this? What the hell is going on? June Moxie frowned. He knew that he would not be able to get any answers from the people involved, so he directly asked the soldiers. Unexpectedly, the soldiers shook their heads, indicating that they did not know the reason. Just as June Dashao was feeling gloomy, the ground suddenly trembled and a huge head walked over. "Third young master, I've brought you all the medicine you wanted. I've brought all the medicine that I could get and those that I couldn't." Fatty Tang's unique tone of voice came up to him like he was presenting a treasure. His fat hands, bigger than a bear's paw, gestured. "Here, these are all. Since we're brothers, you can rest assured." June Moxie felt a little dizzy. "I told you to bring as many medicinal ingredients as possible, but this is a little too much. Also, what are these old men and middle-aged men doing?" He couldn't help but ask, "How did you get so much medicine? And what's going on with these people?" Third young master, we're all on the same side, so why do you have to speak like an outsider? Are you pretending to be confused?" Tang Yuan squinted his eyes as if saying, "I understand and you understand. Young Master Tang, young Master June, please be magnanimous and let us go. Leave us a way out." Those people surrounded Fatty as soon as they saw him arrive. They then knelt down like dumplings and started to kowtow as if they were pounding garlic. "You." June Moxie was stunned for a long time before he vaguely understood the whole story. Looking at the situation in front of him, Fatty had probably raided these few pharmacies. Otherwise, there would be no place to buy such a huge amount of medicinal ingredients. You were in such a hurry at that time and the quantity was so large. Where was I going to buy it for you in such a short time? So this young master frowned and a plan came to mind. I immediately devised a strategy and won the battle from 1,000 miles away. Speaking of this matter, Tang Yuan was very pleased with himself. He beamed with joy and said, "So, I made arrangements overnight to buy their medicinal ingredients from these pharmacies. But we asked for too much and they actually said they were not willing. They said that if we sold them like that, they wouldn't be able to carry on with their daily business." June Moxie rolled his eyes speechlessly. "You're talking nonsense. If you buy all their medicinal ingredients in one go, how are they going to carry on with their business? You should at least leave a few days for them to turn over, right? If you want all of them just like that, are you going to leave an empty shop for them?" So Big Brother got angry. Tang Yuan glared at him with a murderous look in his eyes. "Damn it, you actually used the excuse of not being able to do business with me to reject me. Since you don't want to do business with me, is it clear that you're bullying your customers? How preposterous. You dare to bully us two brothers? Is there still any law? Since that's the case, this young master might as well make sure that they can never do business again." So this morning, this young master went to the Ministry of Justice and asked for an official document. Then, I started a vigorous reorganization. At the same time, I closed the shops of the biggest and most arrogant ones. Now, all the medicinal ingredients have been sent here. June Moxie staggered. "What excuse did you use to raid my house? You want the approval from the Ministry of Justice just like that? Isn't that too awesome? Third young master. Are you stupid? Why are you speaking like a layman?" Tang Yuan looked at him suspiciously. "As brothers, do we still need a reason to raid these people's houses? Raiding their houses means that we think highly of them. Putting a bunch of groundless things on us first, we'll talk about other things after raiding their houses. After a few days, if we're in a good mood, we'll let them go. If we're still in a bad mood, we'll just arrest them all and cut their heads off. That's all. It's so annoying." Tang Yuan curled his lips and snorted twice. June Moxie's eyes widened. For the first time, he realized that he hadn't completely integrated with his original identity after crossing over. Tang Yuan's words were very reasonable. In such a feudal society, if a prince like Tang Yuan and June Moxie wanted to open a pharmacy, was it really as Tang Yuan said, "Do we still need a reason? But isn't this too overbearing and tyrannical?" Not to mention anything else, whether it was June Moxie or Tang Yuan, they were both leaders of the princes who could do whatever they wanted. Not to mention raiding a commoner's house, even if they killed a bunch of people, they could still go to the Ministry of Justice and say, "I killed them." But if you want to make it seem like they deserved it, and that I acted bravely in self-defense, I should be commended by the imperial court. That's right, I also have to make the victims compensate for my mental damage. I was frightened. After I'm done, I'll send all the victims to jail. Don't let them bother me outside. If you guys don't do well, I definitely don't mind letting you guys play for a few days. It's decided. This was the advantage of having a high position and authority. How many people in the entire Xinjiang kingdom could afford to offend the two great families, the Tang family and the Jun family? Not to mention this world, even if it was my previous life. I didn't say anything, this is a different world. Turning around, Jun Moxie looked at the pleading eyes of the crowd, and counted a total of 7 pharmacy shopkeepers. This was too much. Fatty's actions would have been enough for the hitman Jun to kill him. But his motive, you say, this matter? Did you guys hear it just now? Do you know what's going on? Let me tell you, I'm not happy right now. Why don't you ask around in Tianxiang who dares to not do business with me? Nonsense, Tang Yuan had directly shouted at the top of his lungs. How could they not hear him? At this time, even his intestines had turned green with regret. If I had known earlier, I would have sold it to him at a low price, or even directly given it to him. At most, I wouldn't be able to do business for 10 days to half a month. But now, I'm about to be ruined. Everyone fiercely nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. We are willing to offer our entire family's assets to the 2 young masters. We only ask that the 2 young masters let us off and be merciful. Fu *K. Is this young master that poor? Do I need you to offer anything? Besides, you don't have anything good to offer. Only medicines. Damn it, how can you give me medicine as a gift? Are you looking forward to my whole family getting sick? You'll only be happy if all of you die. Tang Yuan shouted loudly as he pulled the Shunfeng flag. We're looking forward to your whole family getting sick. It'll be a blessing for the people if you all die. The group of pharmacies cursed in their hearts, but their mouths were filled with fear and trepidation as they repeatedly apologized. Everyone please get up. Our aristocratic hall is in urgent need of a large number of medicinal ingredients. So, we had no choice but to use this method to obtain these medicinal ingredients. I'll kindly accept these medicinal ingredients. You can arrange for the accountant to settle the bill with young Master Tang. This young master has always done things with the genuine goods at fair prices. I've never cheated anyone. What do you think? Jun Moxie considered it over and over again. Then he finally opened his mouth. What was the point of making things difficult for these pharmacies given his status? There wasn't any pleasure in it. Besides, Fatty had acted too excessively in this matter. So, it would be better to settle this matter as soon as possible. It wouldn't be appropriate to provoke unnecessary trouble. Yes. This lowly one wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't I dare? I have the final say. Well, you can go back first. This matter is settled. Jun Moxie frowned and looked at Tang Yuan. Give them double the price for all the medicinal ingredients that I urgently need. In any case, I've already ordered them to prepare more goods. Moreover, I've also ordered the authorities to remove the charges as soon as possible. Let them be acquitted. Fatty Tang's fat face twitched in distress. Double the price. This lowly one wouldn't dare. The pharmacy's owners heaved a long sigh of relief as the matter was finally settled. They didn't need to talk about those troublesome medicinal ingredients. At the very least, their lives were saved. Actually, I don't need that much. After I'm done filtering, you can take back the rest that you don't need. Jun Moxie nodded. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he stopped and said, Oh, right. Call all of your pharmacy's employees over. Help me sort through them. Otherwise, how long will it take to sort through so many medicinal ingredients? The few shop owners agreed with a bitter look on their faces. They thought to themselves, what kind of world is this? We've been doing business honestly. Who did we offend? Suddenly they raided our shops for no reason. Then they threatened us with death. In the end, we have to be grateful to them for letting us go. We even have to send our own employees over to help us. We even have to take back those that they don't need. We even have to put on a smiling face. Despicable? Truly despicable. If we knew this would happen, why did we do it in the first place? For a time, in the hearts of the 7 bosses, these words rose up at the same time. All right, there's nothing else. Just do as I say. Everyone disperse. Jun Moxie lifted his robe and took a few steps through the door. He could faintly hear Tang Yuan's voice behind him. He seemed to be gritting his teeth as he said, Come. Take your pick. I'll give you double the price. We don't dare. A series of fearful voices echoed. Chapter 301. 2 chapters are 17,000 words. Naturally, the original Jun Moxie wouldn't have hesitated to use Tang Yuan's method if he had encountered such a situation. Jun Moxie wasn't the original Jun Moxie. The evil monarch was evil and could be considered a debauchee. But he wasn't like the original Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan, who were debauches to the bone. Moreover, Jun Moxie had always been used to relying on himself. So, he had always been a vigilante and punishing evil. The original Jun Moxie was used to using his power to oppress others. The two men's way of doing things and thinking were poles apart. So, how could they be unified? However, it had to be said that Tang Yuan's stroke of genius had genuinely solved Jun Moxie's pressing problem. Time was of the essence. And Jun Moxie was a complete rookie when it came to refining pills. He hadn't practiced for a long time. Moreover, he didn't even have the necessary ingredients. But Fatty Tang had solved the biggest problem. His method was indeed a bit despicable. But Jun Moxie certainly wouldn't blame him. He would give the bosses of these families some money as compensation. It would be reasonable for them to make up for their losses. This kind of thing was obviously unfair to them. But how could there be true fairness in this world? This young master can cross over. Can you? This isn't fair. Heaven and earth aren't complete. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. So, why do you have to think of everything as perfect? However, it didn't matter whether it was fair or not. He would officially start refining pills tonight. That was the most important thing. Jun Moxie was looking forward to seeing what he would refine. The cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei appeared in the sky above the Jun family's courtyard. His complexion was pale gold. Solitary Eagle, what time is it? The Silver City's people have already started to move. Are you still not going to move? How long do you plan to delay? Are you afraid of the beast tide? If one were to look carefully, they would be able to see that this cold-blooded sovereign's complexion was not very good. His eyes were also faintly bloodshot, and the condition of his spirit was extremely poor. To be able to cause a sovereign-level expert to have such an appearance, the instigator could definitely be proud. If I want to leave, I'll leave. If I don't want to leave, I won't leave. I'll leave whenever I want to. Why do you care? Solitary Eagle retorted in an extremely displeased tone. Solitary Eagle was frustrated. Why did this supreme summon come out of nowhere at such a critical moment? You should have waited until I had comprehended the 9 styles of the ghostly hawk. If I leave for the southern heaven region now, the journey will be long. Plus, there are important matters waiting for me. Who knows when I will be able to come back and cultivate in peace? Did you think it was easy for me to get such a good opportunity? If he really missed it, where could he go to buy medicine for regret? Lei Wu Bei snorted and spoke in a gloomy tone. This old man is leaving today. Solitary Eagle, there are only the two of us in the Tianxiang city at the moment. We have some personal grievances between us, but we'll have to put them aside for the time being because of the supreme summon. You're one of the 8 great masters. You should know the consequences of violating the supreme summon. This old man wanted to travel with you, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Not to mention the solitary falcon. Even Jun Wuxia was startled by Lei Wu Bei's words. When did the cold-blooded sovereign ask someone to travel with him? Moreover, it's Solitary Eagle. This is even more unimaginable. However, the two of them didn't know that Lei Wu Bei had been frantically searching the Tianxiang city for the enemy who had killed his disciple. He had been searching for the so-called supreme assassin Chu Chihuan in his mind. Lei Wu Bei's mental state had been extremely tense, and he hadn't dared to relax in the slightest. He had been constantly on guard against Chu Chihuan's deadly sneak attacks. He had persisted until now and had become physically and mentally exhausted. Lei Wu Bei was a great master. Anyone else would have had a nervous breakdown by now. He had received the supreme summon at the moment, and thought about the long journey to the southern heaven region. Whether it was the forests or the inns along the way, they were the easiest places for an assassin like Chu Chihuan to take advantage of. Moreover, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. He was afraid that his illustrious reputation would go down the drain if he wasn't careful. Therefore, he had decided to ask Solitary Eagle to travel with him. He and Solitary Eagle had their differences, but it wasn't an irreconcilable enmity. Chu Chihuan wouldn't dare to assassinate either one of them if he could get Solitary Eagle's help and travel with the two great masters. A figure flashed and Solitary Eagle appeared in front of Lei Wu Bei. Lei Wu Bei, tell me the truth. What are you planning? Are you afraid? Lei Wu Bei snorted in a provocative manner. Afraid? Ha ha ha. This old man knows that you're trying to provoke me. But I'm going to travel with you. I want to see what kind of tricks you're playing. Solitary Eagle laughed. Wait. Jun Dashao couldn't keep his cool when he saw that the two men were about to leave. He hastily opened his mouth to stop them. He hadn't forgotten that the people from the Silver Blizzard City had left first. So, they were probably waiting for Solitary Eagle. Lei Wu Bei wanted to borrow Solitary Eagle's strength to deal with Chu Chihuan. But Lei Wu Bei wouldn't lend a helping hand if something happened to Solitary Eagle. So he wouldn't step in to help him. What's the matter? Solitary Eagle frowned. My master has returned. He wants me to pass on a few words to you. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and said. Solitary Eagle jumped down with a schwa sound as he heard these words. He seemed to be in high spirits. In fact, he seemed to be impatient. What words? Speak quickly, boy. Lei Wu Bei was left dumbstruck in the sky. Who is this boy's master? How can he have such a great power? Solitary Eagle, one of the 8 great masters, jumped down with just a few words? My master said to let you remember these words. The eagle soars in the sky like the clouds floating in the sky, the wind flowing in the sky. Not in the eagle, not in the wind and clouds, but in the sky. All things are not empty, all things are empty. Jun Moxie wasn't long-winded. He directly told Solitary Eagle the most important mnemonic formula. Naturally, he had used his own secret telepathy technique. The cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei, could only see his lips move. But he couldn't hear a single word. The eagle soars in the sky like the clouds and the wind flows in the sky. Not in the eagle, not in the wind and clouds, but in the sky. All things are empty. All things are empty. Solitary Eagle frowned as he pondered. He seemed to have understood something. But he still hadn't grasped the gist of it. His eyes revealed a perplexed look. This is a superb concept. It can only be understood, but it can't be conveyed in words. But it can't be understood in a short time. My master knows that you are about to rush to the Southern Heaven region. I'm afraid that you will encounter fierce battles there. So, I told you this in advance. I didn't want to delay your progress in cultivation. Many thanks. Solitary Eagle's unruly face revealed a trace of gratitude as he cupped his hands. My master also said that the Silver Blizzard City's 6 elders, Xin Xian, and the 7 Silver City's 7 swordsmen have already gone to the Southern Heaven region. They are prepared to deal with you. Please be careful. Only by being careful can you sail a ship for 10,000 years. The Silver City's 6 elders, Xin Xian? The 7 swordsmen? Could it be the Silver City's 7 swords? Solitary Eagle's complexion became serious. Solitary Eagle wouldn't have believed this if someone else had told him this. But it was Jun Moxie's mysterious master. So, Solitary Eagle believed it without a doubt. That being the case, there are advantages and disadvantages to traveling with Lei Wu Bei, as long as the operation is done properly. In fact, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The solitary falcon muttered to himself for a long time. Then, his expression changed as he said, Does your master have anything else to say? My master said that the divine eagle will soar into the sky when you return. Jun Moxie chuckled. He then cupped his hands in salute. Have a safe journey. Be careful. Farewell. Solitary Eagle clasped his hands in a solemn manner. Thank your master for me once again. Solitary Eagle admires your master very much. Solitary Eagle has always kept the Jun family's matter in his heart. Please rest assured. Solitary Eagle let out a long and loud cry as he finished speaking. Then he soared into the sky. Lei Wu Bei laughed out loud as he soared into the sky to catch up. The 2 figures flashed in the sky and disappeared without a trace. Indeed, there isn't a single supreme being that can be trifled with. Jun Moxie sighed deeply. Then he turned around and returned to his room. That night, countless Shen experts in the Tianxiang city, regardless of their cultivation level or background, hurriedly packed up their things. Then they left for the Southern Heaven city in groups of 3 or 5. After all, no one dared to treat the great master's summons lightly. Even Song Shang and Hai Qinfeng went to the Jun family's residence to ask for instructions. They expressed their desire to go and help. But they were stopped by Jun Moxie. What are you two going to do? Are you tired of living? You're not allowed to go. Song Shang will brew your wine. If you dare to slack off, you'll be expelled from the sect. As for Hai Qinfeng, you don't need to worry about anything else. You just need to focus on developing your gang. You don't need to worry about anything else. I can't stop Solitary Eagle if he wants to leave. I don't have the right to stop him. But how can Jun Dashao let the 2 of them leave the Jun family? What if something happens in the Tianxiang city if we leave the Jun family's residence? But Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang, these 2 Tianxian experts, will stay in the capital to take care of the Jun family. Then, the Jun family will be considered as the strongest party in the capital even if something happens. So they won't suffer any losses. Even if they don't need to take care of the Jun family, they can't be allowed to go to the Southern Heaven City. Both of them are labeled as members of the Jun family. So, they'll probably be used as cannon fodder by the Xiao family or the Li family if they go to the Southern Heaven City. They may have the strength of Tianxian, but the Southern Heaven City is full of Xinxian. And Tianxian is like a dog. So, it's better for them to stay in the Tianxiang City. My brother has spent a lot of effort to gather a team. So, how can I leave them in the Southern Heaven City? Xian Beast tied? What a joke. What does it have to do with me even if everyone dies? Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang had been in high spirits when they heard this. However, they had no choice but to listen to Jun Emosie's words. So, they had no choice but to go back in embarrassment. Inside the second prince's residence. The second prince was very happy at this time. He felt very comfortable. He even wondered if everyone in the world was cooperating with him. The crossbow I want is about to arrive in the capital city. But the two great masters have issued a summons at this time. So, almost all of the famous and unknown Shen experts have gone there. Even the Tianxiang city is no exception. So many experts have left. So, the strength of the capital city is bound to be unprecedentedly weak. But, my super powerful weapons have already arrived. And, my men have already been equipped with these murderous weapons. So, they'll be like tigers that have grown wings. Wouldn't it be very easy for me to stir up trouble in the capital city when the time comes? Therefore, the second prince and his advisors were nervously discussing this matter in a secret room. Everyone seemed a little excited. Mr. Fong informed the Divine Wind Guards that they can set off from the south and rush to the capital city as soon as possible. The second prince looked amiably at his number one advisor. I ask Mr. Fong to help me with this matter. Please rest assured, second master. This is Fong Bowen's duty. I will do my utmost to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Fong Bowen pondered for a moment. Then he said, the Zhao Trading Company will be escorting a total of 200 people. Moreover, 2 Yuxian experts will be leading them. Moreover, the Jiangnan's number 1 guild, Meng Xiao Song, will be leading 81st class warriors. Meng Xiao Song is an Earth Shen expert. So, there's nothing to worry about with him. The Zhao Trading Company is in the light and the guild is in the dark. The Divine Wind Guards and the Zhao Trading Company will be traveling together. Moreover, this old man has already informed the Bloodsword Hall. The Bloodsword Hall will be sending 2 Tian Shen assassins, 5 Earth Shen assassins, and 20 Yu Shen assassins to secretly escort the Zhao Trading Company. Not to mention that the strength of the influential families in the capital city is at its weakest right now. In fact, such a huge force would be enough to ensure that nothing goes wrong even on a normal day. Humph, the Bloodsword Hall has never dispatched an assassin with a rank higher than Yu Shen for my sake. This has led to several failed assassins. It's a waste of labor and money, but there's no harvest. But this time, the Xian Beast Tendon crossbow has appeared, and they've unexpectedly dispatched 2 Tian Shen assassins and 5 Earth Shen experts. The lowest level assassin in this group is actually Yu Shen. This kind of method really makes this prince bitterly disappointed. The second prince was indignant as he angrily said, the Bloodsword Hall has always been unfathomable. This old man also doesn't understand the reason behind this. Fang Bowen frowned. However, this batch of crossbows is of great importance to the Bloodsword Hall. So, it's not without reason that they're being so cautious. It's a fortunate thing. One must know that if one doesn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. Fang Bowen's voice suddenly paused here. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then he felt a burst of fear. It was as if he had thought of something extremely frightening. The second prince didn't notice the abnormal state of his chief strategist. His anger hadn't yet dissipated. He took a few deep breaths and coldly said, forget it. Once we get the crossbows, there won't be many uses for the Bloodsword Hall. This is also a good thing. We won't have to suffer from their inexplicable anger anymore. Fang Bowen's white eyebrows were tightly knitted together. A deep worry suddenly appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, he seemed to think that his idea was ridiculous. It was too fantastic. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. However, the faint worry in his eyes seemed to have grown even stronger. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had an intention. The second prince's complaint was nothing more than a complaint. However, in Fang Bowen's ears, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. Everything that was hazy gradually became clear. Do I still need to think of another way, to retreat? On the other side, the second prince had his hands behind his back. He had a confident look on his face as he smiled to himself. With strong confidence and the hope of achieving his goal, he muttered, "If I can take this opportunity to make eldest and third prince truly," he didn't finish his thought, but his face was full of malice. Suddenly he turned around and said, "Mr. Fong, how is your arrangement going? Lady Yu hasn't made any movements in the past few days. Even Lady Yu herself has rarely appeared. Moreover, we've sent people to contact her, but the Ni Chang Pavilion's attitude has been quite ambiguous. This is really puzzling." Fong Bo Wen's words were extremely slow. Moreover, his words weren't very fluent. In fact, he even got stuck several times. It was obvious that his heart wasn't calm. Moreover, he wasn't only thinking about this matter. A cold light flashed in the second prince's eyes. He was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Let's not talk about that for the time being. In any case, she won't be able to stir up any big waves. What about Qing Dichao? What has he been busy with these days? How come I haven't seen his shadow for several days?" Fong Bo Wen's eyes revealed a trace of disgust. It was obvious that this young Master Qing didn't have a good reputation in the prince's mansion. Fong Bo Wen continued, "This young Master Qing, this old man hasn't seen him for several days. It seems that he's been busy with something but he hasn't let anyone know about it. He's very mysterious. Moreover, the Qing clan's people haven't arrived yet. I don't know if there have been any changes." The second prince frowned. He paced back and forth a few steps. Then he said in a gloomy manner, "Let's put aside all these trivial matters for the time being. We'll wait for the crossbows to arrive. Then we'll make a decision." A murderous look flashed across his pale face. "A woman and a young master of an aristocratic family? Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare you defy me in secret? You don't think that you can act recklessly because of my good impression of you. You'll regret it. And Qing Dichao, does he really think that he's a great person? This prince can destroy the Qing clan in a few days." "Yes." Fong Bo Wen was aware of the second prince's murderous look. His white eyebrows twitched. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This prince is ruthless and ruthless. But how can he be so shallow? He's so domineering even before he's accomplished anything. How will he fare in the future if he succeeds? He was getting more and more bored. So he couldn't help but lower his eyes and keep his thoughts to himself. The second prince stared at the moonlight outside the window. Suddenly, his face seemed to be on fire, and a fanatical look appeared on his face. In his eyes, there seemed to be a scorching flame burning. It was as if he felt that he was already a supreme being, the emperor. The Jun family. Jun Moxie also couldn't sleep that night. Jun Moxie had carefully sifted through the list of medicines. And he had managed to collect more than 200 of them in one go. There weren't any rare elixirs among them. And there weren't any legendary heavenly treasures either. But there was an unusually large number of low-grade medicines. Apart from a few that had yet to be discovered in this world, the medicines were all-inclusive. More than half of Jun Moxie's personal storeroom was filled to the brim. Even Fatty Tang was sent back to rest after all the outsiders had been dismissed. So Jun Moxie found 2 trustworthy people to help him. And they went all out in sorting out the medicines. Jun Dashao didn't have many people he could trust. In fact, there were only 4 of them in the entire Jun family. So he didn't dare to trouble Grandpa Jun and Third Master Jun. As for the other 2, Jun Dashao wouldn't stand on ceremony with Ku-er. His sister-in-law Guanqing Han also had nothing to do. So she was half willingly and half unwillingly recruited by Jun Moxie. After all, Guanqing Han was the daughter of a Xianqi aristocratic family. So she was no stranger to these medicines. So she could be considered a great help to Jun Moxie. At the very least, she was someone that Jun Dashao could trust. Jun Moxie sat in a place where the light couldn't reach. He was motionless like a wooden statue. He was frowning as he pondered. The 2 women thought that he was thinking about something. But look at his frown. So they didn't want to disturb him and let him think about it quietly. The 2 women tiptoed and talked softly. They were afraid that they would disturb his thoughts. So they quickly followed Jun Moxie's instructions. They weighed the medicinal ingredients according to a certain amount. Then they mixed them together and wrapped them into a bag. Then they wrote down the serial number. Although this work wasn't too strenuous, it was still very tiring to carry it out for such a long period of time. Tiredness wasn't a big deal. But the monotony was even more unbearable. The 2 women worked until midnight. Only then did they finish the 5 medicine lists that Jun Moxie had handed over. The 2 women finally stood up and took a breather. Although they didn't know why Jun Dashao wanted to do this, they saw that Jun Moxie wanted it so urgently. It must be something important. So they didn't dare to be negligent. They rushed through the night and finally finished it. The two women stood up and looked at each other with a bitter smile. They gently hammered their slender waists. They felt sore and weak all over. But they couldn't help but praise themselves for being able to finish this work so quickly. They looked at each other and smiled. Then they looked at Jun Moxie at the same time. Now that we've completed our task, why is this guy still frowning and thinking about the problem? What problem does he need to think about for so long? Jun Moxie's head was still slightly lowered. His face was heavy in thought. His brows were tightly knitted as if he had encountered a great mystery. He was so focused that he didn't even notice that the two women had quietly walked in front of him. Ah, this bastard. He lied to us and forced us to work here. It turns out that he has already fallen asleep here. This is so infuriating. Guan Qinghan observed for a long time before she finally came to this conclusion. She was instantly furious. If she hadn't been so close to him, she wouldn't have been able to hear his light breathing. He was actually snoring. This is too much. How can you be like this? We've been working tirelessly for the whole night. Not only did you not help us, but you even put on a quiet and thoughtful look and secretly slept. This is too much. Guan Qinghan was furious. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She lifted her jade-like leg and kicked this unscrupulous and shameless guy's thigh. Bang! Jun Moxie fell down from the chair. He instantly woke up. He knew the reason when he opened his eyes. He stood up unhurriedly. He pretended to sigh and said, "This problem is really nerve-wracking. I've been thinking about it for the whole night, but I don't have any clue. This is so frustrating." Young Master Jun had a melancholic look on his face as he let out a long sigh, trying his best to act as if he was worried about the country and its people. It was extremely realistic, causing anyone who saw his expression to instantly feel that if he couldn't figure out this problem, the world would be destroyed. Guan Qinghan sneered. She pointed her slender jade-like finger at his chest. She stared at him with her beautiful big eyes and scolded, "Jun Sunshao, do you always drool so much when you're thinking about a problem?" Jun Moxie hiccuped. He rolled his eyes and said in disappointment, "I have this problem. Whenever I'm thinking about something or doing something, I'll be highly concentrated. It's because I don't care about anything around me. So, I don't have time to close my mouth when I'm thinking about a problem. Drooling, this is a very normal thing. What kind of **T is this?" Guan Qinghan was angry and amused at the same time. She was about to teach him a lesson with a cold face. However, she saw Jun Moxie roll his eyes. He suddenly smiled warmly. "Third uncle? It's already so late. Why are you here?" Guan Qinghan and little Ku were startled and turned around to look. But there was nothing behind them. Jun Wuyi's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. The two women realized that they had been fooled and turned around to flip out. Even the gentle little Ku was furious. But they were left gaping in astonishment as soon as they turned around. Jun Wuxia had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and several bags of herbs had also disappeared along with him. This speed was simply godly. The two girls looked at each other in a daze. They recalled Jun Moxie's funny look. They suddenly burst out laughing at the same time. Ku'er pursed her lips and giggled. Her eyes were looking at Guan Qinghan. Her eyes were full of admiration. She said sincerely, "Young mistress, you look so beautiful when you smile. This is the first time I've seen you smile in these few years. You should smile more. You look so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen you smile in these few years." Guan Qinghan's body trembled. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Then, her face regained its cold expression. She sighed softly and said, "It's late. Go and sleep." She didn't say anything else. She silently walked towards her courtyard. Under the light, her back seemed so lonely and desolate. Yet it was like a snow lotus on the peak of a snowy mountain. It was exceptionally cold and lonely. Standing proudly, the godly Jun Moxie hurriedly went into the Hongjun Pagoda to hide. He saw that the two tigresses were about to flip out. How could he not hide? The reason why he had slept before was because he hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. He was really tired. Secondly, he wanted to recharge his energy to deal with the next round of alchemy. As for the ingredients and formulas that he had picked out, Jun Moxie had already rummaged through the alchemy books to find the 5 types of pills that he could refine with his current cultivation. Chapter 302. 2 minutes in 1. Sorry for the delay. Both the mysterious Yang pill and the minor Yin pill were nourishing medicines that could be used by men and women. They could be refined with ordinary herbs and belonged to the most common type of medicine. Even ordinary people would not have a problem taking them. But from the gathering chi pill onwards, they were high-grade medicines that Shen practitioners and martial artists could use. The gathering spirit pill, also known as the devil's heart pill, when taken during cultivation, the user's mental strength would be highly concentrated, and the user would be fully immersed in cultivation. This was how Du Ju avoided most of the possible situations of chi deviation. This function sounded simple, but in reality, it was not a trivial matter. It was definitely not easy to obtain, and there was no market for it. Martial artists could be unafraid of external things, and they could be unafraid of pain. But the biggest obstacle was the devil's heart. Very few people were unafraid of it. Who knew how many high-level martial artists were attacked by the devil's heart when they were trying to break through, resulting in a lifetime of tragedy. The higher the cultivation, the more severe the devil's heart's backlash. But with this devil's heart pill, it would basically eliminate the possibility of what happened to Du Ju. This was like holding a life-saving talisman in one's hand. If this devil's heart pill were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Shen continent. The bloody strife that such a small pill could cause would be extremely tragic. Even if it was not as tragic as the fight for the level 9 Shen Dan, it would not be much different. The 100 herb pill, as the name suggests, was an elixir that specialized in curing all kinds of poisons. Except for some strange poisons that would kill upon contact with blood and mixed poisons, the 100 herb pill was almost non-toxic. The journey to Tianfa was long, and there were countless poisonous insects, miasma, and ferocious beasts along the way. This 100 herb pill was an essential medicine, and it was definitely a great safeguard for the army. So Jun Moxie chose it first. As for the Meridian Unblocking Pill, Jun Moxie gave it another name, 10 Years Pill. Because, according to his experiments, after taking this Meridian Unblocking Pill, perhaps due to the difference between Shen Qi and internal energy, it could not open the meridians of a Shen practitioner, but it could increase the cultivation of Shen Qi by about 10 years. And this increase in cultivation of Shen Qi would never disappear. In other words, this kind of medicinal pill was able to forcibly raise a profound practitioner's battle prowess. Moreover, it was a miraculous medicine that could raise a profound practitioner's battle prowess by a large margin in a short period of time. If they had this along with the inner devil pill, the strength of the 300 guards that Jun Moxie had personally trained would definitely rise to a whole new level in an instant. Of course, with his second level of the art of fortune, there were still some dawn that he could refine, but the rest were mostly facial nourishing dawn, spirit cleansing dawn, and the like. Although they all had their own uses to the current Jun Moxie, they were not urgently needed, and were definitely not his first choice, so he chose to ignore them for now. At this moment, the most important thing was to increase the strength of the entire Jun family. Sitting cross-legged in the pagoda and facing the simple and unadorned furnace of good fortune, Jun Moxie circulated his energy to calm his excited emotions. As his emotions calmed down, the originally turbulent flow of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune slowly turned into a stream of calm water. Suddenly he felt his mind become exceptionally clear. "Hey!" Jun Moxie shouted in a deep voice. His hands drew a circle in the air, and with a dazzling speed, he quickly pinched out several strange hand seals. What was strange was that every time he pinched out a hand seal in the air, a strange hand seal would appear in the air and fly into the furnace of good fortune one by one, boom. The flame of primal chaos, which had been slowly burning under the furnace of good fortune, suddenly burst into flames. In a split second, the jet-black flames sprang up and enveloped the entire furnace of good fortune. At the same time, Jun Moxie raised his hand and pointed his index finger straight at the furnace of good fortune. With a loud bang, the furnace of good fortune began to spin in the air. Then, a seven-colored brilliance appeared on the body of the furnace of good fortune, reflecting countless strange patterns. Suddenly, all the patterns disappeared and the seven-colored brilliance disappeared. The furnace of good fortune was still spinning in the air, but with a buzzing sound, the lid of the furnace flew into the air. Jun Moxie's empty right hand waved, and a bag of medicines fell into the furnace. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. The fragrance disappeared as soon as the lid of the furnace of good fortune fell, and the flame of primal chaos rose sharply. Then Jun Moxie's outstretched finger that was pointing at the furnace of good fortune was wrapped in a pitch-black flame. Jun Moxie felt the spiritual energy in his body surge out of his fingertips like the opening of a great river. Almost at the beginning of the process, Jun Dashao, who had been smooth sailing all this time, finally began to complain for the first time today. "Oh my God, is this alchemy or is this blood extraction? This feeling is simply the terrifying taste of being sucked dry in a split second." Refining a small alchemy pill actually requires such a high intensity and large amount of spiritual energy. And this is only refining the most basic and common alchemy pill. If I were to refine a precious alchemy pill with a higher starting point, wouldn't I directly die from exhaustion? This is too exaggerated. Damn it, I have read The Journey to the West. Look at how easy it was for the Taishang Laojun to refine alchemy pills. All he had to do was stroke his beard and flick his horsetail whisk. Then an immortal pill came as a breeze. Moreover, it was the kind that could bring one back from the dead, make one immortal and become an immortal. But why is it so difficult for me? I only want some ordinary stuff that can heal injuries, cure poisons, and increase my cultivation by a few years. Is there a need to suck my soul dry like this? Jun Moxie grumbled in his heart. But his spirit and hands did not dare to be negligent. He did his best to maintain the stability of his mind. He allowed the spiritual energy in his body to surge out like a river. After a long time, bang! The furnace of good fortune let out a loud sound and fell back to the ground. The black chaos spiritual flame also returned to its original color and continued to burn slowly. As for Jun Dashao, he was completely exhausted. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. He panted heavily and felt the spiritual energy from the Hongjun Pagoda crazily surging into his meridians. He felt as if he had run 5 kilometers with a huge rock on his back. He wished he could stick out his tongue to catch his breath. If not for the huge amount of spiritual energy from the Hongjun Pagoda, the exhausted Jun Dashao would have fallen into a deep sleep. The exhaustion of the body was secondary. The most important thing was the exhaustion of the soul. If it was not replenished in time, it would lead to serious consequences. After a long time, he finally felt the spiritual energy in his meridians fill up a little. Jun Moxie struggled to crawl up and congealed some spiritual energy. The furnace of good fortune opened with the help of the spiritual energy. Jun Moxie stretched his head out to take a look. His hands and feet started to tremble. Inside the furnace of good fortune, besides a small pile of ashes, there was nothing else. I'll fuck your uncle. Hitman Jun was flabbergasted for a long time. He then cursed angrily, I don't believe that I can't refine a pill with my talent. It's just an ordinary pill and I still have to refine it a second time. He sat cross-legged, began to absorb the spiritual energy, and began to operate the art of good fortune. Then, crap. Hitman Jun couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the result of the second attempt. It's actually, okay, I'll fight you. Let's see who's the best between us. The cycle repeated itself, bang, crap. I don't believe that I can't refine this trash. If 10 times isn't enough, I'll refine it 100 times, 1,000 times. He cursed angrily. Then he began to vent his anger. Then he sat cross-legged, began to operate the art of good fortune, and the cycle repeated itself. The unbearable cursing and the hysterical venting began once more. He didn't know how many times he had done it, but finally, wahahaha. I'll fuck your 6th uncle. You trash, I'll turn you into ashes. Why aren't you changing? Oh, you bastard. I won't recognize you if you change your attitude. Fuck motherfucker, you're evil, can you be more evil than me? Oh. Inside the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Dashao looked like a beggar. No, Jun Dashao's appearance was worse than a beggar's. His face had turned green and he looked like a zombie. His whole body was trembling as if he was having an epileptic fit. His chicken claw-like black hands were clutching a sparkling and translucent pill. He was laughing wildly, jumping up and down as if he had gone mad. Jun Moxie clenched his teeth as he looked at the pill in his hand. He had an impulse to throw it on the ground and then stomp on it a few more times. Damn it. You've made me suffer so much and you've been torturing me for so long. But if I were to disregard you after I've succeeded and then trample you to pieces, how satisfying would that be? How satisfying would that be? How comfortable would that be? Jun Dashao steeled his heart, but in the end he couldn't bear to do it. Crap. My brain would have been short-circuited if I'd really crushed it. I'll let you be awesome. Wait until I've swallowed you into my stomach. My intestines will move and I'll digest you. You'll become the best punishment for you. As he continued to mutter curses to himself, he carefully took out a small jade bottle. As if he was serving his ancestor, he carefully placed the rubbish in his mouth into the bottle. In the end, there was only one left in his hand. Without thinking, he swallowed it into his mouth. He chewed on it a few times and only swallowed it down after chewing it to mush. It seems like the effect is not bad. Jun Moxie savored the taste of the mysterious yang pill in his mouth. His face was full of aftertaste. Looking at the medicinal ingredients that he had brought in, Jun Moxie's face turned bitter. How long would he have to practice for? Counting the ingredients of the mysterious yang pill, There were originally 100 bags. Now there were only 78 bags left. In other words, he had refined it 22 times. He didn't know if it was luck or coincidence that he had succeeded once. And he had produced exactly 30 pills in one try. If he wanted to equip the entire private army, he would need to succeed at least 10 times. And 10 times of success meant that he would have to try many more times. Fuck. I'm going all out. Jun Moxie clenched his teeth and plopped down on the ground. Once again he began to accumulate his spiritual energy. It had to be said that Jun Moxie's endurance was really strong. It had definitely exceeded the limits of a normal person's tenacity. Other people would not turn back until they hit the wall. But Jun Moxie did not turn back even after hitting the wall. Even after hitting the wall he did not turn back. He was a classic example of someone who would hit the wall, but still want to smash the mountain. With Jun Moxie's current spiritual energy and the assistance of the second level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, after activating the furnace of good fortune and the flame of primal chaos, he could at most complete one round of refining. After that, the spiritual energy in his body would be completely exhausted. It would not be an exaggeration to say that not even a drop would be left. What kind of uncomfortable feeling would a Shen or warrior feel when their Shen Qi and internal energy are drained? It would be similar to the feeling of having one's head heavy and feet light, cold hands and feet, and having one's mind muddled. Moreover, these symptoms would be magnified by 10 or 20 times. This statement was absolutely not an exaggeration. In addition, one would clearly feel that one's soul would tremble in the depths of one's sea of consciousness. In fact, it would feel as if one's soul would fly away and scatter at any time. It would be an absolutely hair-raising experience. It was also a stroll in front of the gates of hell. An average person wouldn't be willing to try a second time after experiencing this kind of tempering. Moreover, they would feel pain and lingering fear every time they thought about it. Even a person with strong willpower would reach their limit after trying 3 or 5 times. However, Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao had succeeded 22 times in his first attempt. The most awesome thing was that the first 21 attempts had been a failure. Moreover, looking at his determination, it seemed that he would continue to refine if he didn't succeed after 22 attempts. Who would dare to say that they were more tenacious than the hitman Jun? More demonic? Not to mention the purity of the spiritual energy, even the tempering of one's mind was no small matter. It was an absolutely unimaginable matter. The current situation was that he had finally succeeded in refining this pill. Moreover, Jun Dashao still wasn't willing to give up. In fact, it seemed as if he was going to use up all the medicinal ingredients in one spurt of energy. Such an abnormal degree, even if a certain alchemy grandmaster in the cultivation world saw it, he would immediately pass out with his eyes rolled back. This was a monster, or perhaps it should be said that he was an evil being. Jun Moxie naturally didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. He was in high spirits as he continued to refine pills. Then he would put the refined pills into a small jade bottle with a miserly expression on his face. Each jade bottle could hold 100 pills. One bottle was full. Then another bottle was full again, and then another bottle. Perhaps it was because of his previous failures. The current Jun Moxie was unexpectedly very skillful in refining pills. Looking at this posture, it seemed as if he was the reincarnation of the old lord. Perhaps it was because of his previous failures. Now that he had experienced, the failure rate was very low. Basically, he would succeed in refining pills every 3 times. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Jun Moxie's spiritual energy recovery speed was getting faster and faster. In the beginning, he would be as tired as a dead dog after refining a furnace. Now he would only need to take a few heavy breaths after refining a furnace. Then he would completely recover after meditating for a while. Then he would be able to start the next furnace. This speed had increased by more than 2 or 3 times. The efficiency could be said to be quite high. This also meant that through this round of pill refining, not to mention the final number of pills that could be formed, there would be great benefits to Jun Moxie's consciousness and his spiritual energy. Moreover, it was a huge and far-reaching benefit, especially after experiencing those 21 consecutive failures. The condensation of Jun Moxie's spiritual energy and the strength of his consciousness had already grown to an extremely high level. At the moment when he finally succeeded, the sudden burst of ease and strength showed that Jun Moxie had made great progress in this round of pill refining. However, Jun Moxie himself didn't know any of this. He didn't even pay attention to this aspect at all. Jun Dashao was in a transcendent state of selflessness, thoughtlessness, and thoughtlessness. He was completely focused. Right now, his mind was filled with only one thought: refining pills. Refining pills. Refining pills without a care for anything else. There's no time, time is too tight, I have to make the best use of every moment to refine pills. His expression from the initial excitement of seeing the pills, gradually became calm and natural. Then it became as if it was only natural, and then it became stupefied. In the end it was as if he was having a normal meal, as if he was eating the most ordinary cabbage, and it was the cheapest kind of cabbage. The kind that could be bought with a dime for a few caddies. I'm sick of eating it. When it was time to refine the meridian connecting pill, a huge discovery finally woke Jun Moxie up. Fuck. The spiritual energy in my body actually supported me to refine 3 batches of pills in a row, and I actually didn't feel tired. What's going on? Is it because this pill doesn't consume as much spiritual energy as the previous ones? That's not right, these pills are of the same level, and this meridian connecting pill is the most difficult to refine in this level, and it consumes the most spiritual energy. I remember when I was refining the first batch of pills, wasn't I already exhausted before I could persist to the end? Why is it now? Jun Moxie's thoughts moved, and he immediately restrained his spiritual energy to look inside his body. With one look he was immediately shocked. In his meridians, the spiritual energy that was originally in a formless and shadowless state, when he broke through the first layer he gradually felt it. When he broke through the second layer, it had already turned into a faint mist. Now, although it was still in the shape of a mist, it was much thicker than before. In fact, it even had a slight feeling of solidification. Could it be that I've only refined pills for a while? How did my spiritual energy increase so quickly? How could Jun Moxie know that he was only refining pills? With this method of refining pills, every time the spiritual energy was exhausted, he would only replenish it. And at that time, the pure spiritual energy from the Hongjun Pagoda would flow into his meridians without any obstruction, and the transformation would be completed in an instant. At the same time, when it recovered, it would more or less improve on the original foundation. And he had already gone through this cycle who knew how many times. Moreover, every single time he would go all out from the start, tossing and turning with an overload. It could be said that if he did not have the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Dashao would have died long ago. But now, not only did he have the Hongjun Pagoda, but his body was also inside the Hongjun Pagoda. This brought him great benefits that could not be described with words. His current strength had more than doubled compared to before he entered the Hongjun Pagoda to refine pills. If measured by Xian Qi, the current Jun Dashao had at least reached the middle stage of Yuxian, and could break through at any time. If using the art of unlocking heaven's fortune as an example, he had already reached the middle stage of the second level. He only needed one more big step to reach the peak of the second level, and he would be able to break through to the third level. And now, it had been less than half a month since he had broken through to the second level. In other words, during this period of time when he was refining pills, he had completely immersed himself in it, and had raised his cultivation by 2 levels. A whole 2 levels of improvement to an ordinary person was something that they would not even dare to think about. Xian Qi cultivation under the silver level was relatively fast to advance. But once one broke through to the silver level, every step would be more difficult than the last. Any martial art was like this, the higher the level, the harder it was to break through. Just like the 2 Tianfa kings of the Tianfa forest. Their innate talents far surpassed the ordinary people, and they could be said to be blessed by the heavens. However, they had been stuck at their bottleneck for decades, and there was no sign of a breakthrough. In these decades, they had also been improving every day, but they had not been able to break through. And once Jun Moxie had the possibility of helping them break through, they would crazily follow him. This was a clear indication of the difficulty of breaking through. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh, and his mind was in a state of ecstasy. He felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation, and instantly felt a sharp pain in his head. Ever since entering the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie had long forgotten how much time had passed. He also did not know how long he had been here. But at this moment, his head was incomparably painful, and his whole body was powerless. Although his qi was still abundant, his body had no strength left. At the same time, the strong feeling of hunger in his stomach made Jun Moxie feel some pain. How long does it take to not eat to have this kind of feeling? Moreover, I haven't drunk any water. Looking at the ground beside him, Jun Moxie was once again shocked by himself. Rows and rows of jade bottles were neatly arranged. Counting them, oh my god, Jun Moxie sucked in a breath of cold air. This is really refined by me? Fuck. I'm so abnormal, I'm really not a human. 5 bottles of mysterious yang pills, 3 bottles of minorine pills, 6 bottles of demonic heart pills, 15 bottles of 100 solutions pills, and 8 bottles of unblocking meridians pills. Fuck. This brother is really too great, too awesome, too handsome, too. There are no adjectives that can describe this brother's strength. These pills are all strength up. Once these are given to the 300 bodyguards, to what extent will their overall combat strength increase? This is definitely an extremely terrifying matter. Jun Moxie praised himself as he hurriedly rushed out of the Hongjun Pagoda. If I don't go out, such a great person like me will starve to death. But Jun Moxie did not know that he had originally planned to refine pills for the entire night, but had instead gone crazy and stayed in the Hongjun Pagoda for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, no one knew about this, and this almost caused a huge uproar. The young master of the Jun family had once again disappeared from his own home without any reason, and this time there was no trace of him, and he had disappeared without a trace. This was also the longest time he had disappeared. The solitary eagle had just left, and Jun Moxie had also disappeared. What did this mean? He could not help but think too much. The Jun residence was somewhat chaotic and everyone was in a hurry. Something big has happened. This is bad. Chapter 303. Jun Tian wasn't worried on the first day. After all, Jun Moxie's strength wasn't weak, and he was brimming with confidence. He even said that he could protect himself even if the 8 great masters were to attack him, so what could possibly happen? Maybe this guy is hiding somewhere and working hard to make a great-grandson. But on the second day, Jun Tian and Jun Wuxia couldn't help but become anxious. What's going on? He hasn't been home for 2 days and 2 nights, and this has never happened before. Could it be that he's having too much fun? On the 3rd day he couldn't keep his cool. He claimed to be able to protect himself from the 8 great masters, but this information hasn't been verified yet. What if Jun Tian became anxious and issued an order, and the capital was once again under martial law? At the same time, the Jun family's secret forces were mobilized, and Hai Qinfeng's Jinyang gang was also mobilized. For a time, the ruffians and the army joined hands, and the scoundrels and generals joined hands. Jun Wui personally commanded the search, and every suspicious place was searched several times. Jun Wuyi's complexion was unusually ugly, and this search was exceptionally vicious and merciless. Anyone who doesn't agree with me will be executed first. Jun Tian brazenly said, "Damn it, even if the sky falls I'll hold it up. Search carefully for me. If anyone dares to disobey I'll kill them. If anyone dares to make a sound I'll break their legs and then they'll lose their heads." The most miserable place was the Spirit Fog Lake, and the most miserable place was the Enichang Pavilion. There was no doubt about it. Lady Yu was said to be performing her zither skills on a tour, and all the major brothels were scrambling to hire her, but she hadn't even completed half of her tour when Jun Wui sent his army to detain her. A reason? Why do I need a reason to detain you? The Enichang Pavilion had a relationship with the second prince, and almost everyone was well aware of this fact. But this time it was said that the second prince had sent his chief strategist, Mr. Fang Bo-wen, to plead for leniency, hoping that the Jun family would give him some face, and even release Lady Yu alone. However, Jun Wuyi's reply was only one word: get lost. It was said that the highly respected Mr. Fang had a seizure on the spot. It was said that the highly respected Mr. Fang Bo-wen was so angry that he went into a fit. Young Master Jun, who was dressed even worse than the beggars, appeared in his own courtyard. Like a reincarnated hungry ghost, he ran like a stray dog, like a fish that had escaped the net. With a speed close to the speed of light, he ran into the Jun family's main kitchen. This caused the little Lolika, who had been crying for the past few days, to jump in fright. Before she could turn around in surprise, she saw that her young master had disappeared once again. The 2 women followed the direction in which Jun Moxie had disappeared, and when they arrived at the main kitchen, they were shocked. Young Master Jun's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and he had 2 dark circles under his eyes. His hands were like chicken claws, and his boots were so shabby that even his toes could be seen. Even though he was in such a sorry state, he did not slow down in the slightest. He moved as fast as lightning, grabbing a steamed fish with his left hand and shoving it into his mouth. Then he pulled out a complete fish bone from the other side of his mouth. There was a big lump of beef in his right hand, and he kept sending it into his mouth without chewing at all. In front of him was a bowl of soup. Occasionally he would choke and let out a strange cry. Then he would lower his head and, like a whale sucking in water, he would smash his head into the big bowl. On the ground was a pile of bones, fish bones and meat bones. The chubby chefs in the kitchen felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and stared blankly at this young master who looked like a reincarnated hungry ghost. Their fat faces twitched and they couldn't believe that he could eat so much. Damn it. Even a pig, no, even a wild boar would not be able to eat so much. And it can't eat so fast. This eating speed. I can't take it anymore, I'm getting dizzy just by looking at it. Guan Qinghan hurriedly rushed over with Ku'er. She was very angry in her heart. You debauchee brat. Don't you know how to inform your family first? You've been gone for 3 days and there's no news from you. Do you want me to die from anxiety? She had the mentality of an elder sister-in-law, and wanted to teach her younger brother-in-law a lesson. But when she arrived, she was dumbstruck and couldn't say a word. This table manners? Miss Guan's eyes widened and she covered her small mouth. Her face had an expression as if she had seen a ghost. This was the first time that the iceberg beauty Guan Qinghan, who had always been as cold as ice, had shown such an expression on her face. Ku'er's delicate and charming mouth was wide open. She had a startled expression on her face, and it seemed as if 2 big duck eggs could be stuffed into her mouth. Finally, Jun Moxie sighed in satisfaction and smashed his head down. The remaining half of the soup disappeared with a whoosh, and revealed the smooth and white bottom of the pot. He lifted his leg and kicked away the various bones that had almost buried his ankle. Jun Moxie let out a satisfied burp, and took out a small and exquisite flying knife. He then started to pick his teeth in a leisurely manner. But when he turned his eyes, he saw that everyone's expression was extremely strange. He couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Don't tell me there's a flower growing on my face?" Everyone was speechless. Everyone was speechless for a while, and they were still speechless for a long time. It would be strange if they could say anything in the face of such thick skin. "What have you been doing these past few days?" Guan Qinghan was the first to come to her senses. She pretended to be dignified as she interrogated him. "I've been these past few days?" Ah. Jun Moxie immediately guessed what had happened. He shook his head with a sigh. "I've been very busy. I've been so busy that I'm about to die. How can I be like you? You eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Other than solving your physiological needs, you don't care about anything else." What kind of words were these? Guan Qinghan's face was frosty and she said fiercely, "What did you say?" "What did I say?" I said, "Big sister-in-law and Ku'er are getting more and more beautiful. Every time I see you, I don't know what to say. Especially big sister-in-law, you're not only beautiful but you're also getting younger. When I see big sister-in-law in the future, I really don't have the nerve to call you big sister-in-law. If others don't know, they'll definitely think that you're my younger sister." Jun Moxie hurriedly tried to salvage the situation, and spouted a bunch of flowery words and nonsense. Hearing this, Guan Qinghan and Ku'er were stunned. They knew that out of 10 of this mischievous brat's words, at least 8 of them were fake. But hearing him praise their beauty still made them feel a little happy. They found it both funny and annoying at the same time, and they stared at him speechlessly. After a long while, Guan Qinghan's pretty face was still taut. She said, "When third uncle comes back, you'll have a good time." After saying that, she pulled Ku'er and swaggered away. Guan Qinghan was right. She wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. When Grandpa Jun and Third Master Jun received the news, they immediately rushed back. Facing Jun Dashao, they immediately unleashed a torrent of thunderous anger. Jun Dashao's hair had almost turned silver, and his hair was covered with spittle. The thunderous rain was so intense that Jun Dashao didn't even have the time to show off. After enduring the barrage of curses with great difficulty, he took out a set of pills. And 1 mysterious yang pill, 1 devil's heart pill and 1 10 years pill. Facing the 2 big shots who had just rained down curses on him, he still had to crazily flatter them. "And this thing is indeed a good thing. But it can't be eaten too much. At the very least, it's not suitable to be consumed in large quantities. This mysterious yang pill can be stored for 10 days. Taking it frequently as a health supplement is not a problem. But the 10 years pill is a one-time deal. Only the first pill is effective. Eating too much of it is useless, it's a pure waste." Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui pinched the pills with their fingers. The expression on their faces was very incredulous. After all, the effects that Jun Dashao had described were too miraculous. Even the 2 of them looked at Jun Moxie with a gaze that said, "Who are you trying to fool? These pills can increase one's cultivation by 10 years? That's nonsense." The 2 of them had the same expression. However, under the protection of Jun Moxie, the 2 of them swallowed the pills. They finished circulating their energy and stood up. However, they had an almost crazed look on their faces. Feeling the 10 years' worth of cultivation increase within their bodies, the 2 of them looked at Jun Moxie with green eyes. This kind of expression made Jun Moxie think of the dark mountains, a pack of wolves. Such a good thing. "How many more of them do you have? Hand them all over to this old man. Hurry up and don't make things difficult for this old man." Do you hear me, you little bastard? This was Grandpa Jun's roar. Grandpa Jun's face was full of excitement. He directly lost his composure. Not only did he speak incoherently, he even grabbed his grandson's clothes, lifted him up and shook him in the air. He was like a dried salted fish being hung on the eaves of a house. Grandpa Jun was very greedy. Once he opened his mouth, he said in a very overbearing manner, "You see, your grandfather opened his mouth first. Of course you have to take care of him first. I don't need a lot. Just give me 100 or so bottles. No matter how many there are, you can give them all to your grandfather. Look at him, Jun Wui, Third Master Jun is so generous. He only asked for 100 or so bottles. Do these two of them think that it fell from the sky? Or that they picked it up from the ground?" This was a genuine immortal spiritual recipe. Jun Moxie groaned and fainted. This is too shocking. Even if they were picking up dirt from the ground, they would still need to bend down and use some strength. Moreover, this is a pill. Brother, this is not cabbage that can be found everywhere. How could the two of them allow Jun Moxie to pretend to be dead? From the looks of it, with this elixir in front of them, even their grandson and nephew, the only heir of the Jun family, would have to step aside. Grandpa Jun bluntly grabbed Jun Sunshao's cheeks and pulled. Third Young Master Jun's face instantly turned into a pig's head. As for Third Master Jun, his methods were relatively gentle. He only pinched his nephew's manhood. There were no repercussions, only a purple patch. Pretending to faint in front of the two of us? You've really misunderstood your little brat's heart. You've made a mistake in your calculations. Jun Dashao screamed as he woke up. He wanted to cry but had no tears. I really don't have any more. I don't have any more even if you beat me to death. Please let me go. Who are you trying to fool? I saw you take out a few bottles just now. Isn't it a waste to leave such a good thing in your hands? Quickly hand it over. Are you looking for trouble? Grandpa Jun was very straightforward. He grabbed his grandson's ankles and lifted him up. Then he shook him violently. It was as if a naughty child had grabbed a ripe jujube tree. The only difference was, one was upside down. Jun Dashao was unable to endure the abuse. So he finally confessed. Let go. I can't take it anymore. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, okay? Only then did Grandpa Jun put down his hand. Both father and son glared at Jun Wuxia like a tiger watching its prey. Jun Dashao crawled up. The first thing he did was to slap his own face. Who asked you to show off again? Look, something happened, right? He knew that this thing was very tempting. In front of this elixir, grandfather, grandson, uncle and nephew had no feelings. Then he thought about it again. Something is wrong. I made this thing for the Jun family. So, why am I being treated like a traitor? All kinds of tortures were brought out. The only thing missing was a tiger stool and chili water. He slowly took out a bottle of mysterious yang pills, a bottle of demon heart pills, a bottle of 100 solutions pills, and a bottle of 10 years pills. He placed them on the table. Then he spread out his hands. That's all? I don't believe it. Take more. The two of them roared at the same time. I really don't have any more. Jun Dashao's face was full of sincerity. Grandpa, this is enough for 100 people. My master only gave me this much. He thought, what do you want this stuff for? It's just to increase the strength of my trusted subordinates? But some people aren't that reliable. I'll keep the rest for myself. What? You have enough for 100 people? The two of them found it hard to believe. Even half of such a precious elixir was rare and hard to find. In fact, Third Master Jun was only joking when he said that he needed more than 100 bottles. A bottle of this kind of elixir could only contain 3 to 5 pills. So, how could they not be dumbfounded when they heard Jun Dashao say that these unremarkable bottles contained enough for 100 people? It's true. My master used a lot of his strength to refine these elixirs. Otherwise, how could I have sent people to collect so many herbs? But my master said that his vitality was greatly damaged this time. So, he won't be able to recover without 3 to 5 months. Moreover, the main ingredients for refining elixirs have been used up. So, he won't be able to refine any more elixirs for a long time. So, these are the only ones left. Be careful when you use them. Jun Dashao naturally had to exaggerate a little. After all, wouldn't he be forced to refine elixirs every day if this father and son pair knew that these elixirs could be mass-produced? The two of them felt that this was quite reasonable. Only an expert like Wuxia's master could refine such a divine elixir. So, it was even more reasonable that they couldn't refine more. After all, wouldn't it be child's play if these elixirs could be mass-produced? The two of them reached out and pulled Jun Moxie to the side. Then they reached out to grab the elixirs. Mine. Mine. Bang. Bang bang bang. It was obvious that the two of them were fighting over the ownership of the elixirs. June Moxie slipped out of the hall, ignoring the shameless and unscrupulous father and son pair. Anyway, no matter how much they fought, nothing would happen to them. They could do whatever they wanted. He had better go about his own business. Intentionally or unintentionally, Jun Dashao arrived at Guan Qinghan's courtyard. Guan Qinghan was sitting quietly under the flowering tree in the courtyard, quietly admiring the flowers in front of her. Her expression was tranquil, and no one knew what she was thinking about. She clearly heard Jun Moxie's footsteps, but she still didn't have any intention of turning around. "What's the matter?" an indifferent voice asked. "It's nothing much. Just a few elixirs. They're pretty good. Try them and see if they taste good." Jun Moxie laughed dryly. Guan Qinghan slowly turned around. Lengling looked at him indifferently. "What kind of elixirs?" "Just a few elixirs that I got. They're very effective. Do you dare to eat them?" Jun Moxie almost blurted out the two words in his heart. He thought about it, but he didn't dare to say it. "Why wouldn't I dare? Afraid that you'll poison me?" Guan Qinghan smiled unexpectedly. Immediately, Jun Moxie's eyes widened. The frosty beauty suddenly broke into a smile. It was breathtaking, shocking, and unexpected. "Although you, Jun Moxie Jun Dashao, are still somewhat unbearable, but after this period of time, I know that you're not the kind of person who relies on despicable means. Besides, I'm still your sister-in-law." Guan Qinghan reached out and took the 3 elixirs from Jun Moxie's hand. Shaoyin pill, inner demon pill, and 10 years pill. It was the quota for women. She glanced at Jun Moxie indifferently. Without the slightest hesitation, she raised her head and swallowed the elixir. Jun Moxie glared at her. Just as he was about to tell her to wait until she was practicing, Guan Qinghan had already swallowed the elixir. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Looking at Guan Qinghan swallowing his elixir without any doubt, Jun Dashao suddenly felt a wave of regret. If I knew that this sister trusted me so much, why didn't I concoct an aphrodisiac? What a blunder. Bah, this must be the thoughts of the former Emocia. I'm so pure, how could I be that kind of person? Guan Qinghan had just swallowed the elixir. She was about to ask what kind of elixir it was and what kind of effect it had. Suddenly, she felt a burst of gentle heat gushing up from her dantian. Her entire body felt warm and comfortable. Then, the Xian energy in her body started to circulate on its own. It was like the waves of a great river crashing against her meridians. The warm current in her dantian was constantly emitting new hot energy to fill her meridians, and transform into exceptionally pure Xian energy. The elixir that Jun Moxie had given her had the miraculous effect of enhancing her strength. Guan Qinghan was incomparably shocked to discover this. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful for her own recklessness. This was a critical moment. She was at the peak of Silver Xian and was about to break through to Gold Xian. So, she could feel the enormous medicinal power of the elixir after taking the elixir. Breaking through to Gold Xian was imminent. But she was outside at this critical moment. There was no one to protect her, and there was only her brother-in-law by her side. Why didn't this brat explain it clearly? How could this thing be so careless? I thought it was just some ordinary candy. However, Guan Qinghan didn't have the time to think about it. The enormous and extremely pure medicinal power of the elixir had already filled her limbs and bones. It was steadily advancing towards the Gold Xian realm. She felt a burst of discomfort all over her body, and her consciousness started to blur. Guan Qinghan's cultivation was still too low. She was only at the peak of Silver Xian. She was even inferior to Jun Dashao. With Grandpa Jun and Jun Wui's Tian Shen cultivation, they could naturally consume this 10 years pill without any qualms. They could also endure the impact of the elixir and use it to increase their cultivation. They wouldn't even feel any difference. That was because their foundation was deep enough. However, Guan Qinghan couldn't. There was a difference of more than 10 levels between her and these two men. She had only cultivated for 10 years. But now she had suddenly gained 10 years' worth of cultivation. It was almost the total amount of Xian Qi she had ever cultivated. Moreover, it was far purer. Moreover, she had never experienced Jun Moxie's cruel training. How could she persevere? She had already consumed the Devil's Heart pill. Otherwise, she would have gone berserk long ago. Guan Qinghan felt as if her entire body was about to explode. Her consciousness was also gradually blurring. She couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Could it be that this life is going to end in such an inexplicable manner? Her brother-in-law Jun Moxie had finally gotten better. He had even given her a few heaven and earth elixirs. It was clear that Jun Moxie had already turned over a new leaf. Moreover, he was also quite concerned about her. However, she had never expected that her body's endurance would be far too weak. She would actually die from the nourishment of these heaven and earth elixirs? Guan Qinghan couldn't help but feel a trace of amusement. There was also a faint feeling of reluctance in her heart. If it had been a few months ago, death might not have made her feel anything. It might even be a kind of release. But now, where did this trace of reluctance come from? The corners of Guan Qinghan's mouth curled into a melancholic smile. She silently said in her heart, "Goodbye." Then she closed her eyes. However, just as she closed her eyes, she opened them in shock. Her eyes were filled with horror. Guan Qinghan suddenly remembered that, with her status, the most appropriate thing to say at the moment of her death was, "I'm coming," and not "goodbye." Goodbye? Who am I going to say goodbye to? Who am I unable to let go of in my heart? Guan Qinghan didn't have time to think further. Suddenly, a warm palm gently but firmly touched the middle of her back. Then a cool and refreshing strength penetrated into her body. Guan Qinghan's blurry consciousness instantly became clear. It felt as if she had fallen into a cold pond on a hot summer day. She felt a burst of bone-chilling pleasure. Then, a pure power slowly flowed out from that warm palm and flowed into her meridians. It guided the violent flow of energy that had been triggered by the elixir, and methodically passed through her meridians. That flow of energy could be said to be extremely violent. She had been completely unable to control it. But it had become obedient as soon as this warm power appeared. It seemed as if it would obediently go wherever this warm power wanted it to go. A loud bang resounded in Guan Qinghan's mind. She could clearly feel that an indescribable meridian had suddenly opened up. And her consciousness had suddenly entered into a whole new realm, a whole new world. With the help of this hand, Guan Qinghan had finally broken through to the Gold Shen realm in one fell swoop. The one who had lent a helping hand was naturally Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao. Guan Qinghan was panic-stricken. She didn't have any experience. However, Jun Moxie understood that the elixir he had refined was strong. But its attribute wasn't too overbearing. Moreover, it had the Devil's Heart pill as a supplement. So it wouldn't be fatal. Even if Guan Qinghan lost consciousness, she would be fine after lying down for a few days. Then, she would be able to advance her cultivation. However, this was a great opportunity for him to take advantage of her. Jun Dashao wasn't a gentleman. Wouldn't it be a pity to let this opportunity slip by? Helping others is the basis of happiness. He gently placed his palm on Guan Qinghan's back. Although they were separated by 2 layers of clothing, Guan Qinghan's cultivation was at the peak of Silver Xian. So, she had considerable resistance to cold and heat. So, she naturally wouldn't wear too much. This led to the young Master Jun's palm touching her back, and he immediately felt a soft and smooth sensation. It was as if he was caressing a piece of flawless jade. It was so comfortable, so soul-pleasing, so... Chapter 304. Jun Dashao's mind was whirling with a lot of muddled thoughts. Then he remembered to circulate his internal energy to help. Guan Qinghan slowly woke up. Her entire body felt comfortable as if she was about to soar. She couldn't help but feel overjoyed in her heart. I've finally broken through to the Gold Shen realm. This means that I've finally gained considerable strength. I'm no longer a useless person who needs to be protected everywhere. The impulsive feeling of joy had finally calmed down. Guan Qinghan then felt that the palm that had helped her so much was still on her back. It was just that the palm was no longer channeling his internal energy to her. But she could still feel the warmth of that palm. What a big and warm hand. Who was it that helped me? The kid. Jun Moxie doesn't have such a high level of cultivation. She turned her head to look out of curiosity. She saw that her brother-in-law, Jun Moxie, was sitting cross-legged behind her with his eyes closed. His palm was still in the same posture and was still stuck on her back. How is this possible? It's really him. Guan Qinghan felt a wave of dizziness. Since when did this kid have such a high level of cultivation? Could it be? But it seems that he's not moving at all. He must have expended a lot of energy to channel his internal energy to break through to the next stage, right? No wonder he can't open his eyes now. It seems that he's unbearably tired. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly felt that the palm on her back moved a little. Then the 5 fingers moved a little. She suddenly felt a numbing itch. This kid had actually pinched her back, and then moved a little. Guan Qinghan's entire body stiffened. She turned her head to look. She saw that the hateful guy's eyes were still closed. But his face was full of enjoyment. The corners of his mouth were curled up in an extremely wretched smile. This was her brother-in-law's most wretched side in the past. But wasn't his previous behavior just an act? How could it be? That palm moved again. It went all the way down. How could Guan Qinghan not know that this kid was taking advantage of her? Ah! Guan Qinghan cried out in alarm. She jumped up as if her butt was on fire. Without thinking, she slapped him on the face almost instinctively. After a crisp "pa" sound, she followed up with a ruthless kick. Then she stomped her feet. Her face was bright red and she was dazed for a while. Suddenly she covered her face and ran away in shame. Young Lady Guan's martial power had increased exponentially, and her speed could be said to be extremely fast. In fact, her white shadow had flashed, and she had disappeared without a trace. She arrived in her boudoir and her heart was still beating like a drum. She was angry and embarrassed at the same time, and her face seemed to be on fire. She angrily stamped her feet, and 2 drops of clear tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. She was in a daze for a long while. Then she suddenly threw herself down on the bed and covered her head with her hands. Then she covered her head. A faint choking sound was heard. Jun Moxie was startled. He hadn't even opened his eyes when he received a slap on his face. Jun Dashao was infuriated after that crisp slap. What's going on? He was about to open his mouth to ask. Suddenly, a strong surge of energy surged from his lower abdomen. Jun Dashao didn't even have time to feel the pain. His entire body was sent flying. It was as if he was riding on the clouds. He flew no less than 30 feet away. Then he fell into the flowering shrubs with a plop. It was no less than 30 feet. Jun Dashao's small body couldn't be considered as a tall and sturdy man since his rebirth. But he still had the standard figure of a man. So, his weight was at least 50 kilograms. But he had been sent flying by a kick from a beautiful woman. His leg strength was very strong. Or could it be that he had become so strong after taking the medicine? Medicine can't be taken indiscriminately. He crawled out in a daze. There was no one in front of him. He thought for a long time before he realized what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a little mad. I admit, although I did have the intention to act like a hooligan and I did act like a hooligan a little. But my original intention was to help you. But, in the end, no matter what, how could you do such a thing without even informing me? That's too unreasonable. Although I was indeed the one who acted like a hooligan first, but the young Master Jun defended himself in his heart for a while, but he felt that he was in the wrong more and more, as if this slap and this kick were completely justified. I deserve them? He couldn't even absolve himself. How could he not be depressed? Young Master Jun was left speechless. He had given pills to Old Man Jun and his third uncle, and they had almost skinned him alive. Then he had given pills to Guan Qinghan, and had even helped her to make a breakthrough. He had thought that his beautiful sister-in-law would give him some commendation, or at least some affirmation. Perhaps she would even say that she would be gentle. But who would have thought that he would eat a fried dumpling and then get kicked in the stomach? Fortunately, it was his stomach. What if it was a little lower? Wouldn't it be a complete loss? Jun Wuxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then he ran away in a crestfallen manner. He didn't forget that his lower body was really heroic. If he had kicked it, he wouldn't have lost everything. At the very least, he wouldn't have had to go to Tiannan. He would have had to carry his second brother and practice frog jumping at home. His reputation would have gone up in smoke. With a single command from young Master Jun, all 254 men of the Jun family who were in the midst of their high-intensity training, whether they were in the midst of sparring resistance training, or being steeped in medicinal water, all stopped what they were doing at the same time. In an instant, they split into 2 groups and stood neatly in front of Jun Wuxia. 2 neat phalanxes. Everyone looked full of energy. Remember when you were training, I said that I wanted to have 2 teams. The 2 strongest teams. One would be the Heaven Destroyer, and the other would be the Spirit Devourer. These 2 teams are not only the strongest but also the backbone of my strength. The Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams will accompany me to dominate the world and rule the continent. And the members of these 2 teams will be chosen from you. They will be the nightmare of the entire world. They will also be the strongest warriors of the entire continent. Jun Wuxia paced back and forth slowly. His sharp eyes swept across the faces of each and every one of the men in front of him. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eyes were filled with a sincere desire. To become the strongest warrior, to become the nightmare of any enemy. This had always been their greatest pursuit, the greatest desire of their lives. At that time I also said that you are not worthy. You are not worthy. So, I don't even know your names. First, I am not interested. Second, you are not worthy of me knowing. Jun Moxie said slowly. There was a strange rhythm in his slow voice. It was as if there was a heavy pressure that caused the entire world and even the flow of time to slow down. 4 days later, You will carry out the first mission that I have issued. The members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams will also be chosen after this mission. They will become the true strength that belongs to me, Jun Moxie. Those who survive this mission will be the members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams. They will also embark on their own path of killing. In the future, when the entire continent hears their names, they will tremble. Jun Moxie stared at them and suddenly said in a low voice, "But this operation is different from the previous ones. It is not the same. This time we are going to select the real iron-blooded team members. It is also going to be a clash of life and death. I will clearly tell everyone that this operation is extremely dangerous. Every one of you has a 90% chance of death. Even saying that it will be a 9 out of 10 chance of survival is a conservative estimate. Now if you want to back out, you can take a step back. I will not force you. It is not shameful to think about your own life. Anyone can leave on their own. I, Jun Moxie, or the Jun family will not make things difficult for you." The autumn wind whistled. Not a single one of the 254 people moved. In fact, they did not even blink. This is the only chance to leave. There is no turning back. I repeat, this mission is very likely to end in death. There is no return. This is your last chance. Jun Moxie said Lengling. Still no one moved. Jun Moxie nodded lightly and suddenly said in a stern voice, "If you want to become a member of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer team, take a step forward." Boom. The 254 people took a step forward in unison. They used so much force that the entire Jun family's courtyard seemed to tremble from this orderly and forceful stomp. Very good. Taking this step forward is a one-way road with no return. There is no room for regret. This is also the path of the strong. It is the path of the iron-blooded men. Let me say a few words to you. Jun Moxie thought for a moment and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like lightning as they swept across everyone. Everyone's hearts tightened and they could not help but straighten their backs. They only heard Jun Moxie say in a low voice, "The path of a man is only one step. Life and death, glory and splendor do not look back. The blood of a man is as hard as iron. The will of a mountain of knives and the sea of fire is indomitable. The tears of a man are the most expensive. Alone against 10,000 enemies, never retreating. Broken bones, flowing blood, life and death, never looking back. This is the ballad of a man. Only iron-blooded men are qualified to sing it. Only real men can understand it." Jun Moxie clasped his hands behind his back and said leisurely, "May all my brothers be men. Everyone take the first step of a man. From now on, accompany me to laugh at the wind and clouds and roam the world." The entire place was filled with a solemn silence. But everyone's expression became excited. These heroic ballad of a man made everyone feel as if their blood was boiling. It was as if every pore on their body was bursting with energy. Pairs of ox-like eyes emitted a fiery glow. What a good ballad of a man. The path of a man is only one step. Life and death, glory and splendor do not look back. As long as you identify your goal and take a step forward, it will be the direction of your life. This is the persistence of a man, the persistence of no regrets. The blood of a man is as hard as iron. The will of a mountain of knives and the sea of fire is indomitable. This is the unyielding nature of a man. The tears of a man are the most precious. Alone against 10,000 enemies, never retreating. Think about it. The sun is setting in the west. The ground is covered in blood and corpses. His comrades have all left. He is the only one left to face the enemy's million-strong army. How tragic is that? How can you retreat? His bones were crushed and his blood flowed freely. He refused to turn back no matter what. That is what a man should be. The two captains took the lead, and the 254 warriors passed by Jun Moxie one by one. Then they received their share of the pills. Then they clasped their hands and strode away. In the blink of an eye, 254 people had each received their own pills. They were still in two neat square groups and there was not the slightest bit of chaos. These pills are rare elixirs that seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. I have gone through many difficulties and spent tens of millions of silvers to get them. Now these pills are all in your hands. Take them all together. These pills can increase your Shenchi cultivation by 10 years. Everyone, do not let me down. Jun Moxie stood with his hands behind his back and said solemnly. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. In the Shenshen continent they had heard of some rare items. 10,000 years old lingji, ginseng, knotweed, and other magical herbs that could increase one's Shenchi cultivation. But in these tens of thousands of years, there had never been a pill that could increase one's Shenchi. Not to mention seeing it with their own eyes, they had never even heard of it. But today not only did their young master obtain it, he even handed over these priceless treasures to them. In a split second, everyone's heart was filled with a deep sense of gratitude. Warriors die for those who understand them. Everything was said without words. Following the command of the two captains, the 254 people stepped forward at the same time. Each of them stood a few feet away from each other. They raised their heads and swallowed the 3 precious pills. Then they sat down cross-legged with a solemn expression. They circulated the xianqi in their dantian and digested the pills. Jun Moxie stood in front of the team. His expression was calm and indifferent, but his hands were already holding onto flying daggers. He was on full alert. At this moment, even though they were in their own home, in their own territory, they did not dare to be careless. A total of 200 people were advancing at the same time. Such an action was absolutely unprecedented. So, Jun Moxie had to be on full alert. The third master, Jun Wuyi, was standing on a tall tower far away from the training ground. He was watching from afar, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he muttered, "I knew that this brat would have kept a lot of them for himself. Sure enough, I guessed right. He has 254 of them at once." Grandpa Jun snorted twice and said, "Wuxia can use this medicine. But you cannot use it carelessly. If news of this gets out, it will be very dangerous for Wuxia. An ordinary man is innocent, but his treasures arouse his own ruin. Even for my Jun family, if something were to happen to this rare elixir, we would be consigned to eternal damnation. Wui, this matter must be handled with extreme caution. I would rather bury these elixirs in the ground than expose their true origins. I will not allow anything to happen to Wuxia. Do you understand?" "I understand." Jun Wui nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "Only those who are willing to die for our Jun family can take this medicine. If there is even the slightest doubt, they will not try it. It is better to miss it than to take the risk." "Well said." Grandpa Jun's deep eyes looked down at his grandson, who was standing upright and unafraid. With a strong sense of love, he added, "In addition, the timing of taking the medicine must also be accurate. Moreover, the person taking the medicine must not know that it was due to the use of the elixir. Do you understand how to demonstrate this?" Jun Wui nodded his head and said slowly, "Jun Wui was crippled for 10 years. His body was crippled, but his heart was not crippled. By chance, he created a method that uses his own strength to boost the strength of others. That's all." Grandpa Jun's eyes narrowed. "If that's the case, then you are the one at risk?" Jun Wui smiled indifferently and said, "Father, don't worry. I know what to do. This way no one will come looking for Wuxia because of this matter." "Then you must be very careful." Grandpa Jun nodded his head and did not say anything else. His eyes were cold and dignified as he said, "I want all the information on the 254 people below. This included every bit of their qualifications, experiences, people, things, good friends, and people they still had contact with, as well as their origins, families, parents, children, neighbors, or even the beauties they were dating, and even their lovers in the brothels. Investigate carefully, and if you found anything wrong, immediately get rid of it. Even if it is groundless, you must not let it go unjustly, understand?" "Yes." Grandpa Jun's words were resolute and decisive. It was obvious that he was issuing a military order. Especially the last 4 words, "rather than let it go unjustly," were even more decisive. Jun Wui also responded solemnly like a subordinate receiving an order from his superior in the army. Although it was only 1 word, both of them understood that this was no different from issuing a military order. When Jun Moxie's elixir came out, Grandpa Jun Zhantian's first thought was that this matter could cause a sensation and bring about trouble. Therefore, Grandpa Jun's current arrangement was to prepare for a rainy day. For the sake of his grandson's safety, Grandpa Jun was willing to disregard everything. Similarly, for the sake of his only nephew's safety, Third Master Jun was willing to bet everything, even his life. Only a few people who had reached the Gold Shen realm were able to easily inherit the pure Shen Qi and fuse it with their own Shen Qi. However, more than 95% of the strong men had fallen into a state of extreme pain. They were only silver Shen cultivators. But, under the stimulation of the powerful medicinal power, their blood vessels were expanding, and the muscles on their bodies were bulging up. Their skin was shining with a silvery light. That was the silver Shen Qi rapidly flowing and surging in their meridians. These people were also silver Shen cultivators, but their foundations weren't very strong. So, such a huge amount of pure Shen Qi had suddenly burst out in their bodies. And each and every one of them had to bear an enormous amount of pain. However, they had to endure this pain themselves. Only by enduring it themselves would they be able to reap the greatest harvest. This was also a kind of tempering in reference for their future breakthroughs. Several of the weakest Shen-Qi cultivators were sweating profusely at this moment. Their skin had turned blood red, as if something was about to break through the surface of their skin. Their black faces were distorted, and it was clear that they were enduring a great deal of pain. Every stage of Shen-Qi cultivation requires a breakthrough. For example, a breakthrough from silver Shen to gold Shen, a breakthrough from gold Shen to Yu Shen, and so on. This is a kind of qualitative breakthrough, and within a single realm, there is a difference between the strong and the weak. For example, almost all of the strong men who were in the midst of a breakthrough were silver Shen or above. However, their Shen-Qi cultivation was not particularly strong, and most of them were inferior to Guanqing Han. Although Guanqing Han's family was not big, it was still a family with a long history, and she had been cultivating since childhood. This was why Guanqing Han was able to achieve a breakthrough after taking the 3 elixirs. Even without Jun Moxie's help, at most she would only need to sleep for 1 more night. However, almost all of the strong men had not cultivated enough Shen-Qi, and it was difficult for them to control the newly obtained 10 years of pure Shen-Qi. Moreover, they were different from Guanqing Han. If they were unable to control the newly obtained Shen-Qi, apart from the failure of this breakthrough, it was very likely that they would not be able to make any progress for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, all of them had experienced Jun Moxie's hellish training more than once, and their willpower was tempered far beyond that of ordinary people. Although this feeling was difficult to bear, they were still able to endure it. So far, no one had cried out, but the sound of teeth gnashing could be heard continuously. Apart from the sound of teeth gnashing, there was not a single groan of pain. On top of the tower, Jun Zhantian's eyes gradually became dignified, and he said, "These 200 people are actually real men. Such hard bones. Even this old man is moved." Jun Wui smiled, and his eyes were also full of praise. Finally, a ray of silver light that had almost solidified transformed into a faint golden light. Although the golden light wasn't dazzling, it was exceptionally tangible. This was the sign that one of them had finally overcome this difficult hurdle, and had entered the higher realm of gold Shen. The second, the third, as the gold Shen light continued to flicker, dozens of men succeeded in breaking through. After going through the most painful period, what replaced it was endless joy. They did not immediately stand up, but instead closed their eyes and slowly adjusted their breathing, feeling the huge changes in their bodies. They guided the unprecedented strength in their bodies, and slowly circulated it through their meridians, trying their best to adapt to the changes in their bodies as quickly as possible. Then a large silver light flashed and soared into the sky. The entire courtyard of the Jun family seemed to have turned into a bright silver. More than 200 men had broken through at the same time, and the radiance of this moment was so dazzling that Jun Zhantian and his son, who were on top of the tower, felt a little dizzy. Among these people, the weakest has already reached the middle level of the Silver Shen realm. Most of them are at the peak of the Silver Shen realm. There are also a few who have advanced to the Gold Shen realm, and the 4 with the highest cultivation are already at the peak of the Gold Shen realm. Grandpa Jun sucked in a breath. If such a team were to go to the battlefield, they will not go to the battlefield, they are no longer soldiers, Jun Wui said lightly, they will only fight for Wuxia in their entire lives. Going to the battlefield, for them, is a pure waste. I will not allow such a waste. Wuxia once said that the weakest of these people must reach the peak of the Earth Shen realm. At that time I only thought that he was talking big, but now it seems that it is not impossible. You must know that the strongest of these people was only at the 8th level 3 months ago. Now they have actually advanced to the peak of the Gold Shen realm. This is amazing progress, it is simply heaven-defying. Jun Wui said slowly, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The weakest is at the peak of the Earth Shen realm? Doesn't that mean more than 200 Tianshan experts have formed an army? My God, even if the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor join forces, they would not be able to come up with such a large force. My God. Grandpa Jun was left speechless, and the hand that was stroking his beard unconsciously pulled out a strand of his snow-white beard. Chapter 305. 1st of August, first update. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket. After a while, all 254 of them finally finished upgrading. Not a single one failed. They stood up one after another and quickly returned to their original formation. They looked at Jun Moxie, their eyes filled with gratitude and fanaticism. Boom. 254 of them knelt down at the same time and kowtowed to the ground. A loud sound rang out, shaking the surroundings. Thank you, young master. More than 200 of them shouted in unison. I will give you 2 days. Use the cruelest method to adapt to the changes in your bodies, the changes in your Shenqi, the use of your moves, and the cooperation between everyone. On the third day, go to the armory to collect your weapons. Jun Moxie slowly nodded. Lengling continued. In addition, this matter is our top secret. No one is allowed to leak it. If anyone violates this, all of you will be punished. No exceptions. Yes. We would rather die than leak it. Up in the tower, Grandpa Jun's eyes were filled with gratification and worry. He slowly said, Emosie's methods are strong, his methods are sufficient, and he also has the charisma to lead his troops. Using both carrot and stick, he is indeed a genius. However, he is not suited to lead an army. Why? Father, Emosia leads his troops, and his discipline is strict to the point of being strict. This is the way of a general, and he can lead the strongest legion. So, why does Father say that he isn't suitable to lead troops? Jun Wui was very puzzled. Emosia's heart is too ruthless. Grandpa Jun snorted and sighed. Emosia can lead an army of experts, but he is not suited to lead ordinary soldiers. What he said just now may seem ordinary, but did you pay attention to the last sentence? If anyone violates this, all of you will be punished. No exceptions. Grandpa Jun sighed. When Emosia said those words, there was no hesitation or emotion. I can guess that if any one of these 254 people were to leak the news, Emosia will do what he said. There will be no exceptions. That doesn't mean anything, right? Since he can cultivate this batch, he can cultivate the next batch. Jun Wui said disapprovingly, Father, you and I are both generals. You must know the importance of military discipline in the army. Although the punishment was harsh and cruel, it was undoubtedly the most important method to maintain military discipline. Under such an important matter, how could he be soft-hearted? Even if it really happened, it's only natural. That's why you can only be generals and not commander-in-chief. Jun Tian sighed. A general can only have 10,000 subordinates at most. Dispatching them in an emergency was also considered wartime. But the ordinary personal guards were also the disciples' soldiers, and any general could only have a quota of 10,000 people. He knew his own men well and they were well trained. Nothing would go wrong. For example, your bodyguards and MOCS troops. However, as a commander, he had to command the entire situation. He could easily have hundreds of thousands or even millions of troops under his command. If he was still so harsh, I'm afraid he would kill his own troops. Armies are stationed together and there are always conflicts and friction. And the men in the army are mostly hot-blooded and impulsive. An army of 100,000 is stationed for a night, and there will be at least hundreds of conflicts. If you and Emosia used the method, I'm afraid these people would have been beheaded. Jun Tian sighed. A general must be strict and a commander-in-chief must be magnanimous. Being a general and being a commander-in-chief are two completely different things. You are too unyielding and Emosia is too ruthless. These are both your strengths, but at the same time they are also your weaknesses. Jun Tian said deeply, Emosia may be ruthless, but it is enough to protect himself. But your unyielding attitude will only cause you to suffer. This is the difference between the two of you. Jun Wui stood quietly, thinking about his father's words. He did not move for a long time. On the field, the cruel training that risked one's life had already begun. This time, the intensity of the training was clearly more than 10 times that of the previous ones. Jun Moxie returned to his courtyard and took a deep breath. Everyone had advanced and he was the only one left. He had not even tasted the pills he had refined. He had just advanced to the middle stage of Yuxian. If he were to take this pill, would the effect be better? Jun Moxie did not know. But he knew that if there was even the slightest effect, he would have earned it for free. So he did not hesitate to take out a 10 years pill and swallow it. Jun Moxie did not take the Devil's Heart pill at the same time. The Devil's Heart pill would certainly be safer, but at the same time, it would also mean that he would lose an opportunity to cultivate his mind. This would also have a negative impact on the improvement of his mental state. Feeling the sudden abundance of qi in his dantian, Jun Moxie was delighted. It was indeed useful. He settled his mind and entered into a state of forgetfulness. The power of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune surged through his meridians like a raging river. The next day, the imperial edict was issued. Jun Wui was appointed as the general of Southern Heaven City, commanding an army of 20,000. He was to set out for Southern Heaven City to assist the aristocratic families in quelling the Xian beast tide. Apart from Jun Wui, the emperor had also named a few people from the aristocratic families. Among them, Jun Moxie was impressively on the list. Apart from him, there were also a few acquaintances from the Meng family, Murong Chenjun and Murong Chenli from the Murong family, and 3 heroes from the Dugu family. There were also people from the Song family on the list. But contrary to Jun Moxi's expectations, Li Yuran was not on the list. In other words, Li Yuran did not have a part in this trip to Southern Heaven City. How could His Majesty leave such a scourge in the empty capital? Jun Moxi did not believe that the Emperor could not see through Li Yuran's ambition. Since he could see through it, then there was a problem in keeping him. Since the descendants of the aristocratic families were on the list, they would definitely send experts to protect them. Although His Majesty's imperial edict did not ask for anything, it had imperceptibly transferred a portion of the experts from the aristocratic families. After receiving the imperial edict, Jun Wui immediately rushed to the military to handle the various procedures. Although His Majesty had requested to set out on the same day, how could the entire army be ready in 1 or 2 days? They would need at least 5 days to prepare. The army had yet to move, but the provisions had to go first. Old Sir Jun Zhantian's martial order blew like a hurricane through the provinces and counties along the way, arranging for them to prepare all the necessities. At the same time, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Military Affairs worked together in a swift and decisive manner. In just a short day, all the necessities for the army had been allocated. Such efficiency was enough to make anyone dumbfounded. There had been cases of soldiers going to war before, but at that time, which one of them did not run back and forth several times to prepare the supplies? Even when they went to war, there would often be issues such as supplies not being in place, rations not being supplied in time, and so on. There were a lot of annoying things that could not be compared to this time. But no one was dissatisfied. Who was Jun Wui? Although he was currently unemployed at home, he had always been a legend in the Tianxiang Empire's military, an idol. The Blood General's reputation was still illustrious even after 10 years. Now that he had finally returned, the entire military was in a state of jubilation. Especially his old comrades and subordinates, they were extremely excited. Whether it was the Dugu family or the Jun family in charge of the military, Jun Wui was given the green light all the way. Not a single civil or military official dared to raise a single objection on this matter. The officers and men in the army were looking forward to Jun Wuyi's command. They were looking forward to this famous great general's command. They were looking forward to Jun Wuyi's command. Although the army had yet to set out, their morale was already high. In the palace? Are you wondering why I sent Jun Moxi out but left Li Yuran behind? His Majesty wasn't playing chess this time. Instead, he was holding a cup of tea and was sipping it. His face was full of smiles. Yes. Jun Moxi has no desire for power, but Li Yuran is obviously full of ambition. I don't understand why Your Majesty left Li Yuran behind and let Jun Moxi go. Mr. Wen sat opposite to the Emperor and spoke in a somewhat puzzled manner. Li Yuran has needs, so he has weaknesses. He's easy to control. Moreover, he won't be able to make any big waves under my watch. I want to see if this person can be used by me. Therefore, I've left him behind this time so that I can see more clearly. His Majesty smiled gently. As for Jun Moxi, he doesn't have any desires. This kind of person can leave as he pleases and he can stay as he pleases. He's like a wild crane in the clouds and it's impossible to control him. Therefore I've let him go this time. Whether he lives or dies in the midst of the Shen beast tide will depend on him. I still don't understand. If he has the temperament of a wild crane in the clouds, why must he? Mr. Wen frowned. A wild crane in the clouds is nothing to be worried about. But he has such a powerful force behind him. That's the most worrying thing. A cold light flashed in His Majesty's eyes. He sighed. Great merit can shake the Lord and great influence can attract the wind. Mr. Wen sighed but didn't say anything. There should be some movement on the second brother's side, right? His Majesty suddenly smiled in a strange manner. Yes. The crossbows will reach the southern suburbs of the capital in the early morning of the 4th day. Mr. Wen sighed again. Very well. I won't allow any of these crossbows to wander outside. His Majesty gently placed his palms on the table. He spread his fingers and fixed his eyes on them. It seemed as if he was admiring the perfection of his slender fingers. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Mr. Wen replied. Why didn't Your Majesty issue the decree directly? I would have had no choice but to cripple my second son if I had done so. His Majesty smiled bitterly. He looked into the distance and murmured, It would have been a great shock to the imperial court, the world, and even my harem. Undercurrents are surging in all directions. They can't withstand such a shock. Mr. Wen lowered his eyes but didn't say anything. He had thought that His Majesty didn't want to do so because of his father-son relationship. But it seemed that he was very wrong. He laughed at himself in his heart. The thinking of a Xian cultivator and an emperor are very different. Send a letter to the Blood Sword Hall. Tell them that no one is allowed to escape from the Zhao family of Jiangnan, the trade union of Jiangnan, or the second brother's men. This matter must be done cleanly. His Majesty exhaled deeply. The second brother wanted to hire assassins, but he didn't know where to start. The Blood Sword Hall came to him on their own initiative. But the second brother didn't suspect anything. My son's wisdom has disappointed me. Mr. Wen remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't suspect anything. But who would suspect that an emperor who ruled over the four seas could secretly control such a sinister and bloody team? Even if he said it out loud, most people wouldn't believe him.